All right. I think we're all good to go. Let's see. Is my mic actually on? Okay, my mic is on. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the anti-annual Ginger of Oz 24-hour stream. Inaugural, of course. But yeah. So the plan is I've got all these Wee Boy color cases, and we're gonna see how many I can put together. At some point, we're probably gonna switch to something else. Because chances are, by like the 12-hour mark, I'm gonna be pretty burnt out on Wee Boy colors. So I've got a few other things planned. Probably do those later in the evening. But yeah, for now we're just gonna do a lot of Wee Boy colors. Why does the giveaway site say 26 hours left? I left a couple hours of wiggle room just in case. I don't know if we're gonna need them for something, but have you had a good sleep beforehand? I slept okay last night. It wasn't bad sleep, but it wasn't incredible sleep. So we'll see how it goes. But have you got your ventilation ready? I mean, I do have... Here, let me switch here. I've got my handy Hacko whatever 400, but I don't think I'm going to be using it because it is very loud. But, so, you know, I'll just have to take the hit, lung cancer or whatever. But yeah, should be fun. Imagine he drops a new console later. I wish I had something new to show. But I've been busy with school, so chat widget is still updating slow. Yeah, looks like we also rolled bad RNG on the chat color. Let me see if I can fix that. Is there just like a refresh button? Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay, red is better. The chat feature is a little bugged for it showing up on stream, but I think we're just going to deal with that because YouTube tools aren't nearly as good as Twitch tools for streaming, unfortunately. So we're just going to deal with that for a little while. Alrighty. Is the music balanced all right? Is anything too loud or too quiet? Music is okay? Alright, perfect. Oh, I need to make... Hang on. I need to make a quick Twitter and Instagram post saying that I'm live. Let me do that real quick. Live now. 3 exclamation marks. And then we'll just paste the link 3 times. Perfect. And then Instagram. I will make a story. Here, everyone smile. Okay, 24-hour stream live now. 5 exclamation marks. Then I add a link sticker. Link. Here we go. Click here. Done. Boom. Okay. I think we are all good. 1,000 entries already? Holy. I think people like the Wee Boy color, so it's not too surprising. How do you see the entries? If you click the link, it should say at the top how many total entries there are. What soldering iron do you use? I use a Hacko 888D. I think I've had this one for like 5 years. It is starting to wear out a little bit. Like the heating element doesn't work super consistently. But, like, I've used it for, like, 5 years straight, almost daily. So, I can't complain too much. So I do have 2 completed Wii Boy colors right here. So I got a nice GameCube one and a nice Wii one. The Wii one has a couple issues I'm still ironing out. And the GameCube one I've had done for like a week. But the guy who bought it hasn't told me his address yet. So I'm holding on to it. But we'll at least have it for the stream. Because chances are by the end I'm probably just going to be playtesting Wii Boy colors. Because that's probably all I'll be able to handle. But I think we're pretty much good to just start with assembly. So let's see, how much can I zoom out before it becomes a crotch cam? Okay, I can zoom it to there. How do you enter the giveaway? Click the link. There's a pinned message in the chat. Oh, I forgot to set up the description. Whatever. But I would not recommend posting your shipping address in the chat. But you know, you can do whatever you like. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little stressed. I'm not quite as prepped for this as I wanted to be. I thought I would have more time this morning, but things took longer than I expected. But it basically just means the one big thing I didn't get done that I wanted to is I didn't fully test these audio and USB-C charging boards. So I think we're just going to gamble and pray that one of them works. We're going to just put together a Wii Boy color real quick. And then I think after that we'll spend like 30 minutes and we'll actually set up a test jig and stuff. But that's the plan. So I probably won't be doing any Wii trimming, like actually on stream. I've got a nice pile. I'll show, these are all Wii trims. So the Wii Boy color uses a pretty aggressive trim. You have to relocate the NAND, which is a pain. But I didn't want to actually trim Wii's on stream because I've got like all the boards and stuff like right here on top of everything. And I don't really want to spray dust everywhere. But that's the plan. So I think we'll start by just assembling a white one, since that's the classic. And then we'll move on to more fun colors later. Yeah, so let's get started. So for some of the buttons in the portable, I have to resin cast custom buttons. So I did resin cast a bunch of them this week. I think we're gonna need to pop some other ones out of the molds later. But we'll start with these. Some of those daughter boards aren't for sale anymore, right? Kind of. So the Wii Boy Color uses custom boards that are all based off of an old Wii PMS architecture. It was G-Man's like original Wii PMS that the BitBuilt store sold. And since those were open source, I was able to use those designs and turn them into narrower boards. So like, for example, these 2 boards are the same thing. They handle voltage regulators and charging for the portable, but this one doesn't fit. It's too tall, and so I just redesigned it to be narrower so that it fits in here. And so part of the issue with the Wii Boy Color is that all the boards are custom. You can't buy them anywhere. You would have to assemble them yourselves. And so that's why I never open sourced it. That's part of it. And the other part is that the components you need, so like all the chips on the board, are out of stock because of the chips shortage. And I think recently a bunch of them came back into stock. Like I think you can actually build your own like old PMS at this point if you really want to. But the old PMS has some issues, like the batteries will deplete like far lower than they should. And so because of that, I'm a little hesitant to just open source the boards. The boards also have like a few little finicky issues that like I know how to fix because I've assembled like 30 of these at this point. But I feel a little uncomfortable just like throwing them out there in the wild and being like, hey, go crazy. Especially when better stuff already exists. Can you make a PSP Mini? I don't know much about how like the PSP works, but generally it's hard to make handhelds, like things that are already portable, smaller. Because with the Wii or like an N64, there's a lot of stuff you can cut off because it wasn't ever, the developer's goal wasn't to make the board as small as possible. That wasn't their top priority. Their goal was to make it cheap. and like easy to assemble and whatnot. And so, but with handhelds, they've already gone out of their way to make them small, and like there's not much you can just trim off. So that's part of the issue. PSP Mini is the PS Vita? I think they're about the same size, aren't they? I've only interacted with the PS Vita like every once in a while, but I've got a PSP and I feel like they're about the same size. But the delayed webcam is so annoying. Yeah, there's not much I can do to fix that, unfortunately. I'm using a software that lets me use an old phone as a webcam, and it's kind of it's just RNG on how well it works on a given day. Like I literally have it set to like 720p, 30 FPS, and it's still lagging out, which is disappointing, but it's not delayed for me. I think it's very slightly delayed. Like when I'm looking at it, it's a little behind, but it also could be a YouTube like stream thing. You could also try to refresh. Gotta say that your shell designs are always wonderful. I don't know how you do it. I mean, most of my shell designs are just rectangles. I'll be honest, there are much better people than me out there when it comes to designing stuff. But I appreciate it. Like, this shell is literally just, what does the Game Boy Color look like? Alright, let's make something that looks kind of like that. It's there, but hardly an issue? Okay, good. So what I'm doing right now, it's kind of hard to show on camera, because my camera doesn't like to focus on small things. But when you resin cast buttons, there's often a little bit of flashing around the edges with just like really thin plastic. And so I'm just going around and I'm cutting all of, oh, whoops. I'm going around and just cutting it all off. So that way it will fit properly. Birthday is in 3 days? Well, happy birthday. Birthday will be in 2 days by the time the stream is over, hopefully. Could you make a foldable top like a DS, but it's for the sole purpose of keeping the joystick safe? I guess. Like, I mean, I've built a folding portable before. I would say that probably building a folding mechanism solely to keep the joystick safe is probably a little extra. I think if you wanted to, like, protect the joysticks on, like, a Wii Boy Color or something, I think I would just, like, 3D print something to, like, sit on top of it, like, when it's in the traveling case. That would probably be an easier way to accomplish the same thing. But, yeah, folding portables exist. They're a little bit... I wouldn't even say they're tricky to build. They're just a little harder to design, because you have to think of, like, at least four separate pieces. But... will you make another portable PlayStation? Maybe at some point. I don't have a whole lot of, like, love for the PS2, because I didn't grow up with the PS2. I grew up with, like, an NES, and a GameCube, and a Wii. So I'm pretty Nintendo biased when it comes to my portable projects. But I might. You never know. There's a guy right now who's building a really, really cool portable PS2. Like, he literally took all of the chips off of the PS2. And then, like, put them onto a custom board that's really small. I don't know exactly how big the board is, but it's probably only a little bit bigger than, like, a Wii trim. Like, if you just, like, turn this into, like, a perfect square, that's about how big his custom board is. And that's going to be really cool for whatever project he puts that in. But it looks like it's a major headache to actually assemble something like that. So, probably not something I'm going to do in the near future. But that's going to turn into a really sick project. Why'd I switch off of Twitch? I wanted to try a YouTube stream. I figure since I have, like, a bunch of subscribers on YouTube and whatnot, I'll probably get more viewers. And since this is a bigger event, I want as many people to see it as possible. But we'll see how the stream goes. It's possible I might switch over to YouTube permanently and just do streams on here. Or I might go back to Twitch. We'll see. Because I do like Twitch better as, like, a streaming platform. If I'm going to stream, like, on a regular basis, I think I would rather do it on Twitch. But I think YouTube has improved their live streaming experience somewhat over the past couple of years. but still got a ways to go. Hey, trying to set up GC games on RV Loader, but can't figure out how to set up files. You have to stick with Nintendo, but I don't know how to fix that. I'm not quite sure what you mean. You should just use Nintendo, because that's what RV Loader uses. But just depends. What's the smallest downsize you've ever done? I'll show that trim later. Remind me in a little bit, once I've made some good headway on this portable. But I've got the smallest Wii trim you can do. I did one a few years ago, and it's just been sitting in a baggie because I haven't had a project that needs it. But have you ever made a Wii Micro without a screen? I've never built one personally. But it's a pretty popular project. What is your average time for building a Wii Boy Color? That's a good question. So currently I have like all the boards are assembled and like they have the wires attached to them. So like when I'm at like this point of the Wii Boy Color building process, I can put one together in about 2 hours because like all the hard stuff is already done. But then troubleshooting it and whatnot takes additional time. And since I'm like live streaming and responding to questions and stuff, it's probably going to be slower. But we'll see. Motherboards pre-trimmed? Yeah, the motherboards are all pre-trimmed. Because, trimming 7 Wii motherboards and troubleshooting them, that would be almost the full 24, well, not the full 24 hours. But it would probably be 8 to 10 of those hours. Did you ever consider doing a CNC version in polycarb or aluminum? I think the issue is CNC stuff has to be designed a certain way. Like, you generally can't just take, like, a model I've designed for 3D printing and then put it into a CNC and expect good results. Because I've got, like, all sorts of, like, weird overhangs and whatnot on this thing that a CNC wouldn't be able to do. So, I'd have to redesign it. Which might be easy. Might only just be tweaking a few things, changing how a couple things mount. But selling portables with pre-installed ISOs is illegal, right? Yes, it is. So when I sell portables, there's no games or whatever on them. It's just the raw hardware. I include instructions on like where to put your legally acquired game files and whatnot. So everyone figures out how to get it all set up. But yes, you're right. I can't put Super Mario Sunshine on these when I sell them. Now, would I really get shut down for that? I mean, probably not. Because, I mean, you could buy, like, hard drives filled with, like, every Nintendo game in existence off of eBay. It seems like Nintendo doesn't really care to crack down on that. But, honestly, if Nintendo wants to crack down on what I do, they could probably find some other reason for it. Like, I am more scared of them shutting down my YouTube channel than I am them shutting down my portable selling operation. Because I'm trying to wind down on the whole portable selling thing. And I suspect that they're more likely to be mad at me showing other ways to play their old games. But Nintendo's a weird company. Who knows? I don't think I'm at particularly high risk of being shut down, but we could wake up one morning and every modding Nintendo YouTube channel could be erased from the face of the earth. Just how it goes. How good are your Tetris skills? I'm alright at Tetris. I played a lot of Tetris a few years ago. Like, I had Puyo Puyo Tetris. And so, like, I can be... It's a little bit like my Smash Bros. Skill, where I can be anyone who's playing casually. But if you think you're good at Tetris, then, and you have, like, dozens of hours in the game, you're probably better than me. I don't know how to do, like, T-spins consistently or anything like that. I just know how to mash on the D-pad and line up the blocks reasonably quickly. Sup, nerd? Oh, great, it's this guy. How's it going, Shank? But at MGC every year, MGC is the Midwest Gaming Classic. That's where, that's like the one portableizer meetup of the year. There's usually a Tetris station, because there's a guy named Cheese who is very good at Tetris. And so he usually stomps everyone. That's how it goes. You gonna be at MGC, Ginger? Yep, that's the plan. I think I'm rooming with Crazy Gadget and Y2K. I assume you're gonna be there. Heck yeah, I'm hyped for it. Alright. Yeah, I missed last year because it overlapped with finals week. But MGC is happening like a month earlier. So I should be in the clear. Oh, that reminds me. Are you guys able to hear like hammer thumps? So I should have talked to my landlords before I did the 24-hour stream, because they occasionally are like working on the house that I live in. And I woke up this morning and they were taking out a window and replacing it. Nah, haven't heard anything, TBH? Okay, thank goodness. I guess my mic is like perfectly positioned to not pick it up. But I was like, oh, they're taking out a window and doing a lot of hammering. That's not great when I'm trying to live stream relatively clear audio. Okay, good. Can you build a custom disc reader to put into a portable for a disc as small as the GameCube discs? I talked about it in my like fake GameCube portable video. I guess I didn't talk about a fake disc reader, or not a fake disc reader, a custom disc reader. A custom disc reader I have zero experience with. So it is probably possible. Like, I'd imagine you could put together your own laser, but it would be a lot of work, and as Shank said very wisely, discs are dumb. It's just not really worth the effort, and I think most people who want to use like discs in a portable don't know how easy it is to set up USB loading. Like, backing up like GameCube discs is very easy. You just need like a Wii and like one homebrew program. You can rip all your discs. Ginger would definitely win in a speed build for sure. Oh, look. If you did commissions for 3 years, you'd probably be as fast as me. And I think both of us lose to G-Man. So, it's a rough life. Could you make a disc reader that you could plug into the portable so you could put your backups onto from the disc reader? Yeah, but why? Because here's the thing, like a Wii with the working disk drive, we'll say it costs like $50. That would be far cheaper than me trying to figure out some sort of system to interact with a portable to get a disk drive to like read back and forth on. That would just be a huge headache. I have zero interest in doing that. But currently in school, so I can't stick around, but I just want to say hi and I will be back. Well, don't worry. I will be here for 23 hours and 36 minutes. So you got time. Any portables with AV out on them? Yes. There are a handful. It's a little bit easier to do nowadays because we've got like digital to HDMI out stuffs everywhere. It's a little bit of work to implement, but if you're building like your own like personal portable, it's very doable. I just don't really want to do it on commissions because it's a lot of extra work for a feature that I don't really think is worth it. But video out isn't too bad to do. Hammer woo? Okay, yeah, I think they're doing a drill now. But yeah. Yeah, I should have coordinated with my landlords. That's on me. Yep. I don't know if you answered this question or not. A Wii U portable possible like a 3DS and the gamepad being the bottom screen. So that's the age-old question. Like, that's an idea that's been around like for years. Hang on, let me close the door. Okay. I can close the door, like, in between my room and the upstairs, which should help some. Where's my cat? Okay. I'm gonna have to open it, though, because I've got a cat, and she likes to roam, and she's mad if she gets locked out. So. Oh, yeah, there will be a cat on this stream. Oh, look at all those oh yeah, I forgot to put those away. Those are my go-to, like, stool for when I'm recording stuff. Yes, I am also on spring break. That's why I'm doing it this weekend, because I had, like, all of this week to prep stuff for it. Okay, there we go. So the triggers now fit properly. And Z buttons should just slide into place. Oh, dude, how's school going? School's going good. So I'm on my last, like, big semester of school. I have one more semester after this where I have to do, it's only like 8 credits or something. So it should be a relatively chill semester. And then I am all done. Hopefully. Because I'm ready to be done with school. Kind of sick and tired of it. But can we see the cat? Can we please see the cat? I guarantee she will make an appearance. She doesn't like when I'm talking really loud. So she's probably going to be roaming the house for a while. But she'll be back. Gonna get that business piece of paper? Oh, yeah, you know it. Yeah, I'm doing a degree in marketing. That's what I'm majoring in. I initially did start, shocker, in electrical engineering. But I found out that I really enjoy electrical engineering as a hobby. And I don't really like any of the math stuff. Or, like any of the job. Well, there were a couple job prospects that interested me. But most of them just sounded like they would bore me to death. So made the switch to marketing. I like marketing a lot better. So hopefully it's a better fit for me. And at the end of the day, I'm not switching majors again. I'm just going to get a piece of paper. And then if I want to get a job in a different industry later on, then hopefully I'll have enough skills in whatever that is for them to want me. But that's how it goes. Can't calculate what resistor I need. Just ask G-Man to do it for me? Yeah, Pocket G-Man. That's the next 4-layer tech product, right? Feel like if you do your hobby as a job, it can ruin the love for it. Yeah, that's definitely true. Although, honestly, like, the electrical engineering stuff I was learning in school was just, like, not even close to, like, what I do for portables. Like, it's two very different things. Like, the electrical engineering degree is, like, all the theoretical stuff, none of the practical stuff. At least for as far as I got. I only got 2 years in. I'm sure you learn, like, more, like, applicable stuff later on. But, like, I was like, oh, I'll be learning about, like, programming and FPGAs and all sorts of cool stuff that I could use for my projects. And then, like, we did do a little bit with FPGAs, but it was more, yeah, it was a lot more math than here's how you can use an FPGA to do something cool. But how can there be 3,000 entries when there's only 150 people watching? I think you could get, like, 13 entries right off the bat. Like if you just like do everything on the list, and then you're able to get 3 every hour when I unlock new secret codes. But have you played The Last of Us, and what are your thoughts on the show? I haven't ever played The Last of Us. I am not a big fan of like story-oriented video games. Like every single one I've played has been like, this is as good as it gets. And so I don't think I would enjoy The Last of Us, so I've never played it. And I have heard that the show is good. But, like, I'm terrible at watching TV. Like, I watch almost no TV at all. So I don't really have a whole lot of motivation to watch it. But does your cat like to make portable Wiis as well? She likes to chew on all of the materials for portable Wiis. She loves to chew on joysticks, wires, solder, 3D printer filament. So, yep. Okay, so the triggers are all mounted. And then I'm just kind of feeling around to make sure they feel good. Because if something happens and the triggers stop feeling good, then I have to take apart the whole thing to get back to the triggers. So I'm just mashing around to see if I could find any way to like get them stuck. But I think we're okay. How can your brain be good enough to make stuff like this? I think people assume it's much harder than it is to actually build a portable Wii. The one like major challenge to building a portable Wii is the soldering, which isn't really a brains thing. It's more of a practice thing. Like, my first portable I ever built was awful. And it wasn't because I wasn't smart enough to build a portable Wii, it was because I was terrible at soldering. And I was also a little dumb, and definitely did some dumb things throughout that build. But the primary hurdle was getting good at soldering. And once I got good at soldering, I mean, then it's just, you can build whatever you want for the most part. The brain stuff more so comes into play when you're like designing like custom boards and whatnot, because that usually requires programming and like interpreting data sheets. But even then, like, I was able to design like a power board that it was just custom regulators. And the data sheets look really confusing, but there's really just like 2 sections that you actually care about. And then the rest is easy. Yeah, Shank's got the right idea. You don't need a big brain, you just need time and patience. Yeah, that is my thoughts on it too. If you have a lot of experience with like engineering stuff or electrical engineering, then that certainly helps. Like, that's not going to hurt you at all. But yeah, I'm a firm believer that anyone can build a portable Wii for the most part. You just gotta have a lot of time, and you gotta be pretty stubborn. Because if someone had told me, hey, you're gonna spend like probably $1,500 into this hobby before you ever get like a working portable Wii that you're happy with, I probably wouldn't have gotten into it. And I do think it's also easier nowadays compared to how it was when I first started. Because back in the old days, there was no Wii PMS. There was no UAMP V2. It was all 2 uphill, both way, hard work, no free handout, grind. But nowadays, there's much better resources that just let you go, okay, drop in your 4 boards, trim a Wii motherboard, buy a screen that looks really good and is easy to get, and it's all perfect. So, yeah, we are currently in the good old days of portabilizing. Things have only gotten better over the years, and things will probably only get better. Well, at least we hope. Okay. Oh, yeah, if you want an NES portable, Shank's right. The Tiny Tendo is a very cool little device. It's some pretty wild witchcraft. Basically, a guy named Red Herring found ways to trim the actual chips of the NES. So that instead of being like a big like thing with big legs, it's just like a little square that you can solder to. Which is pretty nifty. Looks like an absolute headache to like build and whatnot, but certainly cool that it's possible. Okay, hang on, I gotta go wet my sponge. I'll be right back. Yeah, I know. Alright. Should be good. Kirby plush in the background. Yeah, my parents found that at a garage sale. Thought it would look nice on my shelf. So I gotta build a pink portable to go alongside it. How many years have you been manufacturing game consoles? I started 2017. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. About 5 years. Because I started like January of 2017. So I've been doing it for a while. Okay, where Alright, so one moderately jank part about this build is that I have to solder a coin cell onto this thing, which is certainly not the optimal way to do this, but you know what? It's the method I've got. I think when I initially designed this, I was going to try to use like a coin cell holder, but they were all too tall and they wouldn't fit, so soldering to cells is archaic and the worst method of doing it. Well, not the worst method. I'm sure you can come up with a worse one. But for the main batteries in the portable, we're going to use battery clips. Battery clips are the way to go. Just wanted to say hello to the portable Wii fam. Well, hello. Are you going to go to the new Super Mario Land at Universal? I mean, if I'm ever, like, going to Universal, then sure. I don't know. I haven't, like, seen much of it, although it looks pretty small. So, you know, it might be fun to go with friends, like, for an afternoon, but I don't think I'm not planning on traveling out to SoCal just to see, Super Mario Land. Alright, and so one cool thing about the Wii Boy Color is that since I built so many of these, I took the time to measure... Oh, what is... hang on, one sec. I'm getting a call from my landlord. Hello? Alright, I don't know what that was. Yeah, there's work being done on the place. They're telling him he's being too loud. You know, they need perfect silence for hammering in those nails. But... no, thankfully, I have reasonably good landlords where I'm at right now. I've had some pretty terrible landlords in the past, but I do like the ones I've got now. They're pretty chill. They just, unfortunately, happen to be doing reconstruction. Also, I should be free for the next hour or so if you want to throw me in voice chat. I was going to go solo until like 2 to 4. And then like just join like the voice chat at like 4 tonight. Or I guess like 6 EST. But if you're not going to be around over the next 24 hours, then I'll hop in a call with you. Decent landlords are a blessing. Yes, they are. I'm very happy with where I'm at right now because I've got plenty of space and I've got good landlords. Because the last place I was at, I had plenty of space, but I had an unbearable landlord. And here's the thing, I'm a very boring tenant. I just need a place to live where I can like set up my lab. Not particularly loud. And you know what, this may come as a shock to many of you. I don't host many parties at the Ginger of Oz compound. No, it's all good, man. I may be back tonight, but head to a different city for the afternoon. Alright, sounds good. You got nothing to do this evening. I'll be here. Looking to buy a custom console? Do you know where to look? If you're talking like a portable Wii, you could check G-Man Mods on Twitter. I believe he's doing Ashita commissions right now. I could be wrong, but check his Twitter. I think I saw a post from him like a month ago. You can also check on the BitBuilt forums. There's a selling page, and I think there's at least one guy who's trying to sell a few portables right now. But as a heads up, they're all probably going to cost you like around $1,000 at least, because good portable Wiis are a lot of work. When's the portabilizer meter at, Ginger? I don't know if I could squeeze like 6 people into my place like we could at Shankapalooza, but you never know. Everyone just crams into the room with the litter box. That's the plan. You guys all have to sleep in the litter box room. Yeah. There was only one Shankapalooza, right? But I think I went to the one you hosted. Or I guess there might have been a couple. But there was only one that was like public invite, I think. Or somewhat public. There were 2 or 3? I went to the one that happened around Retropalooza, I think. Remember? Because you had to wake up at like 7 a.m. to drive me to the airport. But I did get to go to that one. Oh, we lost a wire. Where did this come from? Oh, this was ground. Okay. Oh, both happened at Retropalooza? Okay. Then maybe it happened like the year before I turned 18 or something. But Shankapalooza was fun. Once I have a new place, we'll have bigger Shankapalooza. Alright, I'll be there. How close do you guys live? Pretty far away. Like, we aren't in, like, the same state at all. I'm in Utah. I won't say where Shank lives in case that's a secret, but he's reasonably far away. He's a flight away. Texas. Okay, yeah. Shank lives in Texas. He's a good southern boy. I'm in Utah too? Well, I'm probably going to be moving away from Utah because I'm just here for school. I grew up in Oregon, and I like Oregon a lot, but Oregon is pretty expensive to live. So who knows? Maybe I move to Texas. I think Texas is reasonably cheap, depending on where you live. But okay, there was something I was going to do. Oh, okay. I'm going to go ahead and attach this button board to here as much as I can. I've heard Oregon has a trail. That it does. Video pause, continue watching. The Oregon Trail is one of those things that you like spend like 6 months learning about in 4th grade. I don't know if other schools do that. I feel like that's mostly an Oregon thing though. But I wonder what kids in Wyoming spend 6 months learning about. Okay. This is the power wire. This is menu. Yeah, so all the wires in this build are supposed to be cut to the perfect length, but I think I messed up on some of them and cut them way too long. Because like this menu wire is too long. But I think we're just going to deal with it for now. Because as much as I like having like clean internals, if it's too much effort, then if there's a little bit of rat's nest, it's okay. And by a little bit of rat's nest, I mean I'm just going to shove a bunch of wires in this corner. As long as the solder joints are clean, that's what really matters, in my opinion. Unless it's a transparent case, in which case then I do have to actually make the wires nice and clean. Okay, this is up wire. I grew up in Missouri. We talked about all the trails because that's where they started. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yes, Oregon does have it all. I'd agree with that. I mean, I grew up in the rainy part of it, where we didn't get much snow. Which, honestly, I think I like. Because I live in northern Utah, and we've had snow for like the last 3 months. We're going to have snow for at least 2 more months. And I am sick and tired of snow. But snow is hype in Oregon, because you don't get it very often. So you don't have to live in it. You just have to like deal with it for a couple days. And they cancel school! Which is always exciting. Here in Utah, they don't cancel school for snow. Although they did cancel 1 day of school this year because it was like -20 with wind chill. They were like, yeah, don't come up to campus. So I got a day off. But that was it. I'm in Australia. What is snow? Yeah, you guys have your own miserable weather. I think I would rather deal with my snow than deal with your heat. Oh, the hammer is so loud, man. I apologize. Snow days rock. Good memories. Yeah. Although I think like in Oregon, like because of COVID, they now have like the Zoom infrastructure to do all the classes online when there's snow days. So I think there were a couple times where it's like, oh, snow day, but you still have Zoom class. So that is a bummer. Okay. So the button board is all connected. Oh, I need to attach the wires for the USB-C board. Let's do that really quick. So for reference, I have about 60 baggies that all have one wire or like one kind of wire in them. And then they've all got about 10 of that wire in there. So that when I need to assemble these, I just go, I pull the wire I need, and I put them, I just like can pound out like all the wires onto the boards in like an hour. Which, you know what? It's kind of cool that I did this once. I would not recommend it ever. Cutting dozens of wires at a time is the most boring thing in the world. It might be slightly more efficient, but it is miserable to actually do. So the only thing worse than doing a 24-hour stream is editing a 24-hour stream. I would agree with that. Yeah. This stream is not going to be edited. I think I'm just going to upload the VOD in like 3 parts to my VODs channel, Ginger of VODs. I don't know about your part of Utah, but we've had like 3 blizzards in a row in March. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we had a lot of snow last week. Not like stay inside, you can't go out amount of snow, but like an obnoxious amount of snow. I don't know why I dumped out all the wires. I only need 1 right now. Oops. All right, we're taking a small gamble on whether or not this board actually works properly. I know the USB-C stuff does, but I don't know for certain whether the audio stuff does. So we're just gonna assemble and pray. Hammers are still going. Hang on, let me close the door again. Dude, it's Mario Day. I thought everyone had to work on Mario Day. Oh, I think someone was asking earlier if I'm going to sleep on stream. And the answer is no. I don't think I'm going to sleep on stream. I think I'm going to try and stay awake and coherent for the full 24 hours. If I was doing like a marathon stream where I was going like based on the amount of like subs or money I got, then I'd probably be sleeping on stream or something. But the goal is to be a coherent 24-hour stream. I think my biggest concern is not necessarily the tiredness. I think it's my voice. Streaming just kills my voice more than anything else because it's just constant talking, which that will be alleviated later because eventually I'm just going to hop into a voice call where like other modders can come in and chat, and some of them are going to stream like what they're working on. So I'll at least have people to talk to help fill like the void of sound. And so that should help. But usually at the end of like an 8-hour stream, my voice is just beat. Okay. That should be good. I didn't know it was Mario Day. I must tell my family. I didn't realize it until last night when I was looking at the date on the stream, and I was like, oh, that's right. It's March 10th. But you know what? I'm going to say it was planned. We're only going to play test with Mario games. And call it a day. Okay. Do your legs usually kill you after such a long stream? Not really. But I also live a fairly sedentary lifestyle. So sitting in a chair for extended periods of time isn't that bad. Although I probably will need to get up and stretch. I will say I will be like grabbing meals and taking short breaks every now and then. Because you know, this is my arm here. I'm incredibly skinny. I need sustenance every 4 hours or else I keel over. So there will be breaks. I will be taking reasonable care of myself. So I should only be tired at the end of it. Shank trolling with the hammer. Yeah, little did I know it's actually Shank upstairs. Yeah, for anyone who wasn't here earlier, I woke up this morning and found out that my landlords had removed a window in the upstairs. And they're doing some repairs. So, just very unfortunate timing with the stream. But when I get deep into a project, my body makes me stop soldering and eat by making my hand shake violently. That is a good indicator of it's food time. I've soldered like, I think I've done like modding for like 12 hours like at a time. Like taking breaks to eat food though. I've never really had to deal with shaky hands. I mean, my hands always shake slightly, but not to a point where like I can't solder. I'm just used to it at this point. But yeah, I do think my soldering skills are going to be pretty bad by the time this is over. Which is why the plan is to pivot to other things. Like, I'm going to do some resin casting. I think that should be fun. Take suggestions from the chat, try and make certain things. When you're done making it, can I have it? I'll pay for shipping. My shocking answer to that is no. The reason why I'm doing all of this is because I found a box with like a bunch of broken Wii Boy color boards, or I'll put broken in quotes, because they were fixable. And so I've spent the last like month just prepping boards and prepping parts. And so I'm just going to do one final run of Wii Boy colors. So everything I build today, I'll put it up for sale probably in a couple weeks, because I want to spend time play testing and make sure it's all good. And then that is going to be the last run of Wii Boy colors. And then that's it. That will be the end of an era. Because Wii Boy colors are not easy to build. They are a huge pain. And if I'm going to like continue to sell portables in the future, I'd rather just do Louis or Ishidas, because those are much easier. I think like the Ishida especially is just a better end product than the Wii Boy color. Like, here's the thing. Wii Boy color, very cool form factor. It's tiny. It's really neat, but like, it's not all that comfortable to use. Like, my hands are like my fingers are like longer than average, and like all the front-facing stuff works fine for me. I don't have any issues with it. But like the triggers, like there isn't really a good way to do triggers on like a not landscape, portrait handheld. Like, it's just a huge pain. So like they work, it's just a little awkward. And I think if I'm going to sell them, I'd rather just sell like an Ishida, which is like the most comfortable portable there is, because it's just a GameCube controller. Yes, and you get the new 4-layer boards on the Ishida, so Shank can fund whatever he's funding next. Can't you make the triggers bigger? Well, it's not really a size thing with the triggers. The issue is like there's not really a good way to like position the triggers that'll work for everyone's fingers. Like, how do I show? Like, grabbing my fingers around, like in theory, there's a perfect spot for the triggers. Like for me, it would be having the triggers right next to each other, like right here. And then if it was like more like a PS4 controllers, like trigger where you could like push up and down, that would probably be the best way to do it. But the issue is if someone's fingers are a little bit shorter than mine or longer than mine, then it's just not going to feel as good. So just kind of have to slap them down in the middle, and they're usable. They're fine. But I think that's the worst part about like landscape style portables. I think my theory is the most comfortable triggers would be to like put them along the sides, like right here. Like along like where the screen is. Because I think if they were right here, this would be a reasonably comfortable way to actually play. But again, that comes down to how long are your fingers. Because like if I put them, like for me, it's like almost at the top. But if someone with small hands is using it and their fingers only reach down here, then it's useless for them. They aren't going to like wiggle their hands all the way up to hit the triggers. Easy, just put the shoulder buttons on the front like I did for the Kill Me. And you know what? That's another reason why Shank revolutionizes the portabilizing industry. Front-facing triggers. But I will say the triggers on the new Wii Boy Color are better than like the original triggers I had. I'll show off like the original Wii Boy Color later and like what makes it different from like when I redesigned it. But that stuff had some pretty gnarly ideas. Okay, let's see. We got these. Okay. Oh, triggers on the front, face buttons on the back. Now you're thinking. When will the new secret code come out? So I'll be refreshing the code roughly every hour. So there's 24 codes total. And the codes are somewhat guessable. If you know me well enough, or you've been around for my modding career for the full 4 years, then you could probably guess a few of them. So you're welcome to go sit down and guess, but I think it would take a while to get very many of them. And then some of them are just completely random things that I thought of. But yeah, the plan is a code roughly every hour. Oh wait, no, this is the MC wire. Actually, that doesn't matter. It'll be fine. Yes, Thomas, you're right. That is the current price for a PS2 Eclipse. What do we do with the code? If you go in the pinned comment, there's the giveaway link. And then the giveaway has like, you can earn entries by like clicking on the YouTube channel, clicking on Twitter and whatnot. And then there's a secret code entry. So for every code you put in, you get 3 entries. And so it's just kind of a way to reward people who watch the stream longer. But that's it. You said you're going to a Discord VC. What server would that be on? BitBuilt? Yeah, so I'll be joining, there's a stream one. And it's not going to be public. Like I'm going to restrict who can join. Just, I'd rather not have someone come on and, like yell slurs or something. But yeah, that's the plan for the VC. So it'll probably mostly be like BitBuilt staff. I think Crazy Gadget is going to come on for a bit because I've met him before. I know he's chill. And maybe a couple other people. We'll see. It'll mostly just be a come in and see. I don't swear. Oh, that's all right. But another concern is here's the thing. If there's someone random who joins and they just I don't mesh well with them, that would also be awkward. So it's nothing personal, but I don't really want to be 12 hours deep into my 24-hour stream and trying to politely tell someone to leave because they're annoying. But, honestly, all of my viewers are perfect, wonderful people, so that actually wouldn't be an issue at all. You said in Discord that the Louis shell needs to be updated. What all do you need to change? So the biggest issue is that when 4-layer tech, changed the PMS light, they made it a little bit wider in one direction. That's how the real ginger comes out? Maybe. And so it doesn't fit properly in the current Louis shell. It's a really easy fix. I just need to move the screw post a little bit, and then it'll work fine. And then I've got a couple other small things I want to tweak. So it's pretty minor stuff. I just don't want people to be ordering cases right now, right before I update it. But I should make the changes next week. If you don't like see an update on the BitBuilt thread by the end of next week, then feel free to shoot me a message. Because I just need to sit down and do it. You know, actually, honestly, I might do it during the stream. Like, there's a point where I'm just burnt out and don't feel like building portables. I might just open up Inventor and make the changes live. That's reasonable content. Let's say I were to win the giveaway. How would I find out and how would I get it? I think you'll get an email. And so then through the email, I'll coordinate with you and get it shipped out. Okay, speaker. What is the new code? I'll post it in a sec. Let me get the last wires attached, and then I'll post a new code. Do you use a thermal camera to check if a portable Wii is overheating? That is one way to do it. But the easiest way to do it is, so the 4-layer tech boards, which, I guess disclaimer, I'm friends with the people who run the store. I know them well. I don't make any money off of the store, and they haven't, like, paid me to promote them at all. But they make boards for portable Wiis that are very cool. And so one of the features of their boards is that there's a thermistor you can install, like, on the Wii. And it takes, like, temperature readings, like, from where the Wii is the hottest. And so you can easily tell if your cooling setup isn't sufficient enough. Just by looking at the number that appears, like, in the Wii home menu. Sorry about the size change. You did what we could with the parts that were available. Yeah, I know. I'm sure you guys didn't want to do another redesign of the PMS Lite. But it's alright. Because the PMS does still fit in the Louis. I just have to shift it around. That's what I said? Yeah. Thermistors are very nice for making sure your Wii isn't overheating. Okay, I think we only got 2 wires left for this board. What apps do you recommend to put on a modded Wii? I guess it depends what you're doing. If you're building a portable Wii, then you just want RV Loader. It has everything you need for portable Wii, GameCube, game off of USB, Wii game off of USB, all that good stuff. And it also patches out things like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. You can patch them back in if you want them. But it's the perfect, like, tool for modding Wiis. If you're just doing, like, a home Wii setup, then it doesn't matter as much. RV Loader is still good. It's a very convenient tool where everything is all set up, from, like, one menu. So if I were to, like, mod a home Wii nowadays, that's probably what I would use. But there's all sorts of different apps and loaders you can check out. Oh, whoops. I got an overpriced Wii, but I'm scared to crack it open. How is it overpriced? Like, did you just pay way too much for it? Or did you, like, buy one of those, like... Well, no, if you had bought one of the motherboards off of eBay, you wouldn't have to crack it open. But one word of advice for anyone getting into, like, building portables. You need a certain kind of Wii motherboard called a 4-layer motherboard in order to, like, build a portable Wii. And there are people on eBay who will sell you a 4-layer motherboard for, like, $100. But you can get a 4-layer, like, actual Wii that has a 4-layer motherboard in it for, like, $20 usually. So, yeah, don't buy the eBay motherboards. Those are just scams. Just buy a Wii and tear it down yourself. That's the way to go. Okay, this board is all good to go. Let me just do a quick scan to see if there are any issues. Okay, I think it's all good. Oh, okay. How did you start building portables? So in like 2016, I was like getting into like GameCube emulation on like my laptop and whatnot. And I stumbled across like YouTube videos and like news posts about portable GameCubes. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. How can I buy one? And then I like looked at the prices, and they were all like, nobody builds these, and when they do, it's like $1,200. And at the time, I was like 15. I did not have the income to just drop $1,500 on something. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, then how do I build it myself? And then I eventually found the BitBuilt forums, and there were lots of good resources there about portable Wiis, which, if you want to build a portable GameCube, you should build a portable Wii. Because Wiis are GameCubes, and they are so much easier to work with and trim, and they have, well, they are still easier to mod. GameCube modding has gotten a lot better over the last, like, year because of PicoBoot, but... Okay, another awkward part of this build is getting this board into place, because I've got this screw post right here for the Wii, but I also have this screw post right here that sticks out. So Ginger, you're never going to believe this, but for home console, I main GameCube right now. I think I saw you talking about that a little bit. Isn't it because of like video options? Because you're a CRT weirdo? It sounds like there's some crazy stuff you can like force on the GameCube, which does seem cool. But what's the code? Oh, here, let me update the code real quick. Secret codes. Here we go. And okay, there's the new code. Place the pinned message. There we go. All right, there's your new code. That's another name of an old project of mine. It was my first good portable that I ever built. It was the first one I built that I could actually like play games. Oh wait, before I install this, I need to install a Kingston drive. Let's do that. Okay, this one's already soldered too. Should be fine. So another, well, it's fixable, but another issue with the Louis, or not the Louis, the Wii Boy Color, is that it relies on an old Kingston adapter, which is like a tiny micro SD to USB adapter, and that adapter isn't sold anymore. And so I need to find something else that is nice and thin and would work. Which I did buy a bunch of these. These are like a simple like Chinese USB to micro SD adapter. And these work properly with like the software, but they're just big. Like I didn't expect them to be this big. But they're much bigger than a Kingston adapter. So I don't think they're going to work for like a Wii Boy Color nearly as well, unfortunately. What are my thoughts on the Phantasy Star series? I have never played it. Actually, I've played a very small amount of it, because you can play Phantasy Star Online 2. You can play it on a Wii with like a custom like homebrew server. And so I had a guy that really wanted to do that. And so I relocated like the Wi-Fi module for him. And so I had to test that to make sure everything worked properly. And so I played like 10 minutes of the game on there. But that is the extent of my experience with Phantasy Star Online. Have you ever built a Raspberry Pi portable? I haven't. I don't really care to. Although, if I were, I think there are some cool like projects out there. I'm just not terribly interested in emulating like NES, SNES, N64. Maybe PS1. I think Raspberry Pis nowadays are a little more powerful. But it's just a lot of work for not a lot of reward, in my opinion. But it could be a good beginner project if you want to get into like soldering and portabilizing things. Because you don't have to deal with like trimming and whatnot. Hopefully that solder joint is better. Raspberry Pis are also unobtainium. Yeah, I saw Stoned Edge was having issues getting his hands on some. forgot how to twist these a bit. Yeah, sounds like a lot of people have been having issues getting their hands on Raspberry Pis. Hey, but you know what's still easy to get your hands on? Wii's, baby. The prices have gone up like a little bit, like in the last few years, but you can still pretty consistently find like 4-layer Wii's on eBay for like 20 bucks. So, thankfully there is no Wii shortage. Okay, wait, I gotta think. Okay, so I gotta cut these 3 a little short. Perfect. Fortunately, I have a stash of them. Yeah, has your stash grown since I last saw it? I think last time I was there, you had like 50 GameCube controllers and like 30 Wii's in your closet. But all the portabilizers are going to kill the world's Wii supply. You know, that is the unfortunate truth. And once we're done with the Wii's, we're moving on to Orphan Souls. But, for anyone wondering, there's like 100 million Wii's out there. So I think, I remember there was a post from Shank one time. It was like, if we destroyed like 1,000 Wii's every single day, like it would take like us 100 years to like destroy every single Wii in existence. So the relatively niche hobby of portabilizing is unlikely to ruin everyone's Wii supply. I mean, more Wii's get like thrown in the trash like on a daily basis than probably get cut up in a year, if I had to guess. Okay, there we go. Let me grab. So I personally think that the sweet spot for like storage on a portable Wii is probably 128 gigs. But I'm putting 256 gig ones in these because, I don't know, sometimes people have a lot of games they want to put on there. But like a 128 gigabyte drive can hold like at least 50 GameCube and Wii games. And I think most people don't have more than 50 GameCube and Wii games that they really want to play at a time. But some people are sickos. So 256 is just kind of the, yeah, whatever, here's more. Does the Wii Boy Color support motion control? Some games require it. So there's a software in the portables called GC to Wiimote, which lets you map like GameCube controller functions to like an emulated Wii remote. And it does have things for like shaking, but it doesn't have like fine controls like tilt this way or tilt that way yet. So you would still need to use like an external Wii remote, because if you relocate Bluetooth, you can just like connect up a Wii remote like you would to a normal Wii and then just use it. But so putting motion controls inside of a portable is possible, but nobody has done it since like 2019, because Jackson S did it on his Wii SP 2.0, and then nobody has done it since because it's a lot of work. But I would imagine there's probably going to be a pretty clean solution that someone develops for it at some point. But for now, there's not much. Yeah, Shank wants his 60 copies of Super Smash Bros. Melee. What a shocker. What camera are you using to record? So the top-down camera is a Sony a7 II, which I'll be honest, I am not using this thing to its full potential. I need to like sit down one day and figure out how to actually use it. And then the webcam is like What is that? A Note 8, I think? I think it's my old Note 8. I'll be honest, if you're like getting into YouTube stuff, don't buy a camera. Use your phone camera. Phone cameras are really good. Like for most of the recording stuff I did on my last couple videos, I used the camera on my S21 Ultra or whatever. And it looks good because you can just kind of point your camera at something, and cameras are meant to be idiot proof. So you can get a pretty good picture, like almost no matter what. But with a camera, you have to actually like tell it what to do and set it up and be good with it. So definitely don't go out and spend a bunch of money on a camera. Your phone camera will be fine. Like, I'll be honest, I think the worst shots, the worst looking shots in my videos are the ones where I use this camera to just like point down at something. But yeah. Yeah, that's a good reason to upgrade. The camera, my S22 Ultra, absolutely sucks. Really? Did they mess it up like between S21 and S22? Cause I mean, I don't know if the camera in my phone is like mind blowing, but it's good. Won't be able to stay much longer, but all the best for the stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'll be here for a while, so if your schedule opens up, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, dang it. Alright, we're going back to trying to wrestle this board into place. Another challenge of it is that I have this button that needs to sit in here until the board is in place. And it always likes to fall out. Stay there. No. Yeah, phones are crazy. What's my favorite thing that I've created? That's like choosing my favorite child. I think the coolest looking portable I've ever made was like turning the Fate GameCube portable into a real thing. I think that's my like coolest looking project. I was really happy with how that one turned out. I think the Wii Boy Color is close because it's a portable Wii the size of a Game Boy Color, which is just cool. And like the all white look to it is just really nice. Although I am a little fatigued on all white portables because after I posted that video, everyone just wanted all white portables. So it's a little tricky. Okay, wait, you know what? I think Pink Sweerin is spitting in the chat. Put your phone away, bust out the 3DS. I never really understood like why the 3DS and Wii U like had a camera on them. Like, I feel like I've seen more jokes about, like, people bringing their 3DS to an event to record it than I have, like, actual uses for using your 3DS as a camera. Because, like, even when the 3DS released, like, phones were very common. It wasn't like people were out there like, oh, man, I wish I had, like, a portable camera I could just bring around that was attached to another device. But how else would you play Face Raiders? That sounds like a terrible game. But you know what? Maybe it was hype. Maybe I'm wrong on this one. 3D YouTube video, Pog? Did I enable like a 3D setting or something? Or is that something else? Oh, okay. Wacky effect. Okay, never mind, never mind. I stand corrected. If it had like the photo booth equivalent that like Max used to have, or maybe they still have, then it's definitely worth having. Oh, okay. 3D music video? Somehow I'm not shocked that there was only one. But I guess that is cool. Are you into custom mechanical keyboards? That's something I'm interested in. It's one of those, like, when I've got a bunch of money and time, I do want to build a really nice mechanical keyboard. I've got a younger brother who is really into custom PC stuff. And so he helped me, or like he recommended some parts for a custom keyboard, and I built it. But I think I cheaped out on too many of the parts. It's not good. Like the spacebar is the worst sounding thing in the world. And I tried to make like custom keycaps, and the keycaps are cool because like when they heat up, they turn from pink to gold, which looks sick because like when you're like playing games, like there's sort of this heat map of where your hands have been. But I was using a pretty bad resin casting setup, and so the keycaps are a little loose. They can pop off, and so I spent a whole bunch of time making those, and then I just kind of had this like not good keyboard. So I was kind of burnt on custom keyboards for a little bit, but I am interested. I'll get back into it at some point and probably invest a little more so I get something nice out of it. But I currently just have like a Steel Series red switches mechanical keyboard, and it does the job. Okay. Next, I think we're gonna drop in the cooling system. Where are the fans? Okay. Yeah, these. Also, if you're wondering, oh, hey Anna, how's it going? I guess I can't even zoom out to show, but this, like, palette worth of fans right here is something I bought when I was doing Weeboy color commissions. So, we have plenty of fans for any future portables I build. I think I've still got like 50 of them left. I don't know if I'm going to be able to work through all of them in my portabilizing career, but I'm not likely to run out. Yeah, resin casting, I'd highly recommend. If you want to get into like console modding and whatnot, it's just fun. And it's like, it's relatively cheap to get into. I'd say you probably have to spend like $100 on like initial molds and resin and then like fun stuff to put into them. But it's not like portabilizing where you have to buy like a soldering iron and whatnot. Although honestly, you could probably get all the tools for portabilizing for like $100. But yeah, resin casting is very fun because you could just kind of mix stuff together and be like, oh, I don't know what this is going to make. And sometimes you get something really cool. Sometimes you don't. But what's your favorite Nintendo game? That's a good question. I really liked Breath of the Wild when it first came out. But then I replayed it recently, like, because Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out. I didn't have nearly as much fun with it. I think, like, most of the fun I had was because I was super hyped for it, which is fine, but I don't know if that's necessarily my favorite anymore. But I'm a big fan of Pikmin. Pikmin 2. I really, really like Pikmin 2. I'm excited for Pikmin 4. But yeah. Guess if I had to pick a favorite, I'd pick Pikmin 2. Alright, Shank. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you later. Have you finished Breath of the Wild 1 yet? I mean, I beat it. Like, I think I did, like, on my first playthrough, I think I did, like, 80 of the shrines. And then I went and beat Ganon, because I was kind of done at that point. I certainly didn't 100% it. I didn't do every side quest. I didn't do every shrine. I didn't get every Korok seed. But I would say I experienced, like, most of what Breath of the Wild has to offer. Like, I went to every, like, section of the map and whatnot. And I had fun. I think it's a pretty good game. I played Breath of the Wild for like 6 hours and never played it again. Yeah, that's fair. Real ones pick Donkey Kong. I will say, I didn't grow up with Donkey Kong, but I played Donkey Kong Country recently, and that was fun. Like the original. And then I played like half of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and I had fun with it. I just need to like actually sit down and finish it. But I do think Donkey Kong is cool. Alright, and here's my wealth of heat sinks. Oh, hang on. It's my cat. Want to come in? Want to come in? Alright, and my cat's unhappy right now because there's loud noises coming from upstairs and I'm being loud in here, so. Lego NES in the background? Yes, I did get the Lego NES. I built it with a friend over Christmas break a couple years ago. It's pretty fun. I am interested in the, they have like a question block one with like Super Mario 64 stuff in it. And that set looks really cool. It's just like, spending $230 on a Lego set is not something I could justify every day. But I think that's probably going to be my next acquisition. Alright, heatsink in place. Oh, that's a wire. I thought that was like glare. Never played Zelda either. Not interested? Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, I think the Zelda games I grew up with are the ones I care about most, which is like Wind Waker and Four Swords Adventures. I've started other Zelda games, but even like the ones that people rave about, like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, I just can't get that into. But I am a big fan of Wind Waker, because that was the game I had as a kid. Actually, I think my grandma had it. So whenever I go over to Grandma's house, I got to play Wind Waker. Played so much of the Four Swords demo on DSi? Yeah, that's right. I forgot there was like a... I don't think it was a port. I think it was just like a little expansion. But yeah, it is cool that it was on DSi. I never had like the Game Boy Advance or a Game Boy Advance adapter, so I never got to play like Four Swords Adventure with multiple people. But the single player thing was still fun enough as a kid. Okay. And we're gonna squish all the wires down. And then we're off the fan wires over. What's my favorite Mario game? It's tough to say. I really like Sunshine, Galaxy 1 and 2, Odyssey. I think those are all really good. I didn't grow up with Mario 64, and so like I have to respect it as one of the greats, but like I personally don't like have a particular love for it. But my favorite, honestly, it might be Odyssey. I think Odyssey was really, really fun. And like when I go back, like I've replayed Odyssey a couple times, and like I still have lots of fun replaying it because there's always stuff that I missed and didn't find. But Mario Sunshine, but then it's just like tough to choose between Sunshine and Galaxy. I do think Galaxy is realistically the better game, because Mario Sunshine has some not fun sections. Like Mario Sunshine used to be like my go-to like playtesting game on portables, but I'm sick and tired of killing of like the eel level or like the secret levels that are in the later worlds, or having to do like the hotel levels where you just like run around and have to remember like this one specific path. But Diddy Kong Racing is great. I had it for the DS as a kid, and I enjoyed it. I don't think I've ever played the N64 version, but I assume they're probably pretty similar. Oh, okay, my cat is climbing her tower, so the camera might be shaking because it's attached to her tower. We should play Diddy Kong Racing? Probably a pretty easy way to set that up. I need more emulators to have like a convenient like Dolphin Net Play setting. Because playing GameCube games and Wii games with my friends online is really, really easy. But like I tried to play like Super Mario World with a friend one time, and it was a headache to try and like, I think we were trying to use like RetroArch to get that working. But maybe there's a better way out there. I need to do more research. But that is one thing I love emulation for. It's actually playing games with people online. Are you staying awake the full stream? That's the plan. I don't have... I mean, I guess I could, like, drag a mattress in here and sleep on the floor, but... I don't know. The goal is to stay awake for the full 24 hours. Sleeping on stream is kind of cheating. We need the built Mario Party tournament. We could probably set that up at MGC. There's got to be at least, like, 16 of us. Probably. We can get the Ben Hack guys in if we need to. There's a ROM hack that remakes Odyssey in SM64. I think I saw that one. That one did look cool. Okay, next. Okay, we need thermal paste. I remember hearing that the online Diddy Kong Racing DS still just works. Really? I wonder if there are people who still use it. Because I remember back in like... what would that have been? Like 2010, 2011? I remember like trying to join the online in Diddy Kong Racing. And there was just no one there. It was a dead world. There was no one to play with. But nowadays there's probably like a Discord server. Where people would like be like, yo, I'm getting on at 6! And everyone could play together. Weirdly enough, I have been censored. I'm not sure what moderation settings I have set up on my YouTube channel, so there might be some weird stuff still. Okay. I noticed your water bottle. Is it the Smoky Mountains bottle? I don't know. It was just like on the shelf. The brand on it is Manna. M-A-N-N-A. But like I needed a new water bottle and I went to the store and I was like, oh, you know, that one looks cool. I'll just use that one. The one issue I have with it is it's like so big and heavy that like the handle just like broke on it. Which is a huge pain. Well, not a huge pain. It's a moderate pain. Because like when this thing fell out of my backpack, it just snapped it first time. So... anyways, that's my Manna water bottle review. Looks sick, but don't drop it. Hey Dorito Bob, doing pretty well. We're only like an hour and a half in, so still plenty of time for me to feel miserable. Okay. Cooling setup is installed. I think now we get to move on to the PMS. So this PMS board is what handles like battery charging and the voltage regulators of the system. So it's pretty important. Let's see. I want to put a little captain tape. What's your favorite kind of stick? You know, a joystick. I am not particularly well versed in like what makes a good joystick. I mean, I could tell you ones I don't like. I don't like the Nintendo Switch joysticks. Oh, shocker. Where are my scissors? I remember putting them into my little tool thing. But they're gone. And I can't blame anyone but myself, because I'm the only one that lives here. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. I like GameCube joysticks. I like the funny shape of them. I mean, the controller I use, like for most controller games, is a PS5 controller. Sticks on those feel pretty nice. But I'll be honest, if you probably like put a Xbox controller and a PS5 controller in front of me and asked me to tell which was which, I'd probably only be able to tell by the feel of the grip. Mine are arcade sticks. The clickiness is satisfying. That's pretty fair. I've got a arcade stick that I was gonna put in like a big project a while back. I think now it's gonna have a different use in a future project, but I'll use it at some point. Yeah, I agree. 3DS slider, I also prefer to switch joysticks. Can you use the disk drive of the Wii as like a regular drive on a PC? Not easily. There might be some, there's definitely like some way to convert it if you really wanted to like do it, but it would just be more cost effective to buy like a standalone disk reader that works over USB. Hey, thanks, Caleb. Glad you enjoy the content. Okay, so most of the wires from the top board go to the PMS. Oh, wait, before I forget, let's install the thermistor. So this little blue thing is what I was talking about earlier. This is what reads the temperature of the portable. So on newer PMS boards, it'll actually tell you like what temperature the portable is, which is really nice. My thoughts on 8-bit DOE controllers? I have never used one, so I'm not qualified to speak on them. I think I've got like an 8-bit DOE adapter for like GameCube controllers, and that works reasonably well. But I haven't used any of their actual controllers. What's my favorite console? If we're talking about like quality of the games, I would probably say GameCube. Like GameCube just has so many classics, so many games I really, really like. But if we're talking about like hardware and like functionality, I don't know. Like I like that the Switch is portable. I think that's cool. I'm a really big fan of the Steam Deck. I've been loving my Steam Deck. And so if that counts as a console, I might actually just say Steam Deck. But that's kind of cheating because it's just kind of a PC. So, I mean, I'm a big fan of my PC. I get a lot of use out of that. But if I could only have one console to play games on, I'd probably pick GameCube. GameCube sold poorly in Japan? Yeah. As far as console performance, the GameCube did not do well. But as far as game quality, GameCube did pretty well. GameCube? Why not Wii? I mean, I guess I could cop out and say, like, the Wii, because the Wii can play Wii and GameCube games. That's a fair enough reason. But I don't know, the GameCube is just a funny shape, you know? It's ironic that the Wii is just an upgraded version of the GameCube. Yep. It is what it is. But you know what? It's very fortunate for us portabilizers. Because if GameCube portables were still the only way to play GameCube games portably, that would be rough. Same reason I picked a PS1 over a PS2? Yeah. Very similar situation. Okay, this wire is 3.3 volts. I think someone said the GameCube looked like a toy. Is one reason it didn't do well? Maybe. I think the GameCube's biggest problem is that Nintendo is still competing in like the high power video game systems. Like GameCube was a top of the line system for like 2001. Like it was comparable in power to the PS2. And the Wii was Nintendo's first like, okay, we're no longer competing with PlayStation and Xbox on like actual power. We are now competing with them on like family. We are the family console. We do funny motion controls. And so the Wii U was competing in its own area, and they marketed it really well, and so it performed super well. And I think marketing on the GameCube was a little lackluster, because the PS2 was just better in a lot of ways. Is this Celeste music? Yes, this is Celeste music. What's my favorite game on Wii Sports / Wii Sports Resort? I mean, on Wii Sports Resort, the sword game was a classic. I feel like I spent more time in the sword game than any other game. If we're talking like classic Wii Sports, I don't know. I replayed Wii Sports recently with a friend. We had a lot of fun. Definitely not golf. Definitely not boxing. I think I like baseball more than the average person does. But I don't know. I might just have to go bowling. Can't go wrong with Wii Sports bowling. Real Chads choose rowing? Was that on Wii Sports Resort? I don't remember rowing at all. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was on there. They had a lot of weird games. I remember rowing in Mario and Sonic at the Olympics. But I don't remember it in Wii Sports Resort. Did you make your own PC? Yeah, I built my own PC. Building a PC is not that hard after having done portable Wiis for a while. So there's a lot more resources and everything is just plug and play. No soldering. And it's kind of fun to put everything together. Although I don't think I'd want to build PCs for a living. Kind of like portables, but definitely have hundreds of hours in Wii Sports Golf. I don't know. I didn't love golf that much as a kid. Okay. We got to figure out which of these wires is which. Okay. Trying to make a portable Wii for a senior project. Can't get RV loader running. I don't know. Could be a few different reasons. Did you format your USB drive to FAT32, 32 kilobyte clusters? Are you running RV loader off of the USB and not the SD card? That's where I'd start, but you're probably better off asking for help in the RV loader section on the BitBuilt Discord. So I can offer suggestions, but if you're struggling with that step, then there's a lot of things you could be doing wrong. Okay. This wire is 1.8 volts. PC specs? I've got a 3070. I've got a Ryzen something. I don't remember what it is. It was the one where it's like you had to spend like an extra like $300 to get to the next best one, and the performance wasn't all that much better. I built the PC last year, like middle of last year. So it's not some insane 4090 Titan or whatever, but it's good enough for what I do. Oh, did the music die again? It did. There we go. $5600X and a GTX 1080 here. I think those are about the specs of my old PC. That PC ran fine. I just wanted a better one. Because I thought that the 3070 would be enough for 4K, but I was just dumb. And it's definitely not. But it definitely runs games better than my old PC. And it does editing stuff a lot better. Because I got a much better CPU. Which is nice. What's your opinion on homebrewing the 3DS and Wii U? Go for it. I'm not sure how easy it is to mod the 3DS nowadays. But Wii U is easy. Like, no console will ever be as easy as the Wii, but it's still relatively straightforward. Yeah, I've got a 4K monitor. I'm not looking to even touch 8K right now. That is way too many pixels. Okay, so now I'm wiring up the LED. It's just 3 wires. R. G. And B. Gonna have to go. See you in the morning. Sounds good. Yeah, it does sound like a nice PC. Which console do you think should never be portable? Well, I think maybe you mean like could never be portable? Because I'm all down for like, there's no reason to not portabilize any console if it's possible. But the hardest ones to portabilize are always going to be like the newest consoles. Because as things get more powerful, they use more power, which is hard to run off of batteries. So like your current generation PS5, Xbox Series S1, G, whatever their awful naming scheme is right now that I can never remember, and sounds exactly like their last 4 consoles. Those probably aren't ever really going to be portabilized. At least until we get like mega batteries. So those are the most unlikely to ever be portabilized right now. But things change. You never know what tech the future will bring. Okay, let's see. We got... This one's Thesis? Yeah. Dude, don't hate on Xbox. No. Xbox is hype. They just don't know how to name their consoles. I swear, they have like a Wii U situation where they could just like name it something that makes it clear that it's the new one. But because it's like what this they call it. There was the Xbox One, there's the Xbox One S, then there was the Xbox One X, and then they have like the Xbox Series One and the Xbox Series X or something. Like, come on, man. All you had to do was Xbox 2. But I guess it does take a high IQ to get it. You're right. I'm not a high IQ Xbox gamer. I do have a PS5 because when I sold, I used to have like 2 PCs. One that I used for like recording and streaming, and then one that I used for gaming. Because my workstation and my PC were in separate rooms. But my new space, I've got more space, so I just use one PC for everything. And so I got a PS5 because I traded the weaker PC for it. And I turned it on, I got it set up, and I have not touched it since I got it. I like the controller it came with, but there's just like no games. And like the games that are on PS5 that I've wanted to play are also on Steam. And I would rather just play them on my PC and have them available on my Steam Deck. So, I don't know. I'll definitely use it when like the next Final Fantasy VII part comes out. But until then, I think it's just gonna sit on the shelf. Xbox Triple. I mean, that's probably a better name than what they've got. Ever played Ratchet and Clank? Not really. I think I've like played it a little bit, like when I built my PS2 portable. But I've never like sat down and like played it for an extended period of time. Seems like one of those series that people really like and is probably pretty good. But, you know, it's not Mario, so why would I play it? Okay, this wire isn't long enough. I don't know why that is, but that's a little lame. Okay, and then we're gonna attach the charge wire. What's my favorite GTA game? Well, I grew up in a good Christian household, so I didn't play much GTA as a kid. I have GTA 5, and like I've played it a little bit with friends, but that's just like I've like gone online and like messed around for an hour, blowing stuff up. I've never actually played like the story mode or whatever else it has to offer. Okay, before I forget, let me install the FFC connector. GTA 5 is his favorite game of all time. He's just shy about it. No, my favorite game is, what was the line game called that you play in the penthouse? That's just Tron. That's my favorite video game. And I have 400 hours in GTA 5 just in that game. GTA 5 online is very not safe at the moment. I am always impressed at how riddled with hackers it is. But if IP addresses are getting yoinked, that is a little scary. But someone asked something about the Virtual Boy. What was that? Could that be a cool modding project to make it into a better portable? Yes. But Shank already did it. There's a Shank Mods video called... I don't remember what it's called. But if you just look up Shank Mods Virtual Boy, that video should come up. And Shank did a really cool project where he turned a Virtual Boy into more of a usable handheld. So that's probably what you're looking for if you're interested in Virtual Boy stuff. I personally don't have too much interest in the Virtual Boy. I think Shank did like everything I would have interest in doing to a Virtual Boy. So I don't think I'll ever do like a video about it. But it's a cool project. Oh, the real boy. That's right. That's right. That's what it's called. Oh, okay. We gotta... Let's see. Okay, so we gotta install the battery clips now. So I've got these battery clips right here. The issue is that they're like too long. Like... Come on, focus, you moron. Alright, whatever. You can see the shiny part, but I have to trim them so that they're nice and small. Okay, that's whatever, I give up. And so the way I do that is... Where's my old pair of flush cutters? Are these my bad pair? These are probably my bad pair. Is I just take a pair of flush cutters and I squeeze really, really hard for a few seconds. And then I flip it over and I squeeze really hard again. Why did Nintendo originally make the kickstand so bad? I assume you mean on the Switch, but I'm not sure. I think the kickstand was just kind of like we'll put it on there, whatever. But it's certainly not the best thing in the world. Are ROMs illegal in your opinion? I think the better question would be, are ROMs unethical in your opinion? Because distributing and hosting ROMs online is illegal. Like, my opinion doesn't sway whether or not something is legal. But whether or not it's ethical, I think depends. Like, personally, I think it's good that there are archives of, like, retro games and whatnot online. Legality is subjective, bro. That's what I keep telling my lawyer. He disagrees. Like, I think it's good that people can experience GameCube games by just going online and downloading it. Because, like, popular GameCube games are super expensive. Like, it's like $100. Or maybe a little less. Probably you're paying between 70 and 100 for most, like, your Super Mario Sunshines, your Mario Kart Double Dashes. And, like, most of that is just, like, collectors. Or people who want to use original hardware. But if you just want to experience it and play it, Nintendo doesn't make any money off of those old games. You might as well be able to acquire them in some way and play them. Like, I would never get mad at someone for, like, downloading a GameCube game that they didn't really own. And I can understand people disagreeing with that, but I think that if a game is old enough that the original makers aren't making money off of it anymore, then whatever. Yeah, and it also depends on the country, because you're right. In the US, you're allowed to have, have ROM files, like, stored on your computer of games that you own. You have to do your own backups. Downloading games off of the internet that you already own is technically illegal. Is it morally, like, bad? Probably not. But again, it's all subjective. But I think in Japan, it's, like, super illegal in some ways, so you gotta be really careful. Yeah, and you're right, the flimsy switch kickstand did get fixed on the OLED. Although I've never used the OLED switch before, so I don't know too much about how it works, but it seems cool. I'm just not going to go out and buy another $300 Switch for a better screen, because I mostly play my Switch in docked mode when I do play it. Okay, and then I should... Here we go. What are you making? I am building a Wii Boy Color. So it's a portable Wii inside of a shell about the size of a Game Boy Color. So I've got a bunch of cases, a bunch of parts, so I'm going to see how many of them I can get assembled today. ROMs are essential in the futures when cartridges eventually die. Yeah, exactly. And from, like, archiving and, like, saving, like, point of view, yeah, ROMs are essential for that. Them existing online will be a good thing, just like copies of books existing online and whatnot, just so that they exist for future generations. Okay, the negative side is the right side. There we go. Could one of these be made to connect to, like, a USB-C dock? It would be a lot of work to get that working. Video out over USB-C is a huge headache. It's not just connect point A to here, point B to here, and bingo, you got it. I think a better solution would just be to have, like, an HDMI out port connected to, like, digital points on, like, the Wii's GPU. That'd probably be the best way to do video out. Now, I kind of cheat with my portable Wiis, and so you get USB out. So the internal USB, you can access it through the USB-C port. So if you connect one of these when it's finished to, like, a Wii that's modded in the same way, then you can continue your games and your saves on a TV, which is kind of like having video output. It's just that an entire Wii is the dock for it. So it's a little cheap. I certainly wouldn't call it, like, full-on video out. But you essentially get the important stuff in video out through it. When do you think Nintendo will release its new console? I would expect them to take another, like, 2 years at least before they release anything new. Before they release the Switch Pro or whatever it is they're doing next. Because the Switch has sold really, really well. They're still making games for the Switch. And they don't need, like, a new console right now. Like, they're competing in their own little world. I guess the Steam Deck is kind of encroaching on their territory. But they're still big Nintendo. They're doing fine. But Battery clips are all installed. That should be good. It might be Wii time. Let me just think if there's anything else. What Wii U games would you like to see ported to the Switch? I mean, they've ported almost everything at this point. Like, I think the only, like, Wii U games I care about that aren't on the Switch is, like, the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HDs. And so those would be cool to see. But if Nintendo hasn't done it yet, I don't know if they're going to. Like, it's weird, because they very clearly could port Wii U games very easily. They've done it with, like, everything. Bayonetta, Pikmin, Donkey Kong Country, what else? Yeah, so there must be some internal reason for them not doing it yet. Okay, I'm gonna tin these pads. Alright, I think it's time to install a Wii. Oh, new code time, new code time. Code. Alright, hang on. Here we go. There we go. New code is up. Wii U version is always better, like Breath of the Wild. Sarcasm. I remember there was a thing where I think like Breath of the Wild like ran slightly better for speedruns, like on the Wii U. Although that might have changed. That was like years ago, like when Breath of the Wild like first came out. But I wouldn't be surprised if there are some Wii U games that run better on Wii U than the Switch. Okay. So, this right here is a Nintendo Wii that has been cut very small. So, all it has is it has the Wii's GPU, the Wii's CPU, the Wii's RAM. It has the NAND storage, so essentially the equivalent of like a hard drive or an SSD in a computer. And it has the video out chip, which essentially converts the GPU stuff into like normal like computer signals. So this isn't as small as you can go. Hang on, let me go grab the small Wii. Alright, here we go. So this is essentially as small as a Wii can get. So this Wii trim works. At least it did when I trimmed it a couple years ago. It's been sitting in a baggie for like 2 or 3 years. So on this trim, hang on, let me grab a normal trim so I can show the 3 phases. Okay, so this is the default easy Wii trim. So most portables use this one. And so none of the big chips are relocated, and it's still reasonably small. Like, you could definitely turn this into a handheld. Most portable Wiis use this one. And then there's this trim, which is called the Lamau trim, because it was named back in 2017 or something. And so it's the same as the other trim, but you have to relocate the NAND chip. So the NAND chip like sticks way out here. And so there's a custom flex board that 4-Layer Tech sells right now. And so you just relocate it further in, and then you're able to trim it smaller. And then the final evolution of Wii trimming is the Omega trim. So you're now able to cut off the AVE chip, and then you can relocate that. Or you can use like a different video setup. But yeah, this is as small as you can trim a Wii. Like you might be able to cut in like a little bit closer on a couple parts, but this is as small as it gets. Even if you did like a motherboard redesign where you like transplanted every single chip onto a different board, it still wouldn't be any smaller than this, because for this you have to like take things and stack them on top of each other. But I don't know. I think this trim is really, really cool. Like that it's even possible. At some point I'll use a project that uses it. I'll build a project that uses it. But back into the baggie it goes for the next 2 years. But this is the trim we're using. Got to attach some voltage wires to it real quick. RAM relocation when? I think the RAM has pretty tight clock timings, so unfortunately we may never see that world. Okay. If I can use this. Oh, video wire. Okay. Make a portable and a VS shell with it, or a Vita shell. I think that would probably work. I think the issue with like PSP portables and PS Vita portables is there's not much space for batteries. Like it's just a really tight fit. So I think that's why you don't see those all too much. But LiPos are a little easier to use nowadays, so you could fit some sort of battery setup into there. Okay, my soldering iron, I need to replace something in it. I swapped out, there's like the thing that heats it up, and I swapped that and that didn't fix my issue. The heat just like randomly fluctuates on it, and right now it's too low. And I think it's something to do with like the wire of the Hacko. I think something broke inside of it. Did you play Knuckles Chaotix before? I'm not sure what that is, so no, I have not played it. If it's a Sonic ROM hack, I'm not a big Sonic guy, so I definitely haven't played it. If it's just its own standalone game, then still haven't played it. Yeah, I don't know about the Forbidden Pasta strat, but a RAM relocation might be possible with a custom circuit board. Put the RAM on the back. I mean, sure. But like, where on the back are you gonna put it? Like, that like wouldn't just take up more space or the same amount of space. I mean, I guess you could like extend it somewhere and have like a different shaped board, but realistically, for the amount of effort it takes, you're not gonna like save space. How long have you been using that tip? I just replaced it like a month ago. I used the same soldering tip for like 5 years. And I was like, all right, you know what? It's time to replace it. And so it does have a fresh tip in it, so I don't think the tip is the issue. And I replaced like the white like ceramic heating element. And that also didn't fix it. So, yeah. That motherboard size is amazing for a home console? Yeah. I think maybe like a modder like infiltrated Nintendo headquarters in like 2005 and designed the Wii motherboard for them. Because it is the perfect like designed motherboard for building portables with. Like it doesn't get any better than what this is. Do you ever plan to release the files for the Wii Boy Color? Maybe. The issue is that some of the parts aren't available anymore that you need to build them, specifically for the USB board. I think all the PMS stuff is back in stock, but the USB-C stuff still isn't. So I'd have to redesign the USB-C board to use new parts. Most of the other design stuff would stay the same. But, I don't know. It'd be a lot of work. So maybe at some point in the future, if I want to do the Wii Boy Color 2.0, I'd probably release those files for people to build. But current version just has enough small issues that I don't just want to like open source the files raw, throw it out there, and then deal with questions. Have you ever trimmed a Wii U? No, I haven't. The Wii U uses a lot of power, and people have done some like shallow probing into like whether or not the Wii U could be trimmed. And it doesn't look super promising. It would be a very high effort trim, but it's certainly not out of the question. Like, there's a guy in France named Benji, I believe, and he's been like building a portable Xbox 360. He like did a bunch of reverse engineering on the motherboard, found an actual trim that would work, and so he's going crazy with that. And the Xbox 360 has generally been considered to be, yeah, you can't really trim it. But he's found a trim, he's got it working, and he's doing a big series on his YouTube channel. I think his name is like Milo Maker, M-I-L-O Maker. So very cool channel. If you want to check out like what does like cutting edge portabilizing look like, because Wii stuff has been figured out for years. I'm just doing what's been done before. I'm not doing anything new here, but stuff like that is very cool. Okay, I got the wires all put on. A Wii and PS PSU. No, I've never had a reason to do that. Okay, let's see. No one said a Wii and a Wii Fit board. You're right. I revolutionized the Wii Fit industry. I can take that, put that on my tombstone. Or my pyramid. Because I'm going to have a pyramid when I die. I'll be that important to humans. I mean, Chrome OS is just the Chromebook operating system, isn't it? Chromebooks got brought out like the last year I was in high school. So I've used Chrome OS a little bit. Can't say it's one I care to use all too often, but it works for what it's meant for. Okay, let me make sure it actually goes down. Okay, perfect. The Pyramid? Yeah, exactly. Alright. Thermal paste. Where did I put my bottle of thermal paste? Oh, okay, it fell over. Which is easier, PS2 or Wii trim? Wii trims are easier, in my opinion. The PS2 trim requires a lot more rewiring. But it's not impossible. Like, if you have no interest in the Wii and you just want to do a PS2 portable, a PS2 trim is not that much harder than a Wii trim. But a Wii trim is certainly easier. A pyramid made out of Soulja Boy consoles. Well, unfortunately, Nintendo would take down my pyramid for copyright infringement, so we can't do that. I appreciate the suggestion, though. Okay, let's get it all lined up. There we go. And now I squish. Okay, perfect. No, I've never ordered thermal paste in bulk. I think I do have like 3 or 4 of these little like Arctic Silver things somewhere though, which is good because this one's almost out. But never needed to buy thermal paste in bulk because you only need a tiny amount for every portable Wii. Although I have gone through a few bottles over the years. Okay, I need 6mm screws. Here we go. What do you think of the original GBA design? I never owned one as a kid. I had a GBA SP and like a DS, but I never had the original Game Boy Advance, so I can't give an informed opinion on it. There's a flux capacitor. What happens when you spill flux onto the capacitor? Potentially. I think that's more of a flux said capacitor, but... Have you seen the videos about hacking the Game & Watch? They're all blurred now because of Nintendo. Yes, I actually hacked one of those little Game & Watches because I sold someone a portable and they were like, hey, could you hack the Game & Watch for me? I was like, sure, I guess. And so I got to do that whole process. It was kind of tricky to figure out the first time because there's a whole bunch of like Linux command prompt stuff you've got to do. You've got to swap out like an SMD like NAND storage chip. It's not the easiest mod in the world, but it was kind of neat. I'll be honest, I don't really know if it's worth the effort. Like, after doing it for someone else, I have no interest in doing it for myself, but it's a neat little thing. But yeah, all of the like guides and tutorials for it are blurred out on YouTube because of Nintendo. They were like, no, you can't mod this actually. Which, I don't know why they chose those tutorials of all tutorials to blur out. Like, I mean, I guess modding your own Game & Watch to, like, play other NES games would, like, make you less likely to subscribe to Nintendo Switch Online, where you can play NES games legitimately. But, yeah. If I'm going to put all that effort into modding something, I'd definitely rather mod something else. But it's cool that it's possible, and that people took the time to figure that out and open source their projects and whatnot. Old school Sega trim. So there's a guy, I don't know where he posts. I think he mostly posts on Twitter. Hang on, I think my thermistor is getting in the way. What's going on? Maybe not. Is it just... it seems like more pressure than usual. Figure it out later. What was I saying? Yeah. The guy who does Saturn portables. He'll just like randomly post pictures on Twitter. And what he does is he literally just cuts the Saturn board in half and then runs wires individually for every single trace that gets cut through. It's a wild technique that I would never once attempt. But it works for him. He's built all sorts of cool, like, Sega Saturn portables. It's like, wow, okay. That's one method, but not a method I would like to employ on a regular basis. If you were Nintendo, what would you do with the Wii U and 3DS? I mean, probably nothing. Like, they've got the Switch now, and that's... It doesn't really make sense for them to be supporting, like, an old handheld when they've got, like, a new one that they're making stuff for. So, I think, like, moving on to new things is probably all you can do. But that's just how it is. You have 9 entries out of the 7,000, so 0.13 chance. That's not awful. Big fan of your work and Shanks. I was wondering if it would be possible to get these internals in the body of a Switch Lite with a white shell and a blue screen bezel. Would look very Wii-ish. Switch Lite would be a tricky, like, build size to work around because it's so thin. But you get something roughly like that. I mean, the Louis is essentially just a thick Switch Lite. But if you wanted to go all out and use lipos and a really thin cooling setup, it would be possible. but I don't think you'd get great battery life out of it. Alright, now we're soldering down all the voltage wires. Did you already 3DS you regret modding? I have a modded 3DS. I don't really regret modding it though. I don't know if I've ever had like a console that I was like, oh, you know, I really regret modding that one. I would like to be able to mod my like day one Switch, but I don't want to risk like losing my save files or like my eShop games if like I do something that Nintendo deems bad. Because I've been messing around with like Switch emulation on my PC recently, and Switch games just run better on a PC compared to like actual Switch hardware. At least in a lot of cases, not every game. And so I'd love to be able to get some of my saves off of like my main Switch, but I don't want to risk like losing the Switch. So I'll have to look more into it in the future. Do you think Splatoon on 3DS shall be real? No, I don't think so. I think Nintendo is going to focus all Splatoon development into their new consoles. You could buy another Switch and mod your old one? That's probably a smart method. I do have a second Switch that is modded. It had like a broken touchscreen, and I got it for pretty cheap. So that one's modded, but that doesn't really help me with my save file situations. But I guess getting another new Switch would help. Because then I can move everything to the new one, like take the old one like completely offline and then get the saves off of it. But oh, okay. So when you dual boot the NAND, is the other NAND just like totally safe? Although the issue is I think the saves are saved to the NAND, if I had to guess. Unless you can configure it to be saved to the like micro SD or something. I don't know. That's something I haven't looked into enough. There's probably a safe method to get my saves off of it with, but I just haven't taken the time to really look for it. Oh, I forgot to check. No. This one should be fine. A couple of the trims I've got, I trimmed a little too close up top, and so the USB data lines got severed. But this one should be fine, because I had to do a few extra trims to round out my trim numbers. And this is one of those. Oh, okay. The saves get copied over anyways. Okay, that's good to know. I'll probably do that at some point then. Thanks for letting me know. I'm far from an expert on Switch modding. Okay. Now we're going to connect up the USB wires. Actually, we're going to hold off on USB for a little while. I think what I want to do now is I want to drop in a couple batteries and see if it works. So I'm going to wire up composite video and connect it to my testing monitor. And then see if we can get video out. Because if the Wii outputs video, then that means everything I've done up until this point should, for the most part, be good. It's not a guaranteed check on everything, but it checks most things. Or at least checks the big stuff. Where can I find a plain Wii Fit board 3D model? I don't know. I made a very rough Wii Fit board model for the video, like just as like a gag in it. But I don't know if there's actual like a good model of it out there. There might be though. Could you hypothetically make a portable using a Wii motherboard with custom software that could run specific game files, essentially creating a new portable entirely? Not really. I mean, that kind of sounds like you're talking about like using the Wii's hardware and then like writing a new OS for it. But Wii hardware isn't that powerful. Like, you would never want to use a Wii as a computer in current day. There'd be better systems out there, like handheld PCs, that would probably just be better. It's another one of those might be possible, but like for the amount of work it would take, there's probably better options out there. I'm not knowledgeable enough about 3D Homebrew to know if like old Homebrew setups are better than new ones. I don't even remember how I modded mine when I got it. There was some method I used, I'm sure. But I modded mine years ago. You could load Linux on it? I think there is a Linux fork for the Wii, but even then, I don't know what games a Wii running Linux would even be capable of running. Okay. So what I've done here is I've just wired up like a composite port really quick. And then this is just an easy way to get video out for testing purposes. Okay. Largo, thanks for the $5. Longtime supporter, found your stuff through Shank when you made the Altoids video. Can't wait for your future projects. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Future project, it's going to be a little while. Because I'm in my, like, essentially last big semester of college. But I got plenty of ideas. The next video isn't going to be a new project necessarily. I just want to do a video where I put together, like, a bunch of other portables that other people have built. And then kind of talk about them, show how they're made, cool stuff about them. And just do that as a video. So that's my current plan. I'll probably be doing more live streams when I assemble each of those portables. I don't know if those are going to be on YouTube or Twitch, but I'll definitely post about it on like Twitter and Instagram when I do it. But if you found me when Shank posted the Altoids video, then that means you saw like Waker of the Weaned, which that's a classic video. Okay, so here, hang on. You can kind of, let me switch scenes. So what we're hoping for here is that when I press this power button, that screen is going to turn black. And if that happens, then we are happy. If that doesn't happen, then we are sad. So, oh! It did it! Ooh! So the black screen, you can see some text on it. That just means the Wii booted. It turned on, so it's getting the right voltages. It's getting the right boot signals. So that's good. And now we're going to take the batteries out. This is why battery clips are really nice, because you want to have no power flowing through the system when you're soldering to stuff. And so I just take the batteries out. It's now a dead system. I don't have to worry about shorting stuff or blowing up batteries or whatever. All right, there we go. So we all get to be happy for the next hour because it worked. Oh, wait, that is not the right scene. There we go. I mean, you gotta bust out the Pog champ for when things are Pog. Perfect timing for the Nintendo Minute music? Suppose so. I want a phone with gaming controls, yet nobody really makes them. Yeah, there's a couple weirdo ones out there. I don't remember which company. I think like Nokia did one. And they're all a little goofy. But I think your best option is just like a Bluetooth controller that it slots into. But okay. So now that we know the Wii boots, I'm like content to attach these other wires. I always hold off on attaching these wires until we know the Wii boots, just so that I'm less likely to have to remove them all later, which is kind of a headache, but Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Wheelchairs in the works too. Hey, don't leak my new projects. Paper towel cam. I mean, that is the most exciting part. Thank you for the 5, Y2K. I do hope we get more successful boots. The good news is that I know with 100% certainty that all of the Wii's in this pile right here work. I sat down, I tested them all. They work fine. So troubleshooting like trimmed Wii's is a pain sometimes, especially when you have the NAND relocated, because it's difficult to tell if every single one of these little connections is like still in properly. The hammers aren't going again. Don't put hammers in the chat. Don't lie to the people. Okay, I think next up is just to attach all these wires. And once I have these wires attached, I think that's it for this half of the board. Then we'll get to move on to building... Oh, wait. Oh, that's gonna... Okay, slight problem. I should have checked this earlier. This button right here is stuck. The button is too thick or something, and you can't... It's like permanently pressed, which is bad. That's gonna be a pain to fix. You know what? For now, we're just gonna ignore it. Because the issue is, in order to get to this button, this is like the second board I installed. So the Wii has to come out, the top board has to come out, the PMS has to come out in order to get to it. Yeah, that's something I will fix off stream later. Or if I'm like really bored, I'm going to be bored later. But in the event that I finish all 7 portables miraculously and they're all working, I'll go back and fix it on stream. But it's not a particularly interesting issue to troubleshoot. I just have to pull out that button and sound it out a little bit. But have you guys ever thought of a hypothetical scenario where there's a Wii motherboard shortage? Nah. There's a lot of Wii motherboards out there. It's far more likely that some issue would be causing Wii motherboards to fail, like rust or some part is too old and no longer works. Kind of like the disk drive right now. But 10 hours later, this damn button. Yeah, that's why I always like go around. That's why I'm really careful with the triggers, and I should have been really careful with those buttons. Eventually there won't be any more. I mean, yeah, but at that point I'd imagine there'll be bigger issues facing the portabilizing community than, oh no, we're all out of motherboards. By then we'll be living in the Nintendo dystopia where Nintendo controls all modding, and if you so much as touch a soldering iron to a Wii, you are publicly executed. But flux. How do you shield wires? When you twist the wires, do you have to connect one to ground? That's one way to shield wires, but it's kind of a bad way to do it. It is not the right way to do it, but it's a method that kind of works sometimes, depending on what the signal is. The best method is to use like actual shielded wire. So for example, an easy source of shielded wire for me is this. So this is the Wii's Wi-Fi module. And so the Wi-Fi module has 2 antennas attached to it. And the antennas need to be shielded. And so this wire right here is actually shielded wire. Because if you look, you can see this right here is a ground point. And this is the actual signal point. So this wire has like a bunch of like little copper wires that surround the main wire. And so by grounding the outer layer of wire, the inner layer is nice and shielded. So that's a nice way to get some shielded wire for portable Wii. Depending on what design you're using, like the amount that comes with a single Wii might not be enough for a full portable. But the only signals you really need to shield on a portable Wii are maybe the master clock signal. Well, MC, I actually don't know if that stands for master clock. That's what I think it stands for. And like the VGA wires for the video signal. Everything else, you don't really need to shield. There won't be a noticeable difference, but will this live stream be saved on YouTube? So I believe I looked it up. YouTube only saves VODs for 12 hours. So it's possible that like when I end stream, the VOD might just disappear because YouTube didn't save it. But I am recording the VOD to my PC. So I'll definitely upload it in a few parts to my second channel. I've got a second channel called Ginger of VODs where I put like live stream VODs and like portable playtests and like other things that aren't really like main channel content, but some people are interested in. So yeah, Ginger of VODS, if you want to be able to see the VOD when it's finished. But it also might take me a few days to get that uploaded, because it's going to be like 24 hours worth of video. But great, because I don't think I'll be able to do the full 24 hours. Guess you're just a fake fan then. I don't want to support you. Ugh. Won't watch a full 24-hour stream. This might be the only one I ever do. Where'd my phone go? Oh, here it is. It blends in with the mouse pad. Okay, so I need to look up... I don't have the MX circuits and the audio signals. I don't have those memorized, which is which. When I was building like a couple Wee Boy colors a day, I did have those memorized, but those have since left my mind. If you challenge me, I'll commit. No. Go live your life. Okay, here, I don't know if you can see, but this is the MX chip. So I relocated it to a lower board, and so I've got a couple pairs of wires for those signals. And so I need this picture to remember which point goes to which on a Wii. Except I don't remember which of these wires is which, so now I gotta find the baggies. Hang on. Maybe it's in this file still? I think I might have set them aside because I knew I was going to need to reference them. Nope, not in that file. Okay, this pile of baggy wires, surely. Nope. Front wires, button wires. Okay, whatever. I've got a Google Sheets thing that has everything listed too. Let me just find that. Google Sheets. Oh, here, let me see if I can show this. Hang on, I think is it React Cam? Yeah, here we go. So this is the Google Sheets doc I made, which literally just has every single wire in a Wee Boy color, and then I've listed out like what wire I use for it, and then how long that wire should be. So in the event that I need more Wee Boy color wires, I could just cut them all to size. So that's what that document looks like. But bro, open Roblox. I gotta get back into trenches, man. I'm sure my trenches rank is so low right now. Okay, but this is helpful because I can see that for the triggers board, 14 is red. Wait, this doesn't help me. One of these wires is green. Okay, wait, no, I can lodge. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm dumb. The solution is that I have 6 other boards right here with the wires wired in the exact same way, so I can just check this. Okay, green is 14. Yeah, this is the first day in months. I haven't played at least 4 hours of Roblox. I'm going stir crazy. I think at some point in the middle of the night, I am going to bust out Spelunky, though. I'm a really big fan of Spelunky 2, and there's a challenge in the game that takes like 3 hours to beat, and it's really, really, really hard. And I've been trying, every day I've gotten at least to the last world of it. But I haven't beaten it yet. And so at like 3 a.m. I might boot up Spelunky and play it for a little while to try and keep the streak alive, but yeah, MP3, this is probably one of the songs I yoinked off of your playlist, because I don't know where I would have found it elsewhere. Okay, and then number 11 is the orange wire. Oh, it's drill time! Everyone post drills in the chat if you can hear that. Spelunky is one of the few roguelikes I enjoy, alongside Hades and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Is Mystery Dungeon a roguelike? I've never played it, but I thought it was kind of like a RPG story-ish game. But I've only seen a little bit of it, so I'm not qualified to know what it is. But yeah, I enjoy roguelike games. Hades is really fun. I'm a big Spelunky fan. What else? Oh, my friends and we started playing a game called Ember Knights, which is essentially like Hades, but not quite as cool, but it's multiplayer. So if you have like 3 friends to play with, I think Ember Knights is pretty fun, but I wouldn't really recommend it as like a solo game. Like solo, it's probably okay. Hades is just going to be better, but it is fun to play with friends. You enjoy roguelikes? How about Risk of Rain? I've never played Risk of Rain. That's one of those I've heard a lot about, but I don't really know anything about it. I just hear it as like one of those roguelikes people really like. So I'll probably check it out at some point. Let me just double check to make sure I know where the MX things go. Okay, they do go there. Okay, so 13 is the lower one. Wait, is it? Am I dumb? No, I'm not dumb. I'm smart. Let's see. Is there any way to still get the G-Boy? So the G-Boy kit no longer exists. G-Boy kit is dead. I would not expect it to ever return. It's not impossible, but I think the people who originally worked on the G-Boy kit are pretty burnt out on kits. But that being said, the G-Boy case files were like open sourced, and so somebody took the time to like revamp the G-Boy so that it works with like modern day parts. The files for it are somewhere on the BitBuilt forums, probably in like the case sharing section. So if you're a really big fan of the G-Boy, it is possible to build one again. It's just not available in a kit form, but there should be a pretty thorough BOM and whatnot for it, so it should be relatively easy to figure that out. I don't know what an RK3588S is, so I cannot answer your question. How much is the whole Wii Boy kit? I 100% want a kit to build it. I would say the kit doesn't exist, just to be clear. But if you wanted to like buy all the parts for one, I'd expect to pay $300 to $350, not counting the tools. That's what I would expect to pay, probably. Can you explain to me how you put games on Wii Portables because there is no disk drive? So what you do is you take a different Wii, or your Wii before you cut it up, and you use the disk drive in it to back up your game files to a USB. So there's a homebrew app called Clean Rip. It's been a while since I used it. But you can use that to convert your games into like USB files. And then you could then save those USB files on your computer, and then you can put them on a USB drive whenever you want to put them on your portable. Which, that's perfectly legal in the United States. If you live somewhere that isn't the United States, it might not be legal, but... All right, perfect. Oh, that's interesting. And yeah, I'm USB-A. Yeah. Then you could back up your own disks, and that is legally allowed by current U.S. laws. Okay. I need to clean up these solder joints a bit because I do not trust their strength. Okay. Duplo battle station when? You know, maybe someday. I feel like Legos would be an incredibly expensive material to build things out of. Although I did see there's like a Lego keyboard. Although it's not like official Lego, but it's like a mechanical keyboard that you can like, it has Lego compatible or whatever. So that's kind of nifty. Okay, next I will attach the USB wires. Oh, what are you trying to... Okay, wait, hang on. MP3, let me just mod you. So you can link stuff if you need to. Oh, I have to do it in, like, the YouTube thing. Okay. Let me know if you can post links now. I don't really know how, like... YouTube modding works. Okay, this is not working. So on some Wii vias, like they aren't going to be all nice and coppery, so you can solder to them. So you can usually help by just scratching off the mask. That's over the vias. There we go. That should be easier now. How good are you at Mario Kart Wii? I am not competitive in Mario Kart Wii. I think casually I'm pretty good at the game, but I don't know any of the the right ways to play Mario Kart Wii. But it seems like it is a cool competitive game. At least Lego is customizable. It's true. How do you recommend getting better at micro soldering, like what you're doing now? That's a good question. The way I did it was just building lots of portable Wii, or like building portable Wiis and failing over and over again, and just slowly brute forcing my way into getting better. But it's not really a good way to do things because it's super obnoxious to like breaking Wiis or like Wii peripherals is expensive, so it's not the best way to do it. But I would recommend, they make like kits, like on Amazon and stuff, where it's like, it's just like a bunch of resistors that progressively get smaller, and you can just do that over and over again. And so I've never done it. I do at some point want to like just order a bunch of those and try them, and like see if I can find ones that I think would be really good. But that's what I'd recommend. What tools are a must-have for making handhelds? So for portables, you absolutely need a soldering iron, and you need an okay soldering iron. You should get one that's pretty good. The Weller WLC 100 is good. I think it's around $40. Even better is the Pine Sill, P-I, like pine and then sill, like pencil but pine. That one's really cool. I've never used it, but I've heard really good reviews about it, and it's pretty cheap as well. It's also in the $40 range. You can also get a Hakko 888D if you want to spend a little more. That's what I use. It's been running great for me for years, although it has started to have some issues. But that's after, like, who knows how many thousands of hours of soldering. So it's only reasonable. You also need a Dremel for trimming wheeze. You want, like, small screwdriver set. Tweezers. Flush cutters. A toothbrush for cleaning. Isopropyl alcohol. There's a couple... On the BitBuilt forums, there's a couple threads that kind of break down everything you'll probably need. The BitBuilt forums are definitely the best place to go if you're looking... Oh, no. Take me to new tab. For anything like that. Okay, I gotta look up the diagram for the audio stuff. Just came back. Build looks great so far. Thanks. It's coming along pretty well. We're just about ready to start on the front half of this one. Okay, here we go. So there's just 4 data points you need on this one. MC, WS, C, and D. And I could just never remember which V is which, so... When do we get the wardrobe reveal? The wardrobe reveal is a lot of BitBuilt shirts, blank t-shirts, and then a few other random things. A couple pairs of jeans. They don't call me fashion icon Ginger of Oz for nothing, is what I'll say. Okay, I want to do for this left one, which is WS. Oh, dang it. Come on, man, just stay in the hole. Alright, whatever. When will the giveaway happen? The giveaway will happen, I think a couple hours after the stream ends. I don't want to do it on stream because I'm pretty sure, like, when I do the giveaway or, like, I roll for the winner, it'll just show, like, their real first and last name and their email. And I'd rather not dox the winner immediately. So I'll do it off stream. I might post like a censored version to say who won. But you'll get an email if you do win it. That'll be your official notification that you have won. Will the giveaway happen on YouTube? No. So the giveaway is through the Gleam.io link. And I won't do it live just so no one gets doxxed. And so that I can rig it to give it to my little brother. That's the plan. Alright, D. Don't rig it. That's fake news. I would never rig it. There we go. There's another. And then the next one is MC. Will you announce the winners on YouTube or where? So there will only be one winner. I might announce it on Twitter. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to like message them directly. But yeah. Why does the code not work when I use it? It should work. I think that might just be a you thing. There's no numbers in it. It's only letters. So, oh, the winner is me actually. Oh, that's right. I forgot MP3 paid me several $1,000s under the table to rig it in his favor. Which, I mean, he's just a sucker. He could have paid me way less for it, but code works? Yeah, that's what I thought. I think it's just that guy. think the wire got soldered. Okay, and then one more audio wire. That one should be C, right? Yep. Yes, the winner will be announced via Twitter, and they will get an email. That is the plan. Okay, so this is the back half of a Wee Boy Color all assembled. So the only thing I still need to put in is the batteries. That should be pretty easy. So now we get to start on the front half. So the front half is a lot easier to install because it's basically just the screen and the controls, and that's it. Oh, and then fix the button. Yeah, that's going to be an off-stream thing. But in theory, it is done. New code. Oh, yep. Let me get the new code. I need to remember to cross off the ones I use. Okay, new code. Copy. Man, I gotta see your cat though. She's currently snoozing, like 2 feet above the camera. She usually sleeps during most of the day though. Oh, I missed a couple super chats. Fallout Helper, thank you for the $1.38. Appreciate it. And Shang-Rilai, thank you for the $3.38. Much appreciated. Okay, so where are my buttons? One sec. Let me go figure out where I put all the buttons. It's literally a giant tub filled with like a rainbow colors of batteries. Or not batteries, buttons. And I got no clue where it is. I know it's got to be around here because like last week I like dropped it. And all my nice sorted buttons went everywhere. Oh, did I forget to pin the new code? Hang on. I got it. There we go. Thanks for letting me know. Did I put it in the cupboard? Nope. Is it sitting on one of my shelves? Nope. kitty. Where'd you put him? Okay, I found him. I forgot. When I was like taking pictures to use like for the thumbnail, I brought like the tub full of buttons into like the photo booth. But I didn't actually use them, so they just sat under a box in a random room that I don't usually go into. So really quickly, I think we need to sort these out because the buttons took a tumble and now they're all mixed together. So we'll do some quick button sorting. Got any questions? Well, I am here to answer. Don't spill again? I'll do my best. Oh, that one's ugly. We're also gonna clean out any that don't look good. Gray. What should I do first? Switch card box lookalike or controller support in Lego? I don't know what that means. I'm not entirely certain what either of those ideas are, but do whichever one sounds fun to you. Where do I buy my Wiis? I buy most of them off of eBay. I'm generally able to find reasonably good deals on eBay, so that's my go-to. Okay, black button, white, white. Okay, don't worry if you don't comprehend. I'm French. It's all good. But generally when you're picking what projects to do, just do whatever's fun for you. I don't know enough about you or what you're good at or what you think is cool, so if something sounds fun, then it's probably a good option. Sorting stream in the future? I think sorting stream is happening right now. Look, I gotta be here for 24 hours. It's not all gonna be banger content. Oh, I also forgot I had these cool glittery black buttons. You can't see them in the camera, but I want to use those in a project at some point. How many codes are there for the whole stream? So there'll be 24 total. You're dropping one every hour-ish. That one's ugly. For the winner of the giveaway, do they install the homebrew? So the homebrew stuff will be on it, because you have to homebrew a Wii before you trim it. It won't come with any games or copyrighted software, obviously. The homebrew software on the Wii is written in a way that there's no copyrighted material on it, so it's perfectly legal to distribute. GameCube. Oh, also I like these buttons a lot. These are like little mushroom buttons. I used these on a Toad portable one time. I'm planning on doing a Bulborb themed portable Wii at some point in the near future. So I think I'll bust out the mushroom buttons again. Does it support Wi-Fi? Nope. The portables I build don't support Wi-Fi because it's a lot of work to relocate the Wi-Fi module, and there's not enough utility in it for me to justify it. Okay. We'll snap those buttons out later. I see my new console is almost finished. Good work. You know, it could be yours. Okay, that goes here. Okay, sorting shouldn't take too much longer. I think I'm already like halfway done. Does it support Bluetooth? Wii Boy Colors, I don't relocate the Bluetooth module on. So, probably not. The Bluetooth module is more useful than the Wi-Fi module. But it's also a lot of work to relocate. And like on my personal portables, I never use Bluetooth. So, I usually, when I did commissions, I would charge extra for the Bluetooth module. If someone really wanted it. That was my general policy. I hope I have enough black buttons. Thought I had more than this, but maybe not. What's my favorite color? I don't know. I like purple. I like blue, green. I don't think there's any one color I would want everything in my life to be, but I like darker colors. Gray, gray. I would want a portable Sega Saturn. Yeah, those are possible, but they are pretty wild to put together. Not meant for the faint of heart. How does it work without motion controls? So, games that like require motion controls, like Wii Sports or something, they just aren't really going to work properly on the system, which is unfortunate. But if it's a game like Super Mario Galaxy, where most of the motion control is just like shaking, what is this button? That's a weird button. Then there is a special button combo you can push to emulate the shake of a Wii remote. And so that's essentially how that works. I can showcase the software later for sure. And show it working in like real time. Let's see. Is a portable Xbox Classic possible? That's one of those maybe situations where no one's really like dug into it enough or spent enough time on it to know for sure. It would be very hard to like find a trim and like get everything working. But it's not one of those where it's like, oh, nope, never gonna happen. It's impossible. I would imagine that it'll probably happen someday. It just might be a while. Yeah, some of these white buttons have like these weird gray swirls in them. Like I didn't mix the resin enough or something. And I'm just going to toss them. Sorry if I'm asking so many questions. Nope, it's all good. If I wanted to stream, or if I wanted to build portables in silence, then I would not have gone live. Much rather have people asking questions than trying to come up with things to talk about on my own. Because I am not a very good streamer. Like, I'm doing fine right now, because there's like 100 people in the chat all asking questions and talking, which makes it easy for me, because I just look up, oh, there's a topic. I talk while I work on something until I run out of thing to talk about, and then I look up and get a new topic. But I don't think I could ever stream to like no chat or something like that. he hates the viewers. That is also true. If I'm going to build for 24 hours straight, I need to, like, just be mad the whole time. And nothing makes me madder than people talking to me. Portable SNES with OG hardware? Yeah, people have done those before. They aren't super common because it's a lot of work for something that plays SNES games portably. I think there's a video from a guy named Downing on YouTube about one he built in the last few years. So if you're really interested, you might want to check that video out. I don't know if I will necessarily ever build a portable SNES. It's one of those lot of work for not a lot of reward projects in my eyes. But it's cool that it's possible. And it's cool that people do it. Hey, more buttons. Okay, I think we're almost all sorted. Are any of these worth saving? No, those are all smear buttons. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Yvette's Alpha SNES. That thing is cool too. Where'd you get all those buttons? So I make them myself. So it's pretty easy to like make molds. We just listened to this song. Okay. What question was that? Oh, how do I get so many buttons? So resin casting, you can like create molds and then you just pour in like epoxy resin. And you can make buttons in any color and any shape you want. It's super cool. And at some point in the stream, I'm going to make some resin buttons. Because it's a nice and easy activity that's pretty cool to watch. So I'll talk more about it later. But resin casting is a really fun hobby to get into. Oh, okay, hang on. I still have a few more buttons to sort. Got a small pile of buttons left over. So one downside to resin casting is that it's hard to get like letters to show up in the buttons. So like, for example, like these DS buttons all have like ABXY embossed or like the actual like things in them. But the ones I cast are only one color. And it's hard to do like custom letters. It's possible, but it's tricky. So I don't have a resin setup good enough to do it. So some of the portables are going to have blank letters on them, which does provide a nice clean look. But I think most people just prefer to have the actual letters. So I think we have enough for like 2 more white portables with letters. And then I think I've still got like 3 or 4 sets of black buttons, but button collection, let's go. This is only like a fraction of my button collection. This is just the Wii Boy Color box. I've got a big one for GameCube buttons, and then I've got one for Nintendo Switch buttons. So I have endless buttons. What about joystick collection? Kind of. I've got like 2 little boxes filled with Switch joysticks, but it's not nearly as impressive as my button collection, unfortunately. But I will be showing off the joystick collection in a little bit, because we're going to need those. Can you build custom units for money? I do sometimes. Like most of the Wii, or all the Wii Boy colors I build today will be going up for sale. I don't really do commissions anymore, unless you offer me a ridiculous amount of money. Which, for reference, my normal like prices for one that's completed is about $1,500. So if you offer me significantly more than that, then I'll probably do a commission for you. But I don't really like doing commissions. They're a huge headache. And I'm trying to move away from just selling portables. Okay, I think for this portable, I'm trying to think what cases I've got. This is a particularly smooth wipe, so I think this is one of the ones that we'll use the blank buttons on. Let's see, do I have a nice glossy one? I do. Grab this guy. And then the letters do exist on the button still, they're just very faint. So I'll make sure to grab... Okay, that's another X button. I'm planning on making a wireless sensor bar, including Bluetooth. We portable LAN parties. Yeah, I mean, a wireless sensor bar, literally, you could make your own, or you can just, like, buy one off of, like, Amazon. Like, this is a wireless sensor bar I've got. It just uses, like, AAA batteries, and you can, nice and portable. Or you could make your own using IR LEDs if you really want to. But I think it's, like, that was, like, $10 on eBay or something, so... Very cheap. Another X button? Why do I have so many X buttons, man? Okay, that's a Y button. I would love to make my own portable Wii, but I don't know how to do it. Haven't done any modding before. So my advice would be first, like, spend a lot of time on the BitBuilt forums. Go through all sorts of work logs, from like finished projects to abandoned projects to failed projects, to kind of help get a feel for, like, what have people done in the past? What did they do that worked well? What did they do that didn't work well? And that'll also help get you familiar with, like, the different boards and, like, the names for things in portables. And then general advice, be prepared to spend a fair amount of money. Building portables is not a cheap hobby, unfortunately. I would expect to spend at least $100 to $200 on, like, disposables and tools, so things like wire, stuff like that. And then be ready to practice soldering a lot, because the part people fail on most often is they dive a little too headfirst into the soldering stuff, and then they get discouraged because things aren't really working out and they give up. So just be ready for that. Are you using a Wii to hold the buttons? Nah, this is just like, I think it's meant for like jewelry or something. It's like a craft spin or something. I got it at Walmart. It's handy for what I need. Another D-pad. Okay, I just need an A button now. Another X. Okay, this one's A. Another B. Assuming a DIY kit is given out, would it require any soldering? Yeah, absolutely. There's no way to build a portable Wii without, or like, okay, I guess I should say, like a handheld, like the Louie or the Ashita, those are all going to require soldering. There's no way around it. The only way to get a portable Wii without soldering is to buy a completed one. Do I really have no A buttons? Got like 6 buttons left. One of these has to be an A button. No, that's a B button. Uh-oh. Yeah, not really, unfortunately. Why? Alright, well, hopefully the one A button I've got will work. Okay. That was a little bit of a detour, but we should have the buttons. Zoom back in a little. Can you show us your play button later? Sure. Oh, wow, it's raining outside. I don't know, maybe if you guys are lucky, there'll be some rain ASMR if it starts coming down hard enough. Which, I'm happy to see rain, because I'm sick and tired of the snow. I missed the hammer. I can still hear them. They're still doing work, so the hammer might return if you guys are really lucky. Or hey, if you want, we can add a donation goal. And if you guys donate, a couple $1,000s, I'll go bring out my hammer and I'll hit the desk just for you guys. Do I have an opinion of DK Oldies? I don't know what that is. That sounds like a YouTube channel. But if it is, I don't think I've seen their stuff. Can we get a shot of you standing in the rain staring at the camera? I'll see what I can do. Oh, it's a scam? Oh, okay. That might be one of those things that I've heard about, but my dad doesn't approve of my build, so I'm doing it from my DS. Oh, fair enough, I guess. How does the ventilation hole look? Oh, that's actually a good point. So the ventilation hole, so this is the old case design. It's not awful, it's just a little weird looking. But I did revamp it to the one that's on the fake GameCube portable. So this is the one on the right is the new one. And I like the one on the right better. I think it's a little more clean looking. I guess it kind of looks like a beehive. But that is one of the things I did tweak with it when I ordered the new cases. Oh, and I guess just FYI, all of these cases that I'm going to be building in today were provided to me for free by PCBWay. PCBWay has given me a lot of money in the past. So just as a heads up, I'm like sponsored and whatnot. But I do genuinely like their products. I would still buy their cases even if they weren't paying me to say it. Especially their clear stuff. But just full disclaimer. Do I like Sonic games? Not really. I didn't grow up with Sonic. Actually, I did grow up with one Sonic game. And it was Sonic Adventure 1 DX for the GameCube. And I didn't like it as a kid because I didn't understand what to do. And then as an adult, I was like, oh, you know what? I was probably just a dumb kid. I'm sure the game is not that hard to figure out. And then I got annoyed because I also, it was taking me way too long to figure out what to do. So, making a lot of enemies today, pal? Oh, just wait until they hear what I have to say about Persona 5. So, yeah, I'm not a big Sonic guy. But, I don't know. I don't have hate for Sonic fans. I don't know, sounds like Sonic fans have been through a lot. You guys get no good games. What do I have to say about Persona 5? I think it is Persona 5 out of 10. Everyone raved, everything I heard was like, oh, it has such a good story. It has such good characters. And then the characters are all kind of caricature-y. All the villains are comedically evil. I didn't like the plot twist in it. Everything felt too long. I think it had some cool stuff in it. I think the music is really good. But I don't know. I played Persona 5 Royal a couple months ago. And it took me 90 hours to beat. And I think the frustrating thing for me is I think the story could have been way better. I think they kind of fumbled the bag on it. They definitely had a good setup. Good things going for it, but then it's nope, you're fighting God now, and I just hate that. I'm not a fan of the, you know what, let's fight God now trope, but whatever. Yeah, I think the gameplay was fun. The combat was fine. It wasn't anything crazy, but I'm also just not a big JRPG guy. So I think realistically, I'd probably give the game a 6 or a 7 out of 10. I don't think it was bad. I just was disappointed by it, I think. I hear for win portables and chew bubblegum. I hope you're not out of bubblegum, Wesk. You're going to have to wait a while. Have you seen the Gill Kit Hall Effect joysticks for Joy-Cons? Yeah, I've seen those. I know they exist. Someone reported that they had issues. Like when using them in a portable, I think like the ranges were resetting or something. But that also might have been like a them issue and not a universal thing. So I'm waiting to see what other people report. But I haven't used them myself. No, Wesk is out of bubblegum. Well, I guess that means he's going to have to win the portable. Is there any way to make a Wii U portable? Not at this time. It's one of those things that might be possible, but no one has done the research yet to like figure it out. Portable PS3 is in the same boat, where it's like, maybe there might be some way to like trim it and whatnot, but it would be a lot of work and no one's taken the time to do it yet. But I agree, those would all be very cool. How many Wii Boys do I think I've made? I think I've built, I think by the end of this stream, or like by the end of this run, I will have built around 35 of them total. And I know that because when I placed like my DigiKey parts order for everything I needed, I bought 35 worth of everything. And I'm all out of parts, so I think that puts me at 35. What time do I eat dinner? I don't know when I'm going to eat dinner today. I'll probably eat lunch in the next couple hours because I'm starting to get hungry, but link to giveaway, please. It's in the pinned comment, buddy. Oh, it's hammer time again. Let me go shut the door. It's okay. We just have to block the noise. Oh, wait, I think my cat is in frame. There she is. Yeah, she's just chilling. Oh, that's the wrong cam again. Yeah, her name is Kyrie, although I mostly just call her Kitty. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts fan. I didn't pick the name. But she's a friendly cat. But I think she's going to be pretty unhappy today because she likes when things stick to a schedule, and she gets pissed if I stay up longer than like 1 a.m. and I'm going to be staying up well past 1 a.m. today, so. Are you really going to stay awake for 24 hours to do this? That's the plan. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I love my fans and whatnot, but I really don't want to give away an entire Wii Boy color. Because if I do give it away, that's essentially like a $1,500 to $2,000 loss. But we'll see. The longest I've ever streamed for before now was like 8 hours. So I've never done even like close to 24. I've been through the guide on BitBuilt, but I can't find stock for the TI regs. Are there any other options? Yes. The TI regs were the meta like 4 years ago. PTH 8080s. And they're still good regulators. But there are better options nowadays. Run a Google search for the PMS Lite. RVL PMS Lite from 4-Layer Tech. And that is a much better option for portable Wiis. That's what I use in most of my modern build, or all of my modern builds. But yeah, it's really well designed. I'll give you some money for one. Well, keep an eye out on Twitter and Instagram. Because once these are all done and working properly, I'm just going to post them all for sale at once. And realistically, they will probably sell pretty quickly. Because whenever I put a portable up for sale, it is sold within an hour. So. Okay. Oh. There we go. So the buttons are all in place. Let me grab a speaker. Is Simba the lion or is that Ice Age? I think Simba is a lion. What car do I drive? Oh, yo, my baby I have the most souped up, rusty 1999 Toyota Corolla you've ever seen. But it still drives, and I got it for free from my aunt when they upgraded to a minivan, so I can't complain. But I'm not a big cars guy. I don't really love driving. I mean, I like having a car because for like the first 3 or 4 years when I lived like out here on my own, I just took the bus. And the bus system in the city I live in, it's functional. It works. It gets you from point A to point B. But it's just so inconvenient to like, if I need to go to the grocery store for one thing, it still takes just as long as like a normal grocery store trip would. Whereas if I have a car, it's like, oh, I need one thing from the grocery store. Okay, I'll go get it. It'll take me 20, 30 minutes. And then I can return to leading a normal life. It doesn't just like kill my day. So the best price. Yep, it was the best price. I tried to talk her lower. She wouldn't take it. Do you plan to grow a beard? My ability to grow facial hair is rather sad and unimpressive. I have a younger brother who like had a full beard from like the age of 12 onwards. And so I think he stole all the good facial hair genes. I could grow a killer neck beard, but I don't think that's what the people want. You want to hang out later? Yeah, sure. I'll meet you at the gas station. Why is that screw post so misaligned? Oh wait, no, it's not just that one. It's all of them. Most of them. When'd you say you would post the portables again? I don't have an exact date. Probably sometime near the end of the month. Because it's going to take me some time to troubleshoot and make sure they're all like completely working. So I would expect end of March, maybe early April. I am going to post one of them for sale, probably like early next week. Because I do need to pay rent. And so I'll just do that to make sure I'm all covered for the month and whatnot. But what about Disney Pixar's Cars? You know, I liked it as a kid. I think I rewatched Cars somewhat recently. You know what? It's not a bad movie. But I can't say I was a die-hard Cars fan as a kid, unfortunately. Yes, some good Hollow Knight music. Yes, I am a big Hollow Knight fan. I'm looking forward to Silk Song. Which I think is supposed to come out in like the next 6 months, in theory. Oh, okay, I'm dumb. I forgot a very important part for making the buttons actually work. Hang on. PS2 Cars is the best game ever made, real and true. That is what I've heard. You know, the guy is North American when he has a car but doesn't like driving. You know, I look forward to the days of self-driving cars. Where I can just, like, fall asleep in the front seat and make it to California. Alright, one sec. Where did I've got a baggie full of the little silicone pads. I got no clue where I put it. Oh, here it is. Okay. So one cool thing about the Wii Boy Color is that there's no like physical like buttons like on the control board. It's just like these copper pads. which is what most like real controllers use. And it's a really good way to implement buttons. But my current setup is just plastic to straight metal, which is not the most effective strat for using buttons. $9,076 total entries. Yeah. I think people like it. I think the last time there was a portable Wii giveaway that I could think of, I think Noah did like a GWii stream on the BitBuilt channel years ago. And I'm telling you, if you wanted to win a portable Wii, those were probably your best odds. Because I think there were only like 50 people that entered or something. But... oh, not allowed to drive anymore? Oh, that is a bummer. Okay, let's see. I want something I can cut on. Ah, the screen should work. One weird modification I have to make is I have to like cut out this like square on the ABXY buttons. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And we just do a quick field test, make sure everything is pressable. Yeah, it should be good. All right, now we can screw this board down. Do I have a Discord server? I have a Discord server that's linked to my Patreon. So I'll post about new projects and whatnot in there. I don't have like a public Discord because I don't want to manage one. I don't really want to deal with weird people on the internet who want to come in and be weird. If you're interested in console modding and you want to know more about that, there is the BitBuilt Discord, which is public, and you're able to get into that. That's the best place to like go in and like ask for like quick help or whatnot. But I probably won't ever have a just like a public facing Discord server. That's a very good reason to not have a public server. Yeah. I learned my lesson from the Shank public Discord server, which is good to have. And I think his Discord server has gotten better. I've heard it's gotten better over the years. But at its inception, it had a lot of weird people in it. But I think they have slowly been cleaned up. All this time I was responding to the stream that was 20 minutes back. Oh. Yeah, you do have to click the... YouTube streams do that a lot, where it'll be, like, delayed by a lot for whatever reason. 3 years ago? I think I left it 3 years ago. I think, like, another Pokemon game had come out, and there was, like, 200 new messages about, like, why the Pokemon game was good. No, this is why it's bad. Ugh. You know, I'm grateful I'm not a Pokemon fan. Not because I hate Pokemon. That just seems like a rough franchise to be a fan of. If you like care about the quality of your games. If it's just like one of those things where it's like, I played Pokemon as a kid. I had fun with it. I still have fun with it. Then whatever. But I didn't play Pokemon as a kid, so the new games hold no allure for me. What's my favorite game? I mean, that's a tricky question to answer. I've played a lot of video games. I think if I had to pick like a top 5, I would probably go like Pikmin 2, Spelunky 2, Hollow Knight. What other games do I really like? Maybe a Mario game. But I don't know if I have like I only get to play one game for the rest of my life. What do I play? But number 1, Roblox. Okay, you're right. I answered. I lied. Roblox is my favorite. Okay, it is joystick time. Thoughts on Mario Party? I like Mario Party. Played it a lot as a kid. I would say that my favorites are like 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are my favorites. I wasn't really a fan of like 9 or 10 because they were the weird car ones. And then the Switch ones have been good. Or at least better. But, yeah. Will I buy Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, I think so. I'm not super hyped for it, but I think it comes out like right when finals end. So I'll probably buy it and play it. I'm really hoping it just works on like PC emulator day one. Because I have a feeling it's not going to run great on the Switch. And I would much rather like put my PC hardware to use. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo puts in some weird stuff to try and keep that from happening, at least early on. Oh yeah, Mario Party 7 with the microphone? Yeah. I had the microphone as a kid. Apple, orange, banana, grape, apple, orange. That one was a classic. One of the unfortunate things about portable Wiis is that Nintendo is compatible with like everything under the sun except the Mario Party 7 microphone. I don't know why. Like, what's special about it so that it doesn't work, but... Yeah. Shouting fruits at the screen. That was a classic. Mario Party DS is so good, too. Yeah, I didn't have it as a kid. And it's not really one you can play with friends easily, unless, like, all your friends had a DS, too. So I haven't played much of it, but I have heard good things about it. Yeah, no, Steam Deck is pretty good at playing Switch stuff. I wouldn't say it's necessarily better than a Switch most of the time, but it's at least comparable in a lot of games. Yeah, portable NES is definitely possible. Look up the Tiny Tendo if you want to see like the coolest one. But yeah. Sent you a DM. Let me check. Oh, okay. Yeah, so my current plan for like the voice chat is I'll probably in a couple hours, I'll hop into the stream Discord. So yeah, you're more than welcome to join then. Is it hammer time again? Build a 3-screen 3DS? I did make a joke on Twitter. So I started a TikTok recently where I'll be uploading just like 30-second clips of like portables, very short stuff. Because I do want to try out that sort of content. And somebody recommended that I do the TikTok meta where you put like Subway Surfers on the side and then like Family Guy funny moments on the bottom. So my next project, I'm thinking I just put on an extra screen that permanently has Family Guy funny moments, and problem solved. You don't need TikTok anymore. You just need a Wii Boy Color. So we'll see how that goes. Gonna start my Louis later this year. Can't wait. Nice. Good luck with that. Yeah, this is the real innovation. See, we need the young blood to come in. And, I mean, the young blood, they can't... A GameCube game? No one wants to look at that. Do you ever plan on making a portable Switch? How would I ever accomplish that? I will say one project I do want to do, which would essentially be the portable Switch, is I think it would be fun to put a Switch inside of like a Game Boy styled shell. And I've done zero research into it, but I think it would be possible because the boards inside of the Switch are all like relatively small. You just have to stack them up in a different way and figure out how to get a new screen to work with it. But I think that'd be a fun project. Oh, hoodie caked in copper shavings? Yeah, I've got like a bad hoodie that I use exclusively when I'm trimming stuff. I don't wear anything nice while I do it. What are your plans for a future project? I mean, I've got like a handful of things I kind of want to do. At some point, I'm definitely going to do more of like fake console turned real. Because I think I really liked how the Fake Cube video turns out. I thought it was a cool video, it had a cool story to it, and it had a cool end product that people cared about. So I'll be doing more of those in the future. But I'm going to wait a little while before I like do those again. Because I don't want to become the exclusively like, oh, this guy turns fake consoles into real things guy. I do want to like expand my horizons rather than contract them. So I'll be doing more stuff like that. As far as other future projects, we're doing more portable Wiis. Trying to come up with like cool ideas that are new. Because people have been building portable Wiis for a long time. So if I just do portable Wii rectangle number 7, it's not very interesting. Have you seen The Real Boy? Oh yeah. I'm very familiar with all of Shank's projects. Because he was the guy who like, his videos were what made me go, oh, I should make videos about my projects. So... Yep. Make a Sega Neptune? I think I'll just jump to Uranus. That'll have some good YouTube clickbait for sure. Yeah, good old Nutty is forgetting which project he's supposed to be leaking. Wii Chair would go hard. Banana-shaped portable Wii? I feel like someone started maybe it was a banana controller. Or was a controller shaped like a banana? I feel like that was like a Doom like shit post or something. Or he was like, oh yeah, here we go. I'm just gonna make a banana controller. Maybe it was Fabef. I don't know who it was. Someone was doing something like that. You're thinking of the PlayStation Boomerang controller? Similar vein, for sure. Oh, another video I think would be fun would be to like make an array of DK bongos and then try to play other games with those. I think that'd be a very goofy video, but because the retro game store that's near me, they just have like there's like this top shelf just filled with dusty Donkey Kong bongos. They're like $15 a piece, but I'll bet if I was like, yo, I want to buy 10 of them, can I talk you down? Nobody buys Donkey Kong bongos. I would be their only customer. But try modding a 3DS to upgrade screen to have more pixels and more buttons, etc. It's not easy to like modify original hardware to be higher resolution. Because generally things are the resolution they are because that's what the console can handle. Like the Switch is 720p because that's pretty much all the Switch can handle. Doing 1080p handheld for the Switch is pretty tough. And so just like putting in a better screen doesn't equal better looking games. So if you want like a 3DS with higher resolution, you probably have to look into emulation. That's probably going to be the best path for that sort of upgrade. Couldn't you repurpose the bongo games or DK bongos for Taiko games? That's the drum one, right? Where it's like the little drum that you beat on? I'd imagine you probably could. Although I'm not an expert on Donkey Kong bongos hardware. Although I am a big fan of Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. I had that game as a kid. Although I'm only a fan of the bongos version. The version with the Wii remote and the nunchuck, that's lame. If you're gonna have a Donkey Kong bongo game, you have to use the bongos. You can use DK bongos for Taiko, but it won't be particularly fun. Yeah, Taiko is it's faster paced, right? Like you're actually like hitting it kind of like a real drum. Any topics about the old 2DS? Nah, I don't have any projects in the pipeline or anything for an old 2DS. It's a fun shape. Like, I think it would be cool to build, like, other portables in that style. Like, G-Man did a Dreamcast portable in, with the shape of a 2DS, and that project was really cool. Let's see, I gotta expand this a little bit. How long does it usually take to build a Wii Boy? So if I'm just doing, like, a straight assembly, like, all the parts are in front of me, kind of like this one is right now, I could, in theory, do one in about 2 hours. I put one together last week, and I was able to do it in 2 hours. But I'm way slower on stream, because I'm, like, talking to chat and focusing on other things. So, like, this one, it looks like, oh, it's going to take me, like, longer. Well, on this one, that we did have a couple, like, pauses to, like, sort buttons and whatnot. But I would say it'll probably take me around 4 hours for a Wii Boy Color build. And I have enough parts for 7 Wii Boy Colors total. But there's no way we're going to get all 7 built today. Unfortunately. But I expect to get through at least 3 or 4. Yeah, I do like drum controllers. Those are always fun. Have you ever played Superstar Saga? No, that was the Mario and Luigi game for the 3DS, right? I missed out on a lot of 3DS games, because I didn't get a 3DS until, like, the Switch was coming out. Actually, funny story, the way I got that 3DS was by trading away my first ever portable Wii. The only portable Wii that I've ever built, or the only original portable Wii I've ever built, that I don't still own is the Waluigi. Because someone wanted the parts for it, and they had a 3DS, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to finish the Waluigi, because it's just not working. I'll just trade it for a 3DS. And now I have my big old shelf filled with all of my projects. It's got every single original project of mine on it, except for the first one. So that is another video I want to do. I do want to rebuild the Waluigi from the ground up. In fact, I already did all the design work for it. I've got all the circuit boards for it. I was just struggling with figuring out how to turn it into an interesting video. So it's one of those projects that's on the back burner. But when I do want to do it, it should be pretty easy. I just need to come up with the right story and then just put it together. I think I traded it for... I think it was like an old 3DS XL? I can't remember the exact model. I think I gave it to my little brothers. So they have it now. Although now they have Steam Decks and Switches, so I don't think they use it much. But alright, here we go. Got some nice clean white setup. Sounds like they're using a 3D printer upstairs, but I think it's just like a drill. Would you upgrade it in any way? So the whole idea of like the Waluigi project, assuming you're talking about the Waluigi and not the Wii Boy Color, the idea was to kind of keep it bad like the original was. So I did my best to keep it as ugly and mismanaged as possible. But the original Waluigi failed for a variety of reasons. I was bad at soldering, and the case design was really, really bad. Like, here, take a look. Look at this. This is just a raw Wii Boy Color shell. You'll notice that there's like slots for everything. There are screw posts. There are well-designed like button slots. And this is a very well-designed portable Wii. Designed to be easy to put together. And if something goes wrong and I need to take it apart, I can just unscrew it and it all will just work fine. But the Waluigi had 0 screw posts. It did not have a single screw post for anything, including like screwing it shut. And so it was an awful portable. So the redesign will include like screw posts and stuff so that it's easy to assemble. But as far as the clunkiness and some of the poor design choices, those are all going to stay. So it's relatively true to the original. Oh, new code? All right, give me a second. Okay, what codes have we got? Oh, here we go. This is relevant. Or at least it was relevant. It's not so relevant anymore. Okay, there we go. I was talking about the Waluigi. I'm guessing there was also some hot glue involved in the original? Oh, not just hot glue. We also had hot glue 2.0, which is epoxy. Which is, imagine hot glue if you couldn't remove it. So, yeah, Waluigi. It'll be a fun video to make, because I can talk about how not to design a portable Wii. But, yep. Legendary code? Oh, yeah, you know it. That code hurt my soul to type. Sorry. You know, these were all randomly generated codes, you know. I didn't have any control over them. I don't know why it would make that. Oh, I forgot. Okay, one sec. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something. Okay. I forgot. I 3D printed a bunch of screen holders. Oh, come on. So there aren't very many 3D printed pieces in the Wii Boy Color. I think these screen holders are the only things I need to 3D print, aside from like the actual case. Although I guess if someone was building one from scratch, you need to 3D print the like shoulder buttons and stuff. But oh, sent you a DM. Let me check. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop into the VC after I eat lunch. So it should be like hour and a half. Is the giveaway worldwide? Yes, I think so. I think I had the option to like exclude countries, but I'll just run it worldwide. And hopefully whoever wins it is based in the US, so I don't have to pay a lot of shipping costs. But on the normal bit-built server or another one? It'll be in the normal bit-built server. Bluetooth latency is horrible even on the Steam Deck? I mean, I'm not an expert on, like, controller latency. Maybe you're meaning for, like, tight games that require, like, really tight controls, like a fighting game or something. But, I was able to, like, hook up, like, Wii remotes to the Steam Deck, and those worked great. But you might be talking about something else. Then again, Wii Sports is not exactly the most input-intensive game there is, so. No, if someone wins internationally, I'll pay for the shipping. That's not a big deal. I will be selling at least 6 Wii Boy colors, so I will at least have the cash to afford sending one out. Oh, hammer time? Hang on, let me close it. Yeah, I talked about why the Wii Boy Color is an open source earlier. Some parts you can't get, and it's also a hard design to build, and I already get people DMing me about the Louis a fair amount, which isn't the end of the world, and they usually have reasonable questions. But I don't really want to be on constant troubleshooting calls for the Weeboy color. I might open source it in the future. I think at some point I may just like dump like all the files, modding related files I have onto like a Google Drive or something and be like, here you guys go. I'm not helping with any of this. Most of these files are bad, but if you want them, here you go. And so I may just do that at some point. And so the Weeboy color files would be in there, but I mostly just don't want to go to the effort of cleaning up everything associated with the Weeboy color. Because the Weeboy color, design-wise, is actually really, really good. Like, there is not much I would have to change, aside from, like, circuit board stuffs. But just a sport thing. That's not a bad idea. I'll probably do the same thing when I, quote, retire. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Maybe I'll do it sooner than that, though. I don't really know how long I'm going to be building portable Wiis for. But I do want to make everything I've like worked on open source at some point, just so that people have it. What GPU do you have in my PC? I think I got a 3070. Which I'll be honest, I regret not waiting like another 6 months. Because I bought the 3070 like right as like GPU prices were like returning to normal. And then they went considerably lower. Hey Mallow, how's it going? Yeah, it's time consuming to clean up a project. I have so many projects that are 90% completed that haven't seen the light of day. Yeah. I know you got some cool stuff in the works. Okay. This screw hole is not big enough. Let me fix that. Nice to see you assemble the Weeboy color. Thanks. I'm excited to see the next event in the Xbox 360 trimming. Or I guess you're on the portable building point at this point. You figured out the trim. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, I do like the Fate concept stuff. I talked about it earlier, but I'll do more videos like that at some point, just not in the near future, because I don't want to be like have that be like the only thing I do that people will watch. But yeah, there are all sorts of cool concepts out there that weren't possible in 2008, but they're a little more possible in the year 2023. Okay, I do need to be careful with this screw, because if I screw it in too far, it'll like poke out through the front. Alright, one of the things I really like about the Weeboy color is its screen. So this is a 3.5-inch IPS 480p screen, which is like as good as it gets for like portable Wiis, because the Wii can't output a resolution higher than 480p, and so you just get really good like pixel density, and it's IPS, so it just looks really good. So yeah, my goal is to kind of like have other things that people will watch me for, because even like portable Wiis is pretty narrow, like in terms of what people will watch. So trying to find a way to expand. So, you know, the Minecraft videos are coming soon. I'm also going to be doing fitness stuff soon. So Ginger of Bods, expect that soon. Wasn't there a new trim that came out recently? For what console? The Wii hasn't really seen much like trim activity because it's at its max. We have already found the smallest Wii trim, and realistically it's not going to go any smaller. But if you're talking about like the Xbox 360, Benji's been working on a trim for that, which is new. But you need to show us your Wii Fit log. You have no excuse now that you have a modded board. Oh, you know what? The project actually broke. It doesn't work anymore. I don't know. It's a bummer. Guess we'll never be able to show how much I've been working out. I was under the impression there was another Wii trim, but thanks for clarification. Yeah, no. Wii trimming has been pushed to its max. The next, like, frontier for Wiis will be, like, all-in-one boards. Where, like, you take everything off of a Wii and relocate it onto a new circuit board. But even that won't really make things smaller. It'll just make it more clean. Yeah, my Wii Fit score was too high. That was the problem. 2.3 volts. This one's 1.8 volts. And 5 volts. So you can see that I made some modifications to the screen driver board. Like I took off all the big ports, and then I don't have any normal driver boards to compare to. But I replaced the clock crystal, which might not actually be necessary if you just trim in a little more over here. And got rid of a few inductors, and now this thing is just powered by the Wii essentially. So it's nice and compact. Okay, screen controls. Small Wii trims are difficult but very fun challenge. Yeah, I agree. There's not a whole lot of practical use for tiny Wii trims, at least right now. But it is fun to just kind of spend a weekend seeing how small you can make it. Yo, we got Nintendo in the chat. Yo, what's up, Nintendo? Okay, I don't remember exactly which screen control button is which, but it's easy to fix later, so I'm just gonna guess. Perfect. Okay, and that's the front half all assembled. So the one last thing I need to do is wire up video wires. So originally, what I did was I routed all the video stuff like to the lower board, and then all the video signals would go across the flex, and then they would attach from here to the screen. So that way the only thing going across the two halves was this flex connector, which is cool, but it's a lot of work to cut up that extra twisted wire, and this flex cable isn't great for interference. So for these builds, I'm going to be lazy, and we're just going to do wires straight across from here to here. It's less wire, it's quicker, less likely to have interference. And clean internals is not my #1 priority. So it'll be fine. Sorry, but I'll have to take you for modding a Wii. I'll pack it up, boys. I can't do the giveaway anymore, but what Nintendo says goes. Okay. So the video output I'm using in this portable is VGA. Because VGA looks nice. And yeah. VGA looks about as good as component video, but there aren't very many screens that support component. But there are a lot of screens that support VGA, so it's a good solution. I want to put it past Nintendo to DMCA you. It's a possibility. I think they could technically take down any of my videos that have like Nintendo game footage in them. I think it's fair game to like talk about like the Wii and like how to mod it and that sort of thing. Like I don't think that's like within their domain to take down. But if you show any sort of gameplay footage of first-party Nintendo games, they could be like, nope, you don't get to post that. And like, it's not really realistic for me to build like a portable Wii video and then show no Mario, no Zelda, no Kirby, or whatever else. So, I guess they could also get me on music, because I do just use video game OST in my videos. But I don't really think they crack down on like their music when it's used in like content. They just crack down on people like uploading their music to YouTube, which is weird. I don't really understand it, but I think that's just how it is. Okay. Just got back from a wild bike ride. Still on the first portable? Yep. We're getting close on this one. I think it's just video wires, and then we should be able to test it out, see if it works. Speaking of video wires, let me figure out where those are. There's B, H, V, R. Where is G? Is this G? This is G. Okay. Unpopular opinion, new 3DS XL is better than Switch Lite. I know there are some big 3DS fans out there. I think Shank has a similar opinion to yours, where he likes the 3DS better than the Switch. But I wasn't really there for the heyday of the 3DS, so I don't have any strong opinions on it. It had a lot of good games, so I'll give it that. And foldable consoles are always really cool, so it does get points for that. How much would it cost to build my own portable Wii project? Not counting the tools, I would expect to spend between $250 and $300 on a first portable Wii. Oh, whoops. Don't want that. I like 3DS games more, except Mario Kart 7. Yeah. I think that is what some people have said. Where's the giveaway? Check the pinned comment in the YouTube chat. Oh, another feature that this stream has that my past ones did not is you'll notice that my camera is angled slightly this way, and that's so that when I bend over, my head appears in frame less often. Because I was watching back the Ashita stream, because I needed like footage from it for something, and my head was in frame for so much of it. I don't know why no one yelled at me, but yeah, now with the camera angled this way, I'm less likely to get in the way. There you go. I have heard a lot of good things about Kid Icarus Uprising. Sounds like that's a popular one. Is it easy to learn to build a portable console from scratch? Just asking as a person who wants to do it someday. So I think building a portable Wii is hard. But the knowledge needed to build one isn't hard to get, if that makes sense. The hard part is the soldering. If you can learn how to solder and get good at that, then it's just a matter of connecting point A to point B and like reading like basic color-coded diagrams. You don't need to be some like giga genius to build a portable Wii. Like, I built my first portable Wii when I was 16. So, it's not the knowledge that's hard. Troubleshooting stuff when it isn't working can be tricky, and that's just something you get better at over time. But that's how it goes. Okay, I need to figure out which wire is which on this guy. Okay. Just like this. Nintendo Club re-release Game & Watch? Oh, you're talking to Nintendo, not me. Okay. I can't help you. Okay, perfect. And now we just need to connect H and V. What are my headphones? I have Sony XM5s, I think. I used to use Bose Quiet Comfort 35s, and I really like those. But then I upgraded to the USB-C version because my old ones were just... they were wearing out. I used them for like 4 years or something, and the new ones sounded awful. Like, I don't know what they did to like make them sound worse, but they just sounded like tinny. It was not good. So I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna return these because they suck. And then I tried the Sonys instead, and I think I honestly still like the way my old 35s sounded better. But the XM5s are definitely better. And the noise canceling on them is crazy. Like, I can barely hear, like, the hammering from upstairs with them on. But I think if you, like, want to go for, like, really high-quality headphones, then you have to go for, like, open-backed ones and whatnot. But I value the noise canceling more than the, like, sound quality. So. Oh, thanks, Joshua. No, I don't have a public Discord. There's one attached to my Patreon, but I don't want to manage a public Discord, so I don't have one. If you want a modding Discord, then there's the BitBuilt Discord server. That's a good place to ask questions about modding and get quick help with projects if you need it. Okay, and then we'll do this wire. Hey there, Mr. James Sin. Sennheiser open backs where it's at for studio audiophile purposes. Yeah. I know lots of people who are fans of Sennheiser. Yeah, I'll probably get into like more like audio specific stuff when I live in a place that's like quiet by default. The place I'm at now is great, but there's like oftentimes people upstairs making a lot of noise, so I'd rather have noise canceling. Okay, so now we just got to run these wires over here. I played way too much Wii Music. I played it a lot as a kid. I played that, and I played Wii Party a fair amount. Those are my, like, those were the mediocre Wii games I played, in addition to, like, the classics. Wii Sports, Wii Play, and whatnot. And you know what? I have not revisited Wii Music as an adult, and I don't know that I will be any. What's my favorite non-Nintendo game? I think right now my answer is Spelunky 2. I really, really like Spelunky 2 and Spelunky 1, but I think 2 is probably deeper than 1. But highly recommend if you like 2D platformers or roguelikes or both. Yeah, Spelunky is really fun. I've been once a year, like I'll try for a few weeks to get $7.99 in Spelunky 2, if you know what that means. And so far, I can't get much deeper than $7.50, but I'll get there someday, surely. What character do I play as in Spelunky? I play the purple girl. I don't remember what her name is. Not the one with the headphones, the one with the dress. Although I also have like custom character models. So I've got like a little Bulborb that I used to use like for all my runs. And then like modded Spelunky stopped working. So I just went back to using Purple Girl. But Persona 5, are you interested in other Persona fans? Or is not a fan of the series at all? I have only played Persona 5. I cannot speak for the quality of the other games, but I don't know that I'll be giving any of them a try anytime soon. Maybe at some point. But from what I understand, Persona 5 is like the best one to get into the series with. And I didn't get into it all too well. But I'm playing my Wii a lot recently. It gets really hot when it's in rest mode. Any idea why that is? Yeah, the Wii's sleep mode is weird. Like, my Wii's do that too. Like, I assume you're talking about, like, the yellow LED. When it's in that mode. And I'm not an expert as to, like, what the Wii does when it's in sleep mode. But if you're concerned, you can also just, like, power it completely off so that it's red. Or unplug it. But yeah, the Wii does output more heat than it probably should when it's in its sleep mode. Okay. Hear Mario Slugger's music? Yep. I think I've got just about everything in this playlist. I've heard mixed things about Persona 4, but I think it just depends on what you care about in games. Like, for me, I don't really care about, like, stories in games. If the game has a cool story, then that's nice, but I've never really liked story-driven games all too much, so I don't think Persona 5 was for me. I don't think it's a bad game, but Okay, I think we can drop in batteries and see if it works again. Why do you have the software run as a GameCube controller? I feel like a classic Pro controller makes more sense. Honestly, a classic controller would work. It's just more complicated to set up than a GameCube controller. Because a GameCube controller is essentially one wire. You run the data wire from the GameCube controller to the Wii. But a classic controller would require you to have a Wii remote built into it, and the Wii remote would need to connect over Bluetooth, so it'd just be kind of complicated. Why YouTube and not Twitch? Because I figured I'd probably get more viewers if I did this on YouTube rather than Twitch, because then like subs will be able to see it and stuff. I do like Twitch better as a streaming platform though, but I'm gonna do a test run today, just kind of seeing YouTube streams, see what I like, what I don't like, and then future streams, I'm not sure what platform they'll be on. We'll just have to wait and see. Okay, so in theory, when I power on the portable, the screen will go blue, and then it will go to black, and we'll get some text. Okay. The screen didn't do anything. But it did turn on. Let me check my voltages real quick. Okay, problem. So there's a short, or something isn't quite right on the 3.3 volt line anymore. So we need to figure out what it is. So the good news is that I know that this entire half should be fine, because we tested this earlier and the Wii booted up, and the Wii would not have booted up if 3.3 volts was shorted to ground. So we're just gonna do a quick like sanity check. We're going to disconnect the two halves. Oh, let me go ahead and take the batteries out real quick. Yeah, lights on, no one's home. I mean, the good news is that I was able to identify the issue in about 10 seconds. So that's better than hours of not knowing what it is. So let's see. Is 3.3 volts shorted to ground? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. So now the question is where? Is it shorted on the screen or is it shorted on this controller board? My guess is that it's not the controller board because I was able to program all of the controller boards, and if there was a short between 3.3 volts and ground of the controller board, I wouldn't have been able to program it. So my guess is that it's the screen. So I'll disconnect the 3.3 volt wire from the screen. Okay, let's check this board again. Nope. Okay, it's still shorted. Let me check the screen just to be sure. Okay. So the short is somewhere on this controller board. Let me check a few things. So it could be like a ribbon cable thing. There's nothing obvious. Classic 3.3 volts to ground mod. 12 volts to ground is the one that goes hard. Okay, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna pull this board out again. Because I can't see anything obvious. Unless it's just like a hair short along there. Let me check it again. Still shorted. Okay. A small solder ball? That's what I'm looking for. Because 3.3 volt and ground are right next to each other right here. But it looks fine. And I'm looking on the joystick connectors and I don't see anything. So I'm wondering if it's something to do with how the microcontroller is soldered on. But I have a hard time believing that would be the issue. Because I wouldn't have been able to program the microcontroller if it was shorted. But let me go ahead and get it out of the case. Let me just double check one more time. Yep. Magnifying glass is any double soldered wire? My eyesight's pretty good. But I'll be able to get a better look at it. And I do want to check out the bottom side, because I'm not seeing anything on the top side. That would be an issue. And sometimes the scratch on the solder mask will connect one to another. That's a good idea. I'll check that. Maybe one of the joysticks is bad? It's unlikely. Like, I've never seen, like, a joystick cause a 3.3 volt to ground issue, unless you wired up the joystick wrong. But there's no wiring involved on the joysticks in this portable, because they just connect directly to the FFC connector. And I don't see any shorts on the connector. So that's probably not it. But in other portables, that definitely could be the issue. I don't think the music died. There we go. I don't know enough about the 3DS to know if you could transfer the browser from one to another. Okay. So now I've got it out. I mean, there's some flux residue that I'll clean up. Joystick looks good. Oh, that's a weird scratch. Okay, that's just flux residue. This is an odd one. Nice music. Oh, we got a little bit of everything in here. Got to listen to it for like 24 hours straight, so there better be some variety. What's my favorite controller for a console? I mean, I like the GameCube controller, although it's a little goofy. My go-to controller recently has been the PS5 controller. I think it's a pretty solid controller. The Wii U gamepad is also a hype controller, but having a screen built in is kind of cheating, so. But I played a lot of Mario Maker on the Wii U gamepad. Yeah, this is a Wii Boy color. Alright, we're going to let that board dry for a little bit before we go back to tinkering with it. Yeah, I'll probably get Tears of the Kingdom. Although it is like $70, isn't it? I feel like that's going to become pretty common with Nintendo games. Unfortunately. What's my opinion on Raspberry Pi based emulation consoles? Not really worth the effort. For me, at least. Like, I don't have a whole lot of interest in it. It's cool that it's possible, but I don't know. If I wanted to emulate, like, the games that the Raspberry Pi is capable of emulating, I might just use my phone. Although at this point, you can kind of say that for GameCube and Wii games too, so maybe I'm a hypocrite, but Yeah, I think it sucks. I was expecting 60. Yeah, I think that's what everyone was expecting. I think if you like buy it digitally with like the like special like voucher codes you get when you have Switch Online, then it's only $50. But then you have to own it digitally, which could be good or bad depending on what you want. But personally, that's the kind of game I'd rather have physical, because eventually I'm not going to want to play it anymore, and then I can at least like sell it for like $40 or something. Can't do that when you buy digital. Still nothing jumping out at me. Well, let's check and see. Did cleaning it make the short go away? Oh, I guess inflation. I guess that is kind of crazy to think about. But still shorted. What on earth could it be? So here's the thing. If I can't see the issue, the most likely culprit is this little chip. But I haven't touched this little chip since I assembled the board. And when I assembled the board, I would have had an issue programming it if the short was really tied to that little chip. Alright, Shangri-La. Sounds like a plan. Is it like one of the capacitors? Oh, and I also don't want to bust out my hot air station because it's really loud. Hang on, let me check the other boards. Does this one have a short? No, this one's chilling. Alright, well I don't want to spend too much time troubleshooting it, so I'm just going to put it aside for now. And I'll go back to it off stream or something. Because I don't want to have to remove and replace every single connector to try and figure out what the short is. But, I don't know, that's unfortunate. Use the hot air station to get back at the person who was hammering. I meant more so loud for the microphone. I don't think the people upstairs can hear it at all. Especially not over the sounds of the hammering. Okay, here, let me put all these wires in a box, put them off to the side. Here's one we prepared earlier. Yep. We got plenty of those on board today. Okay. Bin it? Nah, I don't want to bin it. I'm sure it's still usable. I just don't want to take the time right now to figure it out. Don't crush it. There we go. Thinking of making ports for a portable. I'm not familiar with any of those games or whatever those are, but could be cool. Alright, I think after this next test, I'm going to go grab lunch, because I'm pretty hungry. You should put a Wii in the Wii tennis racket attachment. I do think that would be fun. That's one of those, maybe a goofy project for someday. Projects. Oh, what the? Why is this bordered? It's not sliding into place like it should. There we go. Yeah, I think there's a few different factors for game prices rising. There's inflation. There's games being more effort to make. There's game companies knowing that people will still buy the games even if they're more expensive, so they just raise the price. Because realistically, a lot of the costs of like making video games are offset by the fact that more and more people are buying video games. So sure, a game would have cost $60 back in the SNES days, but games were also selling way fewer copies because gaming wasn't nearly as big. So it's a strange balance. Not a fan of paying more for games, but realistically, what am I going to do about it? I guess the answer would be to pirate them, but what am I legally going to do about it? Is this the only Melty track you have in the playlist? I have no clue what Melty is, so probably. I usually wait for games to go on sale. Yeah, that works well on Steam. Like, I do that all the time. I'll see a game that looks pretty cool, but it's like $30? I'll wait until the next Steam sale, and then I grab it for like 15 or 10 or whatever. Oh, Melty Blood, the game the song is from? Yeah, I might have one or two others, but Nintendo, like, games never, almost ever go on sale. Like, I think they're doing like a small sale for Mario Day, and it is like a rare Nintendo sale. But like, I don't know if I've ever seen Breath of the Wild go on sale for below 60. Like, from Nintendo themselves. Occasionally retailers will do like $50 or something. But yeah, Portal for 85 cents. Yep, I picked up Portal 2 and played it with a friend for like $1. And you know what? I got my money's worth. Yeah, so that's kind of the frustrating part with Nintendo games. Like, pretty much any other like game seller will do discounts eventually. Like, I'm kind of interested in Elden Ring. I don't really want to spend $60 on it, so in a few years when it's on sale for $30, I'll probably pick it up and play it. But like, when a Nintendo game comes out, I don't expect it to go on sale. Like, my mentality is not, oh, Pikmin 4, $60? Well, I want to pay Pikmin 4, but $60 is too much. I'll wait for it to go on sale. I can't do that, so chances are I'm probably going to buy games on launch day from Nintendo compared to other places. Do you have a Wii Mini? I don't have one like on me right now. Wii Minis aren't particularly useful for portabilizing, so Hogwarts Legacy waiting for sale? Yeah, I'd imagine that's a game that'll probably go on sale in a few years. Okay, now we gotta connect up this new front board. 5 volts. Ground. 3 volts. Perfect. Okay, there we go. I have no clue what this song is. Oh, okay. Well, for the person who wanted Melty Blood music, it literally just put me into a Melty Blood, like, 2-hour-long playlist. There you go. Unfortunately, we are returning back to the Ginger of Oz official soundtrack. Okay. I'm committed to all physical on the Switch, which I do regret sometimes. Yeah, that is tough. I've got a mix of digital and physical on the Switch. Like, I definitely have some games I bought digitally that I wish I would have bought physically, but my mentality is usually, am I likely to want this game forever? And if the answer is yes, then I'll just get it digitally. If the answer is no, then I'll get it physically. And I have guessed wrong on some of those. Okay, let's put in batteries and run it again. Oh, okay, I got cat hair on this battery somehow. Don't want that. Yeah, that's another concern with digital. You have it until the servers shut down. Which is a very reasonable concern. Okay, alright, round 2. The screen should go blue and then black. And if it does that, we're in shape. We got blue? Ooh, I'm not seeing black. Okay, it was supposed to go black sooner than that. The screen went black because it turned off, because it wasn't getting a signal. So, what's the issue? So in theory, VGA should just work, as long as the H and V signals are connected up properly. Progress? Yeah, that is progress. We don't have the, Here we were getting before. There might be a short. Check. Okay, I found a issue. So my V wire is shorted to the pin right next to it. Which means there's like a tiny overlap. Which I should be able to fix just by dropping some flux on it and resoldering it real quick. H and V are swapped on that driver board? Yes, you're right. But I did remember that. But that is a very helpful comment because I forgot when I was when I built one of these for the first time in a while. Okay, that looks better. Let me see. Did that make the short go away? It did. Okay, so there's one potential problem solved. Well, okay, it was definitely a problem. There could be other things that keep it from booting. But let's check again. Again, shout outs to battery clips for making my life way easier. Alright, here we go. Third time's the charm. Hey! Yep, so you see we're getting the same text from before. It's telling me that a USB drive isn't plugged in, and that's because I haven't like formatted and put files onto the USB drive in this thing yet. But we are booting, we're outputting to the screen. There's still a myriad of other things that could not be working, like sound, or the controller, or something else. So there's still a lot more like testing that needs to be done to make sure it's done. But it's booting. It's working well. So I think we're going to set it off to the side. I'll get some files uploading onto it at some point. Oh, someone asked earlier why I had a paper towel like underneath the shell. And it's because I don't want these shells to get like sustained and stuff. And there's like all sorts of like flux residues and dust that just accumulate over time on this pad because I'm just soldering directly onto it. So it's just a way to help like protect the case. It's not necessary or anything, just personal preference. Okay, so I am hungry. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna post the new code, and then I'm gonna go grab lunch. And I think while I'm gone, what I wanted to do was just compile like a bunch of videos that I like, that are relatively short, that could play while I went off and did things. But I did not get enough of those done before the stream. So instead, I think the plan is that you guys are just going to watch all of my old videos, like throughout the 24-hour stream as I take breaks. Anime? I'm not looking to get DMCA'd, but okay. So new code is now pinned. And let's go ahead and start at the beginning. So the very first video I ever uploaded was about a project called The Waker of the Weaned. So hang on, where's the React cam? Oh wait, let me... React cam. Oh, two of me again. And then I need to change this. Properties. Is it? No, it's this one? Yes. Okay. All right. So you guys can watch that, and then when I get back, I'll talk a little bit about it and why I did certain things. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Enjoy. Hey everybody, it's Ginger, and today I'm walking through my completed portable, Waker of the Weaned. Starting off on the front, we have 3DS joysticks with the caps are custom molded by Mad Morta, along with this DS Lite D-pad. Over here, DS Lite ABXY and start buttons. And then this down here is a single push on and off power switch. So there's no traditional power switch, it's just that. This screen is a 5-inch yo-yo screen. It outputs 480p video, so it's the nicest video that we can output, and it looks really, really nice. Moving on to the top, there's not much. There's the left trigger and the right trigger. They've been dual tact modded, so you get both analog and digital pushes, and then the Z button. you can kind of see how the paint is starting to wear off up here because I didn't clear coat the trigger, and that was a mistake, but that's all right. I don't look at the top anyways. On the bottom, we have these 4 buttons are for the screen controls. You can tweak different settings with the screen. And then this button right here is the down button for the screen, and it also doubles as a sync button for Wii remotes, so I can sync up any Wii remotes I want. This right here is a reset tack switch. It's used for reset on the Wii, which I don't use much. I don't want it pushed accidentally, so I made it hard to push. This is fan exhaust. This right here is a micro USB port. It's used to access the internal flash drive, so that way I can flash new games or homebrew files without having to take the flash drive out of the portable. And it's got a little LED indicator to show that when micro USB is plugged in. This is the power port. So it uses a Chromebook charger. It outputs 12 volts, 3 amps, and that's enough for the portable to charge and play at the same time. So I only need one charger to do all that. It's super convenient, super small. And this right here is a headphone jack that automatically switches thanks to an amp from Aurelia that does a bunch of cool stuff. I'll go over that later in the video. On the back of the portable, there's the fan exhaust, and then this artwork that I drew based on the prologue of Wind Waker. I'm really pleased with how that turned out. And then you've got 5 different screw posts to help hold the portable together, and they're recessed, so they don't stick out much, if at all, and so you don't even feel it when you're holding it. That's about it for what the portable has, so let's go ahead and turn it on. One of the downsides to the yo-yo screen is that it has this splash screen, and it's kind of annoying. The screen might look a little weird. It looks just fine in real life. Just an unfortunate thing about a camera and screens. The software that it boots up with is called Portableize Me. It's really great software for portables. It does all sorts of cool stuff. So one thing I can do with this portable is I can control volume through different button combinations on the GameCube controller. So by holding Z, Y, and up or down, you can see the little icon up there. I can tweak the volume. And so I don't have to have any extra buttons for that. It's really nice. Gonna go ahead. I got to just before a boss fight in Forest Haven, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Sorry if the video doesn't look too great. Stupid luck. Didn't it? Well, that wasn't great. cutscenes. Hearts are good. Apparently it stopped recording due to file size, so sorry, you missed 2 hits on the last boss, but... Anyways, you guys probably don't want to watch this cutscene, so I'm going to go ahead and just finish it, and then I'll keep going right after the cutscene ends. Alright, we made it past the cutscene. I'm going to go ahead and save. And then to exit, I can hold R, Z, B, and down. And that should take me back to the main portable ISB menu. Alright, gone ahead and exited back to the main portable ISB menu. Let's go ahead and show off some of the Wii stuff. So, the only controller built into this portable is a GameCube controller, but what you can do is use external Wii remotes with it. So, I'll go ahead and grab my handy dandy Wii remote. As you can see, it's synced right up. There are 2 IR LEDs up here in the corners, so that way I can use the Wii remote's pointer. But I don't really like using external Wii remotes, so I'm just going to go ahead and boot up Mario Kart Wii, so you can play that with the GameCube controller. Though you can't use Wii remotes with the built-in controllers on this current portable, a friend named Aurelio is working on some patches that will allow the GameCube controller to emulate a Wii remote, and that'll let us use our GameCube controllers like Wii remotes, and then we'll be able to play all the Wii games we want. Alright, so as you may have noticed, this video isn't very good. And it's because at the time, there weren't really like established like what makes a good YouTube video guidelines for portable Wii. We got the food cam, I guess. Wasn't really intending on having that, but we've got it. So this was like just a very rough, I'm making this video so that modders can see what I've done, and that's it. So I'll go ahead and let it play out while I munch on some bagels. There you go, automatic, since manual kind of sucks in Mario Kart Wii. Alright, I'm gonna try not to lose. Oh, cool. I don't know how that happened, but I'll take it. Pushing up on the D-pad lets you do tricks, kind of like shaking the Wii remote would. Oh, come on. Okay. Doing pretty good. Aww. I'm sorry, I don't think I've done a very good job of keeping the portable in a nice position throughout the video. Nice. I hate Mario Kart. At least it wasn't Wario who beat me. I can take solace in that. Well, that's about all I've got, so if you want to learn more about making portables, head to bitbuild.net. There's a lot of really good resources there, some people who can help out. But thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Alright, so a little bit of history on that video. So I made that video in, let me check the date. This was in 2018. So September of 2018, I made this video. And it's because at the time, nobody did, like, really well put together YouTube videos about portable Wiis. The meta was, you show the project, you show what it has, and then you play games for 10 minutes. And then you're like, alright, good video. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with those videos. They just aren't very good at, like, getting new people into it. And so at the time, people were doing this, like, G-Man. Like, this is essentially one-to-one what a G-Man video looks like. Or it looked like at the time. And so that was about it as far as that video went. Not the best thing anyone's ever seen, but it was what it was. Let's watch the live stream in the live stream. That'll be good content. Okay, and I will show the current state of the Waker of the Weend in a bit. But let's go ahead and watch the video that came after it. So, for context, in the year after I uploaded The Waker of the Weend, that was when Shank started uploading his YouTube videos, which were well put together and scripted and thought out and, like, took into account how might people be feeling when they watch this? How do I keep it interesting? And so, between that time, I went, okay, there's clearly I can do better. And so this video is based pretty closely on, like, what Shank was doing. Why 3 bagels instead of 4, though? Because my bagels come in packs of 6, and like 2 full bagels is a lot for me usually, but if I do 1.5 bagels, then that lasts for 4 lunches. That's why I have 3 bagels instead of 4. So Fries for Ben was really a game changer, revolutionized portabilizing as we know it. So we'll now watch this one, and I'll add a little more commentary to it. One thing you'll notice, geez, that's loud. One thing you'll notice right off the bat is that there are black bars on the side. I don't know why those exist. I just like managed to edit the entire video in the wrong like aspect ratio, and I never bothered to fix it. But yeah. Okay, we'll continue. This is the Louie. It's a portable Wii made with original. I also have no clue how the audio got worse when I switched to a Blue Yeti instead of like my phone microphone. But yeah, my bad. Wii hardware, so that there's no emulation involved when running GameCube or Wii games. This project took a stock Nintendo Wii, hacked the software side of it, and then hacked at the hardware side of the Wii with a Dremel to bring the motherboard down to a more manageable size. From there, I connected a battery system, speakers, screen, controller, and a handful of other things to bring the Louie to life. On the front of the system, we have all of the face control buttons, the power button, and an LED in the corner used for battery indication. This portable uses an open source battery management system made by fellow portabilizer G-Man, and it's got a lot of cool features.
The system has a total of 4 modes. The 2 simple ones are simply either LED off, or to let the LED do an RGB fade. But the LED can also be used to show what percentage the battery is at. If the LED is green, then it's full, and fading closer and closer to red indicates the battery level decreasing. The last mode is a shipping mode, which makes it so the system can't be turned on until you plug in the charger. This is very useful when traveling with it, as you don't have to worry about the portable accidentally turning on and draining the battery. But even if it does turn on in an enclosed space, and I don't realize it, the system has a temperature sensor, so it'll automatically turn off if the Wii is in danger of overheating.
Okay, so one thing I'll point out right off the bat, the organization in this video is awful. Like, we have the intro, I go into what it has, and then I spend like a minute and a half talking about the Wii, like, PMS system, which nobody cares about, except for unless you're like a hardcore modder. And you'll notice that throughout this video, there isn't a whole lot of like flow to it. I just jump from one random topic to one random topic, like surrounding the portable. And so that's one of the things I did not do well on this video. Although I am glad that the visual gags in it are appreciated.
Top of the system, there's nothing much to see, aside from the 2 triggers and the Z button. The triggers are dual tact modded, which means that there are 2 buttons built into each trigger. One acts as an analog push, the other as a full digital push. This is for games like Super Smash Bros. Melee and Mario Sunshine. For Mario Sunshine, pressing the right trigger lightly will still allow Mario to run and shoot water, whereas pushing harder to activate the second switch will cause him to stand still and shoot. You don't get the
Yeah, I'll show the originals of these 2 portables once I'm done with launch.
full range of control that you would get with OEM triggers, but it's a good compromise considering the space constraints I was working with. The back of the portable has a piece of art fitting the Louis theme of the portable and a fan intake vent. As you can tell, I'm not much of an artist, but this piece of art was my own idea and design, so I'm proud of that at least.
It's still the best piece of art I've ever done, unfortunately. My art skills have not improved over the years.
On the bottom of the portable, I have 3 tact switches dedicated to changing settings on the screen, and one for the reset button of the Wii, which is mostly just used for debugging and being a hardcore speedrunner. To the right is a 12-volt charging jack, which uses a Chromebook charger, chosen because of how tiny the port is. Next to that is a slot used to easily access the microSD card, where all the games, hacks, and software is stored. This is what acts as a replacement for the disk drive. So before you drop a comment saying, well, where do the disks go? Let me tell you that those disks go into your home Wii to make official backups of them like an honest, God-fearing citizen. The last port on the bottom is the headphone jack. This portable uses a special form of audio control that was developed by my friend Aurelio, which allows for the Wii to not only automatically detect and switch audio between the speakers and headphones, but also for me to control the volume with a combination of buttons on the GameCube controller.
I got no clue what a ThinkPad that is. Still use it though. It's an old one. It's around somewhere. I did a great job preventing those comments. Well, unfortunately, it only works for one video because I still get them on every single video since. But that's how it goes.
In terms of battery life, the Louis gets...
I'm silent for 5 seconds there because I wanted the full gameplay montage to play, but I didn't know how to speed it up to make it faster. So it was just 5 seconds of silence.
between 4 and 5 hours of battery life, which is more than my Switch can say. That's more than I'd ever need for a single play session. And even if I did need more, the system will run off of wall power if you just plug in the charger, allowing for endless hours of Mario Party 5.
Yeah, the G5 is my old phone.
The controller built into the system is a GameCube controller, because it's the easiest controller to implement, and GameCube games are what this portable is going to be used for the most. That being said, Wii games are certainly still playable. A couple of games work natively with the GameCube controller, while others will require using an external Wii remote. For a sensor bar, you can just use a wireless sensor bar. Playing games with an external Wii remote definitely hampers the overall experience though. Outside of this footage I'm recording now, I can guarantee that I'm never going to do this again. However, there are projects in the work to remedy this. Aurelio, the same guy who did the fancy audio amp, is developing a hack that allows emulation of the Wii remote with a GameCube controller, and allows you to configure the button mapping on a game-by-game basis. This hack is very much in a beta state right now, only accessible through his Patreon, but it's a decent solution for games like Super Mario Galaxy right now, and lots of other games in the future, as the hack is fleshed out and stabilized. The system is primarily for Wii and GameCube games, but through emulation and the Wii Virtual Console, I am also able to play a ton of NES, SNES, and N64 games. N64 emulation is admittedly somewhat sketchy on the Wii, but I never have any issues when using the Virtual Console versions. And yeah, if you really want to use a portable Wii to play Game Boy games, you can in fact do so. So why did I choose to theme this portable after Pikmin? Well, Pikmin has always been one of my favorite Nintendo franchises, ranking not all that far behind Mario and Zelda, and I've been wanting to do a Pikmin-themed portable for a while, seeing as Nintendo has yet to grace us with a portable Pikmin game. I specifically chose Louie as the character to theme this portable after, because he's the greatest video game character ever created. Also, because I've had this can of blue spray paint sitting around for over a year. I may have been a child of the Wii era, but I have fond memories of playing Wind Waker and Four Swords Adventures at my grandma's house, playing Mario Party 5 in the attic of my dad's work, of repeating the first 10 or so shines in Super Mario Sunshine over and over again, because I couldn't beat anything past that, and this nostalgia is what has driven me to become so passionate about portabilizing. The thing you should know about this hobby is that you don't need to know anything about electronics to get into it. I started to really get into portabilizing as soon as I turned 16, knowing nothing about electronics and only having a rough understanding of hacking video game consoles. It took me almost a year and a half to build a good portable, but this hobby is a very fulfilling one. If you're one of those people who's thinking, man, I'm too dumb to ever do anything like this, trust me, you're not. You will need to be willing to spend some money, take a lot of advice, and spend some time practicing and learning, but anyone can be a portabilizer if they put their best effort into it. It will take a lot of effort though, so if you just want the final product, I am taking commissions. Fair warning though, for the same price as a commission, you could buy yourself a Nintendo Switch and a bunch of games for it. If you've got serious interest though, I would love to stop cleaning toilets and start cleaning out your wallet. If this design is what you'd want, then I have open sourced the parts list and CAD files for the case if you want to build your own. Links to this information is in the description. This is my first time ever filming and editing a video like this, and I plan to continue to make more great portables and hopefully half-decent content like this on my YouTube channel. If you don't ever want to see anything like this again, then I strongly recommend that you block my Instagram and Twitter. Links are in the description. And if you do want to see more behind the scenes stuff and previews between full videos, then I, along with 9 out of 10 optometrists, would recommend not looking into the sun, as that does in fact cause blindness. Until next time, have a great life.
Okay. Oh, no. Alright. That video is not old enough for us to be watching yet. So, some final context for that video. You notice at the end I said I was taking commissions. You a yogurt lid licker or nah? I'm afraid not. Oh, okay. First, I don't still have that same can of spray paint because I used it all when I was building that. But you notice at the end how I said I was taking commissions? So at that point, the Louie was a good portable, and I felt confident enough to like start doing commissions and building them. So my goal with that video was to sell 5 of them. Because if I could sell 5 of them, then that would be enough income to quit my job as a custodian. Because at the time I was working as a custodian on campus, And it was a fine job. Like, honestly, it was pretty chill. I just like cleaned stuff, and I got to have headphones in, and I just listened to audiobooks all day. But it did not pay very well at all, because I live in Utah. Minimum wage is $8 an hour, and I didn't like my boss. So I said, okay, if this video does well, then I could sell 5 of them, and I'll be good to go. And the video performed just well enough. I got 5 commission requests, or like commissions paid for. In that time. And so I was able to quit my job and start building portables full time. Which, as Y2K mentioned, he will regret this later. And the answer is kind of. I mean, I needed to start doing commissions then. Like, that was definitely the right choice at the time. Although I do regret some of the ways I did commissions. Like, some of the choices and ways I did them. There are definitely better ways I could have done them. But yeah, that video was successful. I think it got about 300,000 views. Like within like a week of posting. So it generated a lot of interest, and I was able to start doing commissions like I wanted. And I did quit my job as a custodian. So all in all, good video. It worked out. But like, as a YouTube video, it definitely has its issues. The organization is weird. I wasn't very good at filming. I'm still not great at like audio stuff. I still think I have a ways to go there. But it still has like similar senses of humor to my modern videos and that sort of thing. I'm still learning to speak up in that video, as you'll notice, and you'll notice that even more in the next one. It's worse. But yeah, here, let me go put my dishes away, and then I'll show those 2 portables and what their current state is right now. Okay. So we'll start with the Waker of the Weaned. So it's in... Oh, wait, hang on. I can switch to the other scene. Here we go. So it still looks mostly the same as it did in the video. I ended up switching out the joystick caps for standard ones because the resin cast ones that my Morta gave me would warp a little bit, which wasn't great. Didn't you shield the Louis video on Reddit pretty hard? No harder than I've shielded past videos, or like my more recent ones. But I do think Reddit was a big help in getting views on that video. Because I posted it to like r/GameCube, r/Wii, and I think that gave it the initial like boost to like for the YouTube algorithm to pick it up. So I do think Reddit was a key part in getting the video picked up. But I think I only posted it to like 3 or 4 places. I wasn't shilling it too hard. You'll notice that the paint wore down even more on the triggers to the point where there's like no more gold on it. The artwork on the back also held up reasonably well. You can't really see it on camera. And yes, as Y2K mentioned, the shell has warped a bit. And by a bit, this is very warped. It is severely warped because it died. So in the video, I mentioned how there's a push button, turn on button. So that was the death of the system. Because at the time that video was released, every portable Wii used a power switch. It was a physical switch you would flip one way or the other, and it's pretty hard to like accidentally flip a switch. But this push button, you literally just had to tap it, and it would turn on and start running full blast. And this was back in the old days. Here, I can open it up. It's in rough shape. This is back in the old days when we used PTH 08080s and like normal regulator boards. We didn't have thermistors in our portables. So there wasn't like a temperature sensor to go, it's getting hot in here, I'm turning off. So like modern portables, like even if they turn on in an enclosed space, they'll be okay. Because when the temperature reaches a certain point, when like the case would start warping, it'll shut itself off and go, okay, something's not right. And then it won't be able to turn back on again until you plug in the charger. So So yeah, I was traveling with it one time. I forgot I had gotten used to like the modern portables with like all their safety stuff. And so yeah, the portable melted. It is mostly dead. It might be revivable, but it's warped so badly that like half of the buttons like don't work anymore. This joystick doesn't really work. The triggers absolutely do not work because the triggers were super finicky on this. Um, so yeah, that is unfortunately the end of the Waker of the Weend. But I keep it around. It sits on the shelf. It's still a pretty portable. Worth a remake? Yeah, maybe at some point. I mean, and then the Waker of the Weend was essentially what the Louis is based off of. So this is the Louis. It is not warped, thankfully. It is not melted down. It still looks pretty much the same as it does when I built it. The one exception is the case was way too thin, like along this lip. So like the paint kind of wore off here and there's some case showing. Other than that, the paint job has held up really well on it. Although that's probably partially because I played this one way less than the Waker because it wasn't nearly as cool. And I believe, fingers crossed, yeah, it still works. Oh, wow. Okay, you cannot see it at all, though. Okay, I promise it's working. Oh, okay, yeah, you can kind of see it there. So this uses like a TFT panel, which is not IPS. It just means it's like not a very good panel. But yeah, it still works. You can probably hear the fan on it because the fan in this one was super cheap. It's really loud. Nowadays, the Louis uses a much nicer fan that is nice and quiet. But yeah, this one still works, still runs great. As far as problems that cropped up with it, there weren't many. You could tell in the video, but it didn't close all the way. And I did fix that on future Louis when I like redesigned it. The modern Louis doesn't use this barrel jack anymore. It uses USB-C. But yeah, this is still a really cool portable. This is before I got into resin casting, so Mad Morta is the one that put together these buttons for me. Still a sick looking portable. Still really happy with it. And yeah, still marks the start of commissions for me. That is no fan. That is a boat engine. Yeah, it is. It's the same size as like the fans I use in the Wii Boy Color, but it's just like a cheap Chinese version instead of like the official Panasonic or whatever it is. So yeah, that's the Louis. All right. Well, I think we're all good to get back into it. I think I'm going to go ahead and join a voice call on the Discord server so that some people can join me. I think some of them are going to have projects to work on. Some of them might just join over voice. But I'll just have additional people to help answer questions and show off cool modding stuff. So let me get that all set up. Okay, my friends are posting British slander as they moderate the stream. Can't believe that. Okay. Don't include my own image. Apply. Perfect. What's the thing on your desk? Are you talking about this? The thing that's taped over? So I think I was using hot air just like on the raw wood. And this isn't like real wood. It's like got it like a wood finish and I didn't realize that. And so it created a bubble which popped. And so I tape over it. So that way it won't get worse. Because usually when I'm using hot air, I have this mat. So this mat tanks the heat and like it'll bubble up and like poof up and then it'll go back down. And so it works just fine for like blocking heat. But this table is not meant for it. So that's why that's there. Okay, that should be all set up. Okay, and then go like that. Hey,
Hello.
Crazy Gadget.
Hello there.
How's it going?
Oh boy, I'm hearing everything through the
Oh,
stream and everything. Oh no, this is
yeah,
bad.
you're gonna have to mute something.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I muted the stream.
Perfect, perfect. All right. Let me go ahead and set up multi-view. Oh, it's showing two of me again. That's not right.
We love that,
I mean, I am the most important thing here, but
obviously.
Discord. Oh, Discord grab. Here we go. Oh, wait, no, I need this to be on the other monitor, else I'm gonna leak all the codes.
The game's rigged.
And okay, there we go. Now your POV should be up on the stream. So, what are you
Ah.
working on? Is that GC Micro?
Yes, yes, I've had this one for a while and I just never put it together. I put one together and it did not work. I have it right here. It was a purple one and it uses the old school AVE HDMI that was on an actual like regular PCB instead of the Flex one that it is now.
Oh, yeah, I got one of those.
Um, and I kept getting all this crazy video snow. So I pretty much just scrapped it because I was like, I don't know if it's the AV HDMI. I don't know if it was the trim, what it was. So, but when Skent released the Flex version, I'm like, okay, I'll try it again. So I bought nylon cases of everything.
Fair enough. Did you shield the clock line on the AVE thing? Oh wait, no, it just solders directly into the board, doesn't it?
Uh-oh, you muted yourself here, so I can't hear you now.
Oh, did I accidentally? Oh, hang on, hang on. I have like a hotkey that does it. Did I press it? Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I don't know how I did that. Yeah, I was gonna say, is it? I was gonna guess like a clock shielding thing, but that one mounts like directly to the board, right?
The old one. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I mean you can't see it because the quality of the camera is going to be really bad, but I did twist the clock line with ground and it is really short and away from all of the other data lines.
yeah. I don't know what would be causing the snow though.
Yeah, I honestly don't know, and it was one of those things where it's like, oh, well, I'd have to pull off the AVE HDMI and try it on a stock Wii to rule that out, and I just did not feel like doing that at the time. So here we are.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. So is this the GC Micro that Wesk has been working on too, or is this like an older version or something?
This is the one that Wesk released a while ago.
Okay, okay.
Um, and then Sparkle Bear and I were like, what if we did an HDMI version? And then he made one, and then I failed. But now I'm making one.
Gotcha. That sounds right. Okay, so I think we're gonna do an orange one next. So the plan here is to give this one like GameCube buttons, and so to have it be like the orange spice variant of this purple one. So that should be fun. I think I might need to go grab the GameCube buttons. I don't know if I've got them in the bin next to me. We can check. Are you working on one too, Y2K?
Oh yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
nice.
I sent him a PSU for one of them because I just got finished up with those. So MGC
Nice.
is going to be the stress test for him.
Gotcha. All right, hang on. I'm gonna go run and grab some buttons. I'll be right back. Okay. I think I might have forgotten to cast some purple Z buttons, unfortunately. But I think I can make something else work. Let me put the music back on. There we go. The GC Nano will be an even cooler project if that ever comes to completion. I mean, things are always cooler when they're smaller. It's just how it works.
Only my current Omega trim that I have doesn't even fit in the model.
Oh, really?
We have to.
I mean, is it
trim
truly
harder.
an Omega trim if it won't fit in something?
I mean, hold on. It's not as cut down as your Omega, but I'll take it out of the bag. Pretty tiny.
Oh yeah, that's pretty small. What part of it doesn't fit in there, though? I feel like mine is probably at its maximum dimensions, pretty close to that.
So I can cut on this top line a little bit harder,
Oh, right.
and then I can cut down on the 1.15 volt cap. That way it uses like half of the pad
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah.
So, you know.
Oh, yeah, if you missed a code, I mean, you missed it. I'm not posting them again. Gotta be here to get them. How do you save your disk data to the Wii Boy? I talked about it a little bit earlier, but there are certain apps on the Wii you can use. So when your Wii is in an untrimmed state, if you just put your disk into the Wii, you can load up a homebrew program. And you'll be able to back up the game data to a USB drive, which you can then use in whatever you want. So that's how that works. That's a cool work mat. I want to get one for myself. Yeah, I used to have a blue one, like Crazy Gadget's got. But I switched to a gray one because everyone had a blue mat, and I wanted to be different. So
It's like a cult.
I guess there is a blue mat cult. But I ruined my old blue mat one because I was doing resin stuff on it, and I dumped a bunch of silicone everywhere on accident. And silicone does not come off of silicone very easily. But that's alright. Okay, so right now I'm just doing what I did with the first one, where I'm just taking the triggers and I'm shaving them down a little bit to make sure they fit properly, because I don't want to have to mess with the triggers once they're installed. Oh, I'm also in the gray mat club? Alright, at least I got someone with me. Oh, black mat? Oh, that's edgy. I don't know if I can associate with you. Who is it that joined the stream? This is Crazy Gadget. So Crazy Gadget also builds portable Wiis. How long have you been here? Like 2 years? 3 years?
Yeah, I came in with the G-Boy, so it was like summer 2020.
Okay. Yeah, so he's been around for a while. He's built some various projects. He shows up at MGC every year, so...
Well, no, I haven't been to, I guess it was last year's. I only came to the, was it November 2021 one?
Oh, okay. I didn't go to the one last year either, so...
Okay, yeah, it was finals week for me, and I was like...
Same! It was like literally finals weekend. Like my finals went from like Thursday to Wednesday of MGC week. And it was like,
that's rough.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, that was my dilemma.
Yeah, well, good thing you quit school. Easy fix.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You only missed like 10 to 15 minutes, Cartex. Oh, I do like the magnetic screw holders that some of the mats have. I think the blue one I used to have was supposed to be magnetic. I don't think it actually was. Or at least it didn't hold the screws I had.
Mine's got the magnetic parts along the side here. I don't know if it has one on the top. I think it does.
What's WGC? So MGC is Midwest Gaming Classic. It's a convention that happens in Wisconsin, usually in the spring. And so that's like the big like portabilizing meetup for the year. A lot of us will get together and hang out there. We have a room. So if you're in the Wisconsin area and you want to meet a bunch of portabilizers and see other cool retro stuff, then MGC is pretty cool to check out. They do have a vendor hall there where you can buy like all sorts of retro stuff, but the vendor hall kind of sucks nowadays. Everything's way too expensive, so it's not great, but recently got an enormous one that covers my whole workbench, doesn't have any of the compartments or anything. It's great. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't use any of the compartments on mine. It's just kind of a waste of space, so I suppose just having one big one would be nice. Is the Weeboy spinning in the background a render or recording? And if recording, how did you make it? So it's just a recording. I've got like a green screen and I've got like a little like table that just spins really consistently. And so I just put the Weeboy in front of the green screen, had it spin, and then I just edited it to do that. But when I've got time, I want to do that with my other projects, so that way the stream background can cycle through a few different things. But just the Weeboy color is fine, because I'm pretty much only doing Weeboy colors today. Can we get a playlist link? Yeah, I think MP3 linked one earlier. I can post one if he doesn't have it anymore. Looks like some of the stuff Macho Nacho does. I haven't seen very many of his videos, so I'm not super familiar with his style, but I mean, it looks nice, so I'm sure someone else has done it too. Is this live? Only you are live. Everyone else is dead. You are in a simulation. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Can you show us your progress on the Weeboy? So, the first Weeboy I was building, it is essentially all done. All that's left is I need to like put some USB files on it so that it has like games and stuff. And then I need to run more tests on it to make sure controls and audio and all of that good stuff works. So I'm putting it off to the side for now. Actually, I should... Oh, I need a USB-C cable. Yeah, I'll figure it out later, but I will get it working later. Yeah, I've seen Macho Nacho's stuff before. I think he's DM'd me. At least maybe it's probably a long time ago. I think he DM'd me about a couple of my projects. Okay, I think we're gonna cheat a little bit. And this orange one is only gonna have one purple trigger, which is fine, because the GameCube only had one purple Z button anyways. Sort out the buttons? I think we already... Oh, I guess... I mean, I've got these to sort, technically, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Those are all GameCube buttons anyways. Hexagonal cooling vent? Yeah, I pointed it out earlier. But these new cases have a different vent rather than the circle one, which I think looks nicer, but I suppose it's all up to interpretation. Just finished a watercolor portrait I've been working on. Thanks for the stream while I worked. Oh, no problem. Hollow Knight soundtrack is so good. I do like Hollow Knight. Okay. So now we're going to install triggers board. Make sure everything still feels good. What watch do you have, Crazy Gadget?
The original Samsung Galaxy watch.
Gotcha.
It's old, but it works.
That's how it is. I've still got like an old Pebble Time from like 5 years ago.
I just got... Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's like a red one though. And it has like a black band, so it's pretty ugly looking. And I haven't worn it in like a year. But
I was gonna say I just bought a real old school cheap Casio illuminator for like $20 because I needed a non-smartwatch, and just thought it looked funny and retro.
I think I know the one you're talking about. I mean, there's those, and then there's like the calculator watches.
Exactly, yeah. This one, I just happened to know that you could buy a specific like metal mesh band for it that's adjustable because, well, if you look at my arms, the typical watch bands are uncomfortable
Big?
for me. Nah, my arms are hairy.
Oh,
So it's
okay,
very
yeah, that'll do it
uncomfortable
too.
to wear regular watch bands.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll hook up some Wii's together and have native 960p. It's worth a try.
Ah, I forgot to scratch this via.
I think every single Wii I have for this project, or for the Wii Boy Colors, just happens to be the pre-scratched vias, or the already exposed vias, which is really lucky. But
Yeah. Even when I get the untented via ones, I feel like I get a lot better bite if I scratch them anyway, because then it's like when you're sanding when you paint, you know, you rough it up that way it adheres better.
yeah, I think you're
I think it's the
right.
same principle. But yeah, I've been on an unlucky streak of tented vias recently.
What if someone makes a console with every other console inside of it? I mean, I guess you could do that. That'd be a pretty big console, but it is certainly possible.
I had a guy DM me on Instagram asking me to do that, and I was like, I don't
Oh,
know if I want to
dude.
take that on right now, man.
Instagram project requests are the best. I've gotten
Absolutely.
all sorts of wild requests. Sometimes for like weird things that I don't even know like what they would use it for. Like someone wanted me, or like quote unquote wanted me. All they did was like ask if I could do it. And it was like, could you build, it was like a racing sim for like a 3DS? Like there was like a 3DS racing game that they like wanted to
Interesting.
play, but like through a sim. I was like, why don't you just play like a normal like sim racing game? Why do you want to play the 3DS one in a different format so badly?
Why can't
But-
you be normal?
Yeah. I don't know. I've not had a single Wii board without tented vias. I wonder if it's a region thing. Because you're in down under land. Because I would say it's probably like a 80-20 split-ish for me. Maybe 70-30. On like non-tented to tented. But... Oh, if someone was asking for tutorials on resin casting, highly recommend North Customs. If you want to search for that, he did like a really, really well done guide on resin casting GameCube buttons. And so if you're looking into like casting buttons for like controllers and stuff, I think his guides are the best for that. They're what I use to get into it. They're just really, really well done. Some of the best tutorials I've seen on YouTube. Do you have to scrape it like the RGH3 Xbox 360? I'd imagine it's a similar process. Basically, like, all like the shiny vias are going to be covered up in like dark green, and so you just have to go at them with a knife and scrape off the dark green stuff to get to the via. So it's probably the same thing. Although I've never modded Xboxes, so I can't say for certain. I need an up and down button. Yeah, he also did full GameCube controller shell, although that's ambitious. I would not recommend trying to do that when you're just like starting out resin casting. Get good at buttons, and then once you're good at those, you can try shells. So now I don't even want to try shells. Those look way too hard. Yeah, these are noise canceling headphones. Yeah, I know a few people have talked about like resin casting shells for portables, which would be cool, but it would be really, really hard. Especially because portables are designed to be like 3D printed, which doesn't always mean good resin casting material, but Should do a playthrough of the original Oregon Trail later. It's not very long. I feel like I've always heard that the Oregon Trail is like really annoying to beat. Like it's not long, but it feels like it's kind of designed to make you lose most of the time.
You died of dysentery.
Yeah, that is the classic. And I don't know how to combat dysentery, so it would be over for me. Can you play FIFA 23, please? Unfortunately, I am not a FIFA enjoyer. But, you know, if that changes, you'll be the first to know. Where'd the up and down one go? Oh, here we go. Play Jump King. I don't know if I have what it takes for Jump King. That's just like Spelunky, but less fun. Yeah, you've got the right headphones. Those are the ones I've got. Okay, this one has some like thick flashing around the edges, which might be a problem. So I'm gonna cut them out and then make sure it still fits. Play Doshin the Giant? That's that one GameCube game that costs like $500, right? I don't know if I have the capital to spend on that right now. I just realized there were two different people building when I saw you had 4 hands. Yeah, you know, I am very special. I'm very good at what I do, but yeah, I still only have 2 hands.
You're efficient.
I am efficient. There we go. Oh, it was a 64 DD game too? I didn't know that. So it's just like the hardest game to play ever, I guess. Do you play Sonic? I talked about Sonic a little bit earlier, but I didn't grow up with Sonic, so I don't really like it a whole lot. It's kind of like Pokemon. Although I do want to play Sonic Mania at some point, since I've heard universally good things about that game, even from non-Sonic fans. So
You gotta play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
I mean, I played a little bit of Sonic Adventure 2, like on one of my portables one time. But I don't know. I had the first Sonic Adventure as a kid, and I didn't really like it. Although it seems like 2 is much more like linear, straightforward, easy to figure out what to do. So that's good.
Yes, exactly. I love it so much that I'm wearing my Sonic Adventure 2 Battle t-shirt right now.
Yo, I think I'm wearing my G-Boy shirt. Yeah, I'm wearing my G-Boy shirt right now.
I finally got my Ashita shirt in the mail from Gunner.
Oh, I forgot those existed.
Only took forever.
Oh,
That not
right.
his fault. That was from me asking, or not
Gotcha.
asking.
You must have applied promo code badass. Oh, I should have made that one of
yeah.
the codes. I didn't
Oh,
think
that would
about
have been hilarious.
Oh well. Did you ever get the part that cracked on the GameCube Advance replaced? No, I never did that. Mostly because I had to super glue the 2 top halves of that portable together. Because I had like a little latch system that didn't work at all. So replacing it would require replacing the entire top half. So I never did that. So I always got the crack, but the crack isn't that bad. It's not like warped uncontrollably like the Wake of the Wind is now.
That should be the last wire for this.
Like for the whole thing?
Yeah, because I was working on it before I joined. I got all the power wired up and everything, so now I just had to wire the like controller section to the Wii.
Oh, nice.
Now, I mean, hopefully it works.
We can pray. That's how it
Yeah.
goes.
Now, unfortunately, I don't have a way to stream testing this, so I have to walk it over to my TV
Oh,
and
all good.
go from there.
No, I'm fortunate. When I was in like my freshman year of college, like one of my roommates got like a really nice TV, and so they were getting rid of their old one, which is just like this like awful like 18-inch Scepter monitor, except it has like every input known to man. So it is
Ooh.
perfect for just like testing old consoles, because the screen is all banged up, it's scratchy, it's dusty. The disk drive inside of it just like clacks uncontrollably when you go to that setting, but it is wonderful for testing stuff.
I mean, I guess I could go get a screen and then hold a massive screen in front of the camera and be like, see, it works.
You know, that is one option.
I might pass on that, though.
Well, see, the advantage to doing it off camera is you can just say it works no matter what. That's the advantage.
Exactly. I'm going to be
No
like,
one will ever
everything
know.
works perfectly.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, starving for codes out here? Okay, my bad. Let me feed the needy. Here we go. Let's do this one.
Oh, yeah, I was at a game store and they were giving away a bunch of Wii balance boards, and I thought of you. I couldn't bring
Aw.
myself to get them, but
No, you weren't willing to waste that much space?
yeah, no, there's only so much room in the car, and
Oh, well, that's fine. I've still got plenty. Shockingly. I am kind of tempted to like put the ones that I painted to be playing cards like up on like Facebook Marketplace to see if anyone bites.
yeah,
Like
see,
it works.
you should
It's just special.
make that project open source. That way we can all make one for MGC.
Oh, there everyone brings their own. We can have a full deck.
That would be so horrible. All right, I'm gonna go test this. Wish me luck.
Sounds good. How many monitors do you have currently using? That depends on what you count. On my normal PC, I have like 4 monitors, but usually 2 of them are turned off. Like I've got 2 main monitors, and then I have this one, which is connected to my PC for when I'm like working on stuff and want to watch or stream. And then I have one like above my other 2 monitors that I usually don't need, but I have it just in case. And then I have that monitor, which is separate from everything else. I just use it for testing things. And then I did bring out an extra monitor for the stream, because I wanted one that was also like really close that I could read. So I am monitored up. I really like the idea of pulling out a Game Boy and running Mario Galaxy on it. Yep, that is the fun part. Oh, someone asked earlier if I still like play my portable Wiis, and the answer is not much, because I get to spend a lot of time playing portable Wiis when I'm like testing portables that I'm shipping out and selling. So that's where I get most of my portable Wii playtime in. But yeah, the magic of it does wear off after a while, but it's still nifty. Yeah, modders don't actually play them. That is the common sentiment. I know there are a few weirdos who play their portables, but I will say your majority of like multi-year long modders don't play them much. I know Shank doesn't really play his. G-Man doesn't really play his. I don't think Wesk plays his. Oh, that's interesting. On my last portable, one of the buttons was too thick. And now it's a little too thin. It works fine, but I wonder what the variation is caused by. Nope, that's what I thought. What do I play on my portable Wiis? What's my favorite game? I play a lot of Mario Party on them. Mostly because it's just a good way to like mash buttons and make sure everything works consistently. And then usually I'll have like some other game that I'm just playing through. Like, oh, I forgot. Okay, wait, brief pause. So like right now I'm playing the original Pikmin on a portable I'm testing because I want to play through all the Pikmin games before Pikmin 4 comes out. But I like Pikmin 2 ROM hacks. There are some really cool ones. Those are go-to. I did a playthrough of Spyro A Hero's Tale recently because I had that game as a kid. You know, it's still kind of fun as an adult. I don't know if it's necessarily, oh, you gotta play this game. I think I mostly like it because I had it as a kid. But, yep. You can CRT with the Wii built in that Shank made. Shank will actually probably play that one a fair amount. That's a very Shank project. But, okay, so what we need to do... Oh, wait, I don't know why I did that. Some of this. Is I have... So I have these like USB-C boards, which also have audio stuff on them. And when I tried to program the audio portions of the boards, I got errors on 3 of them. And I don't know for certain, but I think it was these 3. It was either these 3 or these 3. I'm not entirely sure which. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring out my laptop and we're going to try to reprogram them. And then we're going to have to troubleshoot these boards, which is one of the particularly not fun parts about Wii Boy Colors, is that I have to troubleshoot all the boards that go into each portable. Whereas with other portables, you can go on 4layertech.com and you can just buy them already tested, guaranteed to work. You don't have to worry about assembling circuit boards, which is handy.
So it works, kind of.
Oh, okay. How so, kind of?
So I got HDMI, which I already had, but now I have USB, so it boots an RV loader. I can boot into games, and all my controller ports work. But I have no audio. But I'm pretty sure that that's a GC video setting. But I have my GameCube data line wired up, so it should work. I don't know why it doesn't.
That is weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting continuity between my GameCube data line and, well, on the AVE HDMI and then the actual GameCube controller data line. I'm getting continuity, so what? Wonder if it's my controller. Could be that.
Could be.
You know what, yeah, I'm gonna put it back into RV Loader and then see if it's just my controller, because if it's that, then that would be funny.
Yeah, worth a shot.
Be back again.
Okay, so I have to use my laptop to program the boards because I can't get the programming program to work on my PC. I've tried before, but it just doesn't work well. Where do you actually find RV Loader, since I couldn't find it on Weebrew? Yeah, it's not on Weebrew. If you just search RV Loader, it should come up on a GitHub from a guy named Aurelio. And that's the right version. Oh, okay, wait. My stream has gone off the rails again. You need to stay in loop playlist. Okay, here we go. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay. Alright, should be fixed. What kind of microcontroller does it use? /4 what? So it uses a PIC 16F15324, which I have memorized because I've had to pull it up in this software many times. So I'm going to open up a program called MPLab, And I'm gonna go grab. My little flasher tool. Five dislikes show that people dislike for no apparent reason at all. Do dislikes still show up on live streams? Or is that just like some tool that like estimates how many there are? Because I'm pretty sure they're disabled across all of YouTube, but yeah, I've heard about the Chrome extension, but I think it mostly guesses based on how many people have it. It's not like a perfect tool, but I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, that makes sense. I made my PS3 portable, best thing I've ever done. What kind of portable did you make? Because I am not aware of many PS3 portables that aren't like giant blocks, which is fine. Nothing wrong with the giant block portable, but okay. PIC 16LF15324. Apply. And then, oh, someone asked what the microcontroller does. So the microcontroller on this board handles like volume controls, and a little bit of no, this one doesn't interface with the Wii. I think it's primarily for volume controls, because you can wire up the audio amp directly to the Wii, and our V loader knows how to handle that, and so you can use like a combination of GameCube controller buttons to do it. But that software has a couple issues that I don't really love. So I prefer to use like physical buttons in most of my portables. But if you want to like cut down on everything it uses, that's a good way to use it.
It works.
Oh, nice. Was it just a controller then?
Yeah, it's one of my shoddier controllers, so the button pads are just,
Gotcha.
I had to press down really hard to get it to work. Now, I need to add the mode to 3v3 line, but other than that, we're good.
Nice.
The picture is very crisp.
Oh, yeah. The direct drive to HDMI stuff is crazy. Okay, so I'm going to try and connect to one of these boards, and if it can't connect, oh wait, hang on, I have to set it to power the circuit for the tool. Okay, connect. Okay. Oh no, okay, it found the pick.
Oh no, programming with the pick of 3.
I mean, I've gotten pretty good at it because I've had to deal with its jank for many years.
It's so jank.
Let me try programming.
I'm gonna make the wild assumption that you have a clone.
Oh yeah, I don't have an official one. I remember getting the clone to work initially was a huge headache, but I think I've beaten it into submission and now it just does what I need it to.
Mine is just luck of the draw.
Oh, that's tough. Mine at least works consistently.
Yeah, I cannot say that about mine.
Yeah, that's rough. So, oh, here, I'll show it. So this, like, red thing, it's too blurry, but I've got this little red thing that I plug into each board, and that's how I program them. Which works. I think, like, some people have, like, full setups where you just, like, drop a board into place and it programs it automatically, which is very cool, but a little unnecessary for what I'm doing. Okay, they're all programming just fine, which is weird. Because I distinctly remember there were, like, 3 or 4 of them that, like, I couldn't get to program, so I assumed something was broken. But maybe I'm done? Okay, this one worked. Okay, one more.
Should be the last wire. And I don't think that I'm going to bother tidying up any of these wires.
Well, who's gonna see him? It's an
Exactly.
opaque case.
Well, no, it's gonna be everyone clowning on me at MGC when we open it up to take a look at it. When it inevitably fails.
That's alright. I won't bully you too hard. I'll just bully you a little bit. Okay. In my experience, MCUs tend to be moody some days and just not want to work right. Yeah, but most of the time I assume my soldering is to blame, so that's the problem. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and hook all of these up to just like an untrimmed Wii and make sure that audio works properly. Because one common issue I have with Wii Colors is that I don't test the audio and then something goes wrong and then I have to like take it all apart to get this board out. So I'm just going to skip the taking the board out step and identify which of these work and which of these might need some more soldering. Although now that I'm doing this, I'm sure all of them are going to work first try and this will just be a huge waste of time. But okay, let me go grab a Wii.
Oh, how come I stopped selling trimmed motherboards on my Etsy shop? Pretty much because it took way too much time, and when it comes to how much I was making, I forget how much I had the boards up for, but it was after Etsy's fees and after tax it or having to pay income tax and all that fun stuff. It was like I was barely over breaking even, and since I work a full-time job, as much as I like to give back to the community, I just couldn't afford spending my time on that.
Yeah, no, I'm fully with you on the selling trimmed Wiis is not worth it front. I think I did like 3 sales one time, and like all 3 of them, like 2 of them couldn't get it to work at all, and then the third guy like just never responded after I shipped it out, so I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how many I've done. At least 10.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah.
It's because I had a post up on the forums, and then I also put it up on Etsy to get a little more traffic, and then I realized I was like, okay, I'm burning out real quick.
Yeah. That's pulling away from that was definitely the move. Although I will say the first portable I ever built used one of Shockslayer's like trimmed Wiis that he used to sell. So without that, maybe I don't get to where I am today. But even then, I eventually, after that, I trimmed all my own Wiis and got good. So
yeah, I'm very much on the, like, I wasn't exactly doing it just to make money. It's like, I understand that, when we're doing these kinds of projects, obviously it's good to trim your own Wii, but, I've dealt, or not dealt, but I've helped out some people where it's like, hey, I have very shaky hands, so I can't do the fine soldering, and I wouldn't trust myself with a Dremel tool. He's like, I can solder big wires, but not the vias. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll help you out. So it was, if I can help you out, then yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I think the people I sold to were just not super comfortable with Wiis, and I mean, when I got my first Wii trim, I'm pretty sure I killed it inadvertently. I somehow destroyed the like GameCube controller line.
Oh.
But that was a whole saga. But because I think I killed like 4 or 5 GC pluses in the original Waluigi. And I'm still not quite sure how I managed to do it. Because GC plus, have you ever heard of someone killing a GC plus?
No way, man. I recall reading through like old threads and seeing something like that.
Yeah, it was a running gag for a while, but yeah, that was partially why the Waluigi was never finished, because every time I put a GC plus in it, it just died. So I eventually stopped feeding it souls and moved on to a new project. Oh, okay. You answered what your favorite Mario game was. You answered Odyssey. Other than that, what's your favorite Switch game? I played a lot of Smash Ultimate. I haven't played it as much recently, but I did really enjoy Smash Ultimate. Mario Maker 2. I played a lot of Mario Maker 2. Although then they stopped updating it, and I haven't played it. So, actually, I did play it. On Twitter, there was a guy who was like, yo, if anyone could beat my Mario Maker level, I'll give them a set of custom GameCube joysticks. I was like, oh, yo, hype, I know how to play Mario Maker. And so I beat his level, and he sent me a free pair of GameCube joysticks. So, and they're like cool resin cast ones too. They're like purple and marbly. So I'll put them in something at some point. But I do want to start casting my own GameCube sticks. I just need to get a better resin casting setup. But that's probably my next big, like, projects investment.
Oh man, see, after I'm done building this, I think I'm going to try building one of the new G-Boys because I've been gearing up for that. I also have an Ashita, but I ordered some resin buttons off of Etsy and they haven't arrived yet, so it's one of those like,
Oh,
I don't know if I
gotcha.
can mentally start a project if I know that I can't finish it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But the G-Boy, man, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it was North MP3. You might have seen that post too. North makes really good stuff, and he's the same guy who made the tutorials I was talking about earlier. Really good tutorials. Would you make resin casting on stream? That's actually part of my plan today. Like, when I get tired of assembling Wii Boys, it'll probably be sometime in the middle of the night when I'm feeling pretty burnt out. We'll do some resin casting. Whew.
The worst part of building a portable is adding the thermal paste.
Really? That's your worst part?
Yep.
Dude, I'll do all the thermal paste in the world for you if you handle all the wire twisting for me.
Yeah, man. Alright. I think that's sufficient, and by sufficient I mean probably a little too much, but
Nah, that's how it goes.
as Ben Heck would say, add the perfect amount of thermal paste.
You could always just use thermal pads instead.
See, I did that for my old one. There's just not a how do I put it? You know how in the Ashita, how there's a little bit of extra room between the screw posts for the Wii and the actual Wii itself?
Yeah.
There's like a gap there, so it makes it a little awkward when you put pads in. That being said, I do use thermal pads on the Ashitas that I build. Which I know you're not supposed to do, but, you know.
I don't think it makes a huge difference. But you just have to be careful you don't, like, overscrew the Wii motherboard or something. But
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm doing right now, because I don't want to bend this thing and, you know, accidentally crack the GPU.
I think on the original Wii Boy Color, I had to use thermal pads because I didn't design it properly. And so there was a little space between the Wii and the heatsink, which wasn't good. Like, literally, when I was filming that video, I had to film it in 20-minute increments because it was always overheat.
Alright, this is gonna get a little bendy, but not too much. I don't want to
Nice.
torque it down.
What do I think about Woohoo Island? Like, the island from, Wii Sports Resort?
That's a lot.
It's a cool little island. I don't think I have much more than that to say, but what's the Omega trim? The Omega trim is the maximum you can trim a Wii. So it's very, very small. I'm not really sure why it was named that way. I think that was a Shock Slayer thing from many years ago. But it's a good enough name, I suppose. The Omega trim? Yeah. Ginger, you might be better than me at modding, but are you better than me in Wii Sports Resort Basketball? I don't think so. You know what? If you've grinded out Wii Sports Resort Basketball, then I'm not going to challenge you on the court. I played that some as a kid, but that was not my go-to Wii Sports Resort game. Okay, so what I'm doing currently is I'm attaching some audio data lines to just like an untrimmed Wii. So that way I can easily test these with the audio boards I've got to make sure that the audio boards can output audio properly. So it shouldn't take me too much longer to set it up. What are you making? So most of the stream I've been making Wii Boy colors. So these little Game Boy styled Wiis. But I'm currently taking a quick break from that to assemble like a little test setup to make sure that these audio and USB-C boards work properly. Because that'll help me have less issues later on down the line.
Tiny GameCube is so cute. Yeah, Wesk did an amazing job with this. I love it, and I'm so happy to have one that works now. But I said that
Yeah.
before I put the final screws in, so now it won't work.
Rookie mistake. Yeah, no, the tiny GameCube line of portables is really cool. I'm a big fan
It
of
looks-
Mad Morta's tiny one and the little candy cube.
This one looks really nice in the nylon black, if I do say so myself.
Oh, I'll bet. Okay, now I need 3 wires for voltage. I want to try to make a PSX portable. I have a PS1 motherboard that I want to repurpose. I haven't seen anyone build like a just straight PlayStation portable in a long time. But I would be careful about following old guides because I'm sure a lot of the information is pretty outdated. But it could be a fun project. Is it hailing outside? Okay, I don't know if it picks up on my mic, but there's hail slamming into my window.
That's just a hammer, bro.
Dude, they busted out all the tiny hammers. They're just going at my window now. Worst
Ta-da!
landlords in the world.
Well, I haven't put the plate in yet.
Ah, ooh, yeah, that does look really nice. Oh, I forgot the mem card ports or the USB ports. That's cute.
Yep. Now I didn't put the 3D printed feet on it. I just put some of the little Wii feet on it.
Oh, that works.
I really love what Wesk did for the GameCube controller ports, though. How it's the headphone jacks, and then you have the little adapters that plug in.
Yeah, I think Mad Morta did the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a clever little solution. The adapter looks clean. Did you make that yourself?
Yep.
Nice.
It's just a GameCube extension cable, and then what is it? 3.5 millimeter, what 1/8 inch TRRS cable or jack, not jack, whatever the male end is called, and then some heat shrink.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now I can put it in the carrying case.
Oh, you have a carrying case for it too? Okay, there's one voltage wire. This dongle situation is going too far. Yeah, it's all Apple's fault. Can't even just have normal GameCube controller ports anymore.
Had this case since I built the first one, and now I can put a working one in.
Nice.
It'll be ready to be confiscated by TSA.
Oh, of course.
Is it portable? Well, it doesn't have batteries, but I mean, it's way smaller than a regular Wii setup.
Yeah, it's essentially like
It's a
small as
micro
you can make,
console.
Yeah, a home Wii sort of thing. But yeah, there are a few different projects like that. I think there's a version of it that's a little bigger, right? That's the other Wesk one.
Oh no, this is the micro.
Oh,
Not
then am I thinking of the Noldendo? Right, the Noldendo is bigger.
Oh yeah, I have one of those. I can grab it and do a side by side.
Okay. Yeah, but there are a few different projects like that that are open source, and that's a decent spot for jumping into like portable Wii modding. Although honestly, if you can, they're probably similar difficulty because so much of it is just Wii based, but they're fun little projects. There is a Wii Mini though. Look it up. Okay, you're right. This is like a Wii Tiny.
Wii Micro.
Wii Micro, right? That's even smaller than Mini. Okay, and now I need ground.
So this guy is an Oldendo Micro, and this is a GC Micro. So you can kind of see how small it is from that perspective. The GC Micro is a little bit taller.
True.
But
I guess that's to be cubey.
yeah, that's to, be cubey. Love them both.
Very cool.
They're both. I'm gonna bring the whole black nylon suite with me to MGC.
Ah, there you go.
So let's see. Let me pull out the other stuff to get a quick. What do you call it? Quick preview.
Oh yeah, you got an actual GameCube for scale anywhere?
Oh, yes, I have many.
I only have one GameCube, and I literally bought it as like a reference image for like my videos. How did you get the motherboard so small? Are you doing any motherboard stacking? I'll show you in a minute how it gets so small.
So this is a regular GameCube.
Yeah, yours is about the size of the, what is that, the Jewel?
Just about, yeah.
Yep. That's a little smaller. Yeah, very cool. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna show why you can trim a Wii. Okay, so here's Wii Trimming 101. Why is a Wii trim possible? So this is an untrimmed Wii motherboard. If you pull one out of your Wii, it's gonna look essentially like this. And so there's some important things scattered around the board. Over here, you have the Bluetooth module. You have the Wi-Fi module. You have CPU, GPU, CPU, RAM. You have voltage regulators are all along here. And then on the back, you've got your NAND, which is like your memory storage. And you have your AVE, which helps convert the GPU stuff to like, oh. Okay, I just saw a flash of lightning. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down. Converts the GPU signals into like TV readable signals, like composite or component. You guys might be able to hear the thunder. That's crazy.
That's wild.
But yeah, so basically when we do a Wii trim, what we do is we do a software mod. And so normally when you turn on a Wii, it checks for a few things. It makes sure that the Bluetooth module is there. It makes sure that the Wi-Fi module is there. It makes sure that all the voltage regulators work. And then it just needs the boot signal. And then it'll turn on without any issues. But if you have an unmodded Wii and you take off the Bluetooth module and try to turn it on, it won't turn on. Even though the Bluetooth module isn't really required. But I guess on a home Wii setup, it would be. So what we do is we install a program called RV Loader, which tells the Wii that it no longer cares about the Bluetooth module or the Wi-Fi module. So when it boots up, it just checks to make sure it has the right voltages, and then it just needs the boot signal, and it'll turn on. And so when we don't need these anymore, you can kind of see this is critical, this is critical, this is critical, this and this are very important. So we just cut that stuff out. And then you're left with a Wii trim. So that cuts off like all of the various ports and stuff, but you can like, let me see if I can show on camera. Like for example, we need the USB traces, but you can see how the USB traces go to here, and then to here, and then to here. So when it's trimmed, we just wire up USB right here instead of up here. And then same thing with video and audio and controllers and whatnot. People have already figured out where those things go to. So you just cut that shape out of your Wii, and then you're left with all the critical stuff, and then it's just a matter of relocating peripherals to make it work again. So when you cut out the voltage regulators, you have to use your own, but you don't want to use these regulators anyways, because these regulators are really inefficient. Because Nintendo didn't care if they were efficient, they just needed to work consistently and be cheap. Whereas modders care more about they need to be compact and they need to be efficient. So, and by like more expensive regulators, we're talking like $3 for a regulator setup instead of like 25 cents. So, the Wii is a 4-layer, 6-layer board. How do you reside the internal traces? That's partially why the Wii is so nice. There are no internal traces that you need to access. So everything can be accessed just through the vias on a normal trimmed Wii, except Bluetooth. If you want to relocate the Bluetooth module, then you have to scratch to these traces right here. But these traces are on the surface of the board, so it's pretty easy to attach to them. So we did get lucky that like when the board was designed, there isn't anything like only internal, and when you cut, there's no way to access it easily. But yeah. Okay, I like the black nylon suite.
Yeah. Thank you.
Looks pretty slick.
Just a quick preview.
Who's building the Steam Deck over there? I think you're talking
Steam
about
Deck.
the Ashita. But it does look moderately Steam Decky. But yeah, that's the Ashita. It's a portable designed by Wesk. It's very nifty. Oh, wait, okay. So yeah, that I think explains roughly Wii trimming 101. But what if you're modding and the wiring starts a fire? Is the whole thing ruined or is it possible to save it? It is. I have built many Wii portables and I have never once set a project on fire. The closest I've ever done is... When did you set a portable on fire?
Hold on, let me wrap this up really quickly and then I will show you exactly what happened. I needed a 21700 battery holder, so I downloaded a template for one, or I downloaded a 3D printable file, and it looks a little like this. Except the bottom of these terminals, one of them dug into the 18650, or sorry, the 21700, so it shorted the positive terminal to the case really quick. But I mean, my switch was off and it wasn't connected to anything, so it was just, I don't know if I can pull this up closer if it will focus, but
there's scorch marks.
There is, come on webcam, you're better than this.
Oh, it's all good. I've got a nice camera and autofocus on it is also not great.
Yeah. I don't know, you might be able to see discoloration. It did slightly melt it away, but hey, it still works. I just know to not try to pull it out positive side first.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. So yeah, fires and portables are like incredibly rare because we're using like really like relatively small batteries. And you have to really try to like make an 18650 catch fire or something. So fire is not a huge concern like when I'm building stuff. As long as you're like reasonably careful with the batteries and don't like jam something sharp into them, you're not going to start a fire. I did. Yeah. That is a pretty rare scenario. Okay. I think my setup is almost done. Okay. I live in fear that the 18650s I don't use that are stored under my bed. Nah, they aren't going to spontaneously combust. I guess some people are afraid of the monsters under their bed. Others are afraid of the 18650s under their bed. We all have our own demons. Just got back. Who's the second guy? This is Crazy Gadget. So he also builds portable Wiis. He's been around for a couple years. He's here to keep me company for at least part of my quest. And then I think we'll have other people joining in later. Samsung Galaxy Note S7? See, the Note S7 was more dangerous than just like raw batteries, because those were actually hooked up to something, and that something was bad. Like, you can leave batteries alone forever, and they're never really gonna explode. They'll just like slowly like die. You really only have to be like super concerned about like fires with batteries when you're using like lipos, which is what like cell phones use, like the Note 7. So, like my GameCube, like my Fate GameCube portable uses lipos. So there's more fire risk from that guy, but I still have to mess something up pretty bad to make that happen. Hey, Bakuku, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while. Okay, this one. Volts. Do I do software stuff or just hardware? So I do very little software. Like all I do is I use like pre-made like hacks that already exist. Like RV loader, I had no hand whatsoever in developing that. I just use it on my project. Like the code that I flashed onto this microcontroller, I didn't make. It was made by G-Man, and he open sourced that. So I have no software experience beyond like a couple programming classes I took early on in college. I rely on other people to help with the software stuff, which thankfully there are a lot of really cool programmers and engineers in the bit-built community. So I could be lazy and just mooch off of their work.
Heard that.
I would consider making your own PCB software if you do that, Ginger. I mean, I don't have any issues with the softwares that already exist. I mean, I feel like KiCad or KiCad? I have no clue how to
I think it's
pronounce it.
KiCad. KiCad or
KiCad?
KiCad. I don't know.
KiCad? Yeah, I think that's already a very good go-to tool for most modders. So I have no desire to make my own because I don't have any way to improve it. But I do know how to make my own PCBs. I can do like design stuff on the computer just fine, but most software stuff isn't really my forte. Okay, I need to pull up the audio stuff again. Okay. MC. Here's the third wire. Have I ever done anything with a 6-layer Wii before? Not really. The only time I tried to use a 6-layer Wii was the first ever Wii trim I tried to do. That was on a 6-layer Wii. I couldn't get it working. I think I realized later that I was a moron and had done several things totally wrong. But that is my extent into 6-layer Wii world. 6-layer Wiis are great if you're doing like a Nintendo. But for actual portable stuff, you should never use one. That is the truth. Unfortunately, that is not an opinion. Okay, C. C is the one that's furthest away. Which is this red wire.
I don't know what I'm gonna do when I run out of these what are they called? Screen bezel decals from all my old G-Boy kits.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, those are going to be a rarity, huh?
I'll tell you what, I have a ton of white ones.
Maybe check with G-Man. He might have them. Oh, no, I think Noah handled the...
Noah. Yup.
Yeah. Ah, well.
It shouldn't be that hard to recreate, though.
Nah, it's just a shape. I'm not
Yeah.
sure where he got them printed at, though. I think he had, like, a relative that, like, ran a printing facility. Which may have been how he got those.
My mom has a Cricut that she got, so I should be able to
Ooh.
use that.
Yeah, that's probably the move. Is Cricut the brand that's spelled like CRI cut?
Yeah.
I always read those as Cry Cut, but I guess Cricut
Cry
makes
cut.
sense. Yeah. I don't
Well,
think I've ever heard
however
anyone
you
say it.
say it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, you're probably
You
right.
get
I've
away
never
with
heard
that.
it said out loud. Okay. Data lines are all wired up, and then I think I have a speaker with some wires attached to it. Why am I so passionate on a hot dog not being a sandwich? I don't remember what that was about. I think Stitches put it into his bio for whatever reason. I mean, I still hold to my convictions and believe that a hot dog is not a sandwich, but I think some of the fire has gone out of me in the years since I said that. Oh, and I do permaban anyone who disagrees with me. So yeah, don't challenge me on anything ever.
Oh, no. It's ugly.
Oh, did you not apply it quite right?
It's okay. I can get it. It'll be cool.
I always hate applying like things like that.
It's not exactly tons of fun. Oh no. Oh, this is just getting worse.
Oh no! In front of all the
So-
people too?
Oh, come on. Why do you gotta remind me? I'm fumbling here.
What song is this? I think this is a jazz arrangement of We Shop or Me Channel. Yeah, it's the. Here, I'll post a link for it real quick.
There we go. Easy.
Hey, you got it. Yeah, I think it's taken me 2 tries on every single one of those I've assembled.
And I still have 2 more regular G-Boy kits left to do this on.
Oh. I've got 1 G-Boy kit, which I might give away. Like, if I go the full 24 hours, I'll either give that away or I'll give everyone all the parts for Nishida, whichever they want. But so that's still the old G-Boy, like Rev 3, right?
Oh no, this is the new one with Dustin's case files and the 4-layer
okay.
boards.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I've been.
Did the kits come with 2 like screen bezels then?
I forget if it came with 2. I think so. I think it came with
Okay.
2 of each.
Well, that explains why you have extras.
Now the original kits, like the OGs, came with the bezels already applied, and eventually they were like, "Oh no!" So they just started shipping them with them in the kit.
Yeah, I can't really fault them for that.
Oh, me neither. I can only imagine the pain.
I mean, hey, I'd imagine G-Man has to be really good at putting those on then.
Oh yeah.
Or he's still bad at them and it was just even more miserable. Okay.
It was just Noah locked in a room doing this.
Slowly going insane.
Oh yeah. The one thing with nylon is that it does warp, but it warps back. That's the important part.
That's always good. As long as it's not a one-time warpage.
Mm-hmm.
What do I need? I need a... Oh. No, I can make this work. I just made my life harder for no reason.
What did you do?
I installed... Well, I used like a board. The board I used for like my audio like amp testing thing doesn't have GameCube controller ports. So I have to like go into like preloader and then the Wii menu and then sync up a Wii remote in order to see if audio works. But that's okay. Oh wait, that's not the reset button. It's this one, I think. Is there a GPU via for USB? Can't for the life of me get anything out of these USB vias. No, I think, assuming you're talking about the vias and not the, like, protection circuitry. Those are the last vias. Because it goes straight, like, underneath the GPU after that. So those are your one saving grace. You can try scratching them a little more with an X-Acto knife if you haven't done that yet. That's a good strat. Scuff them up a little bit. That can help. Okay,
Oh, my
there we go.
GC micro trim. It's like kind of an Omega. I totally yeeted off the USB vias, so I had to go right to the trace.
Yeah, I've got a couple of trims like that too, where I didn't cut off the vias, but the traces like go up towards the trim line very briefly before coming back down,
Oh
and I
yeah,
like
I know what
cut
you're
through
talking
that
about.
part. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
got a couple like that, which is a little annoying, but I'll make it work.
Honestly, as long as you've got flux and a good iron, the trace soldering it's not bad.
No, it's not too bad. I'd still much rather have vias though.
Yeah.
All boards have the ability to add GC ports to it, correct? Yeah, so like you can see on this board how it still has like the GameCube controller port slots, but I think they took off like a lot of the like protection circuitry for like GameCube controllers. I don't really know how important that stuff is against like static and whatnot. So you'd probably need to also install some of that stuff back to make it work. But
Nah. In
or
all the micros that I've
alternatively,
done, I've never had issues with interference on the GameCube lines, just wiring the data line straight to the Wii.
yeah, that makes sense. I'm not too surprised. I do wonder in what scenarios is the like other circuitry connected to that important? But
That's true. What if it's
okay,
like power conditioning stuff?
I forget when you're in like the preloader menu. How do you like just boot up to the system menu? Do you just push reset after like 15 seconds? Is that what it is?
I forget. One of them is like a scroll button, and the other one is like the
Okay,
enter
there we go.
button. I forget which is which
Yeah.
though.
Okay, reset appears to be the enter button. Okay, the speaker isn't. Oh wait, speaker isn't making any noise. So what did I do wrong? Hmm.
Oh yeah, I ordered the wrong battery clips, so I had to use a Dremel and shave down each one of them a little bit. So it's kind of jank, and then they don't sit all the way down. But I wanted to build this one.
It'll work, right?
The jankier, the dankier. Am I right?
That is what they say. Hmm. Maybe I just need to raise the volume.
Wesk, what's up?
Good evening.
Oh, hey, Wesk. How's it going?
I'm good, boys. I'm good.
Good to hear.
Just finishing up some 3D scanning for this Wii Mini before I move over to the Game Gear.
Now we need to make the
Nice.
Wii Mini Mini.
Not a huge fan of the console, to be honest. It's the first one I've seen and pulled apart.
Not impressed?
No, not really. And the layout of the board doesn't make it any easier to trim.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, you're talking
Not
about the
only
Wii Mini. I thought you were talking about the Game Gear. I was like, why are we trimming Game Gears all of a sudden?
Oh, no, just finishing the Wii Mini first and then scanning the Game Gear.
Gotcha. Yeah, all right, so this is Wesk who just joined. He's one of our resident Aussie modders. He designed the Ashita and the GameCube Micro, that crazy gadget was just building. So he's done a few things.
And most recently known for the PS2 Ultra Slim that
Oh,
Nacho
that's right.
Nacho featured. Yeah.
I gotta build me one of those.
Oh, I wanted to... Here, let me see if audio works over headphones on this one. Oh, and I forgot to... Is there a 3D printable Wii shell? Just out of curiosity? Kind of. Wes, you did a 3D scan of a Wii shell, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so in theory, you could take the time and like turn it into something 3D printable. Unless someone has already done that, but
Recreating it would be quite simple. There's no
That's also
real
true.
organic shape to it. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, in theory, you could 3D print one. Wouldn't be too hard. Would it be possible to make a Wii handheld that can use Joy-Cons the same way as a Switch? I think a guy named Jackson S made a project that kind of does that. He made like a interface board to go from like Joy-Cons to like a GameCube controller or something, which was pretty nifty. I don't know if anyone's really implemented it into a project, but it exists. It's out there if you wanted to look into it. I don't remember what it was called, but... Alright, let me go find a pair of cheap headphones that I don't care if explode.
So in regards to the GC Nano crazy, is that something we're going to finish tackling when you're back from MGC?
Yeah, my big thing is like, as you can see, I just have this bin of portables that I've been meaning to build. So I want to like try to plow through those as many as I can before NGC. And then when I get back, yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Especially now
thinking-
that I have the PSU Plus.
Watching you guys build the GC micros more and more, obviously over time, after making a project, you see where you can improve on it. And although the GC Nano is going to be its own thing, there's still a lot of shared parts between them. So it'd be good to improve it in a way that the controller ports also have their own custom PCB.
I did that for mine, but it's not the it's as basic as it gets. It's literally just for mounting purposes. Let me see if I can find it. I think I showed it to you when I made it.
I can't say that I've seen it.
Oh,
It's
here, I'll
literally
post
just
a
for
new
the USB ports. You still have to wire the headphone jacks manually, you know?
Right.
But I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. You wanted something that like stuck onto the back of the headphone jacks.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yep.
I just made, this quick guy to mount the USB ports.
Yeah, I have seen the USB one.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, something for the controller ports would be fantastic. That'd save a ton of wiring.
Absolutely. Because, yeah, I have my other GC micro right here in front of me because I was using it a little bit as a reference. It is a good amount of wires.
Okay, so I'm not getting any audio out of this board. I just tried through headphones. So let me see if it's a setup issue or a board issue.
I feel bad for this build. I look at it and it should work. I want it to work. I don't just want it to, like... I hate seeing it on a shelf rotting away, but what am I going to do, right?
I mean, you could probably reuse the trim in a future project, right? The trim works.
Yeah, well, that's the question. That's the question. Is the AVE HDMI the problem, or is the trim the problem?
Well, you've still got the AVE on there. Why don't you run analog video out of it and see if you get the same problems?
You know what? I recall I ran composite out of it, and there were no issues.
So maybe just leave that HDMI board on there, just unused, and pick up one of the newer AVE to HDMI adapters.
What do you mean, like leave this one on and get a new one?
Yeah, just leave it there.
But the new ones are flexes. So I'd have to desolder all the wires anyway.
I meant the one that Y2K was using. The one that just takes the analog signal and converts it to HDMI.
Okay, the analog HDMI. Okay, yeah, that's true. I could do that. I could do that. But then what's the point, man? Either way, it's also like, I wasn't thrilled about the shell that I printed. It was okay, but I always had a very, very slight layer shifting issues, but...
Okay, I found a potential issue. I connected my 1.8 volt wire to the wrong side of the capacitor, so it's just connected to ground. That's not gonna happen.
First the 3.3 volt to ground mod, now the 1.8 volt to ground mod.
I'm working through them, don't worry. Okay. Well, let's try again. Oh, I forgot to hold reset.
But yeah, I finally got my resin printer in like a working state. Thank you, Wesk. I looked back in our DMs about my issue with the curing times, and I played around with it, and I got it working. So now I have cool resin buttons.
It's almost always the curing times.
Yeah.
What kind of resin printer did you get? Is it just like a Legumars or?
It's the Photon Mono.
Gotcha.
Now, I also got the wash and cure station, and I think I posted this recently in the BitBuilt Discord, but I left, a bunch of 99% IPA in the what do you call it, like the cleaning vat with the propeller in it. And I went to pull it out, and I saw little like specks of something in it was a suspension. And I was like, what's that? And I looked in the bottom of it, and I was like, oh no, the magnets don't look right. So I drained all the IPA out of it, and I pulled the propeller out, and the magnets that are attached to the propeller are like disintegrated. So it's like, okay, well, I need a new propeller mechanism thing from Anycubic before I can continue. Which is weird because, they say, yeah, you can leave your IPA in here.
Well, yeah, but don't, actually do that.
Yeah, that was my mistake, was actually doing that.
Yeah. Like, the Weeboy color, you should never turn it on. It might break.
That's true. So, from the parts list that Dustin provided, it gets a little janky here with the cooling system. Like, I had to sand down part of the fan, and then the heatsink is actually too small. So it kind of sits there. It sits where the fan will output air, so I guess that's what matters the most. And then I had to cut down one of my copper plates that I have, because I ordered a stack of them from AliExpress to be 35 by 70, and they absolutely vary in actual size. But you know what? This'll work. It won't be the best, and there will be some air leakage, but it will work.
It'll be fine.
The jankier, the dankier.
Yeah. Okay, good news. The 1.8 volt to ground mod was what was making everything not work, so that's fixed. So I can now work through all the other boards. 1 a.m. for me currently, won't be feeling sleep. Someone describe it for you? I mean, if you put your head on a pillow, I think you'll figure it out.
Oh wait, was there a new code? Did I miss it?
Oh, you better not have missed the code. So are you still at the actual, scanning phase with the Wii Mini, or are you on the computer stuff right now?
So I'm still on the scanning phase. It's actually relatively simple, this one. So I'm just scanning. I've got 3 more parts to go. I was saving the Game Gear for the stream, but yeah, I just figured I'd work through this one. I don't think it's a particularly interesting shape or scan to do. So I just
Everyone
thought I'd
loves
get it out of the way.
rectangles.
Yeah.
I hope these clips actually work. Because if they don't, I'll be a little sad that I had to grind them down for nothing.
I think
Let's
the
find
G-Boy
out.
might use the same clips that the Wii Boy Color does. I have to like trim a little bit off of them to make them fit in the Wii Boy Color, but I think they're similar.
I gotta push these in a little bit. No, you know what? I think it's gonna work. But again, remember, I bought the wrong clips, so I kind of had to jankify them to get them to fit.
Gotcha.
You know what? That looks like it's gonna work just fine.
What pushes you to continue working on cool projects, especially since it seems you don't do commissions anymore? It's not about the money.
Well, now it's about the YouTube money, Wesk. Don't you get it?
Oh yeah, sponsorships. That's all it's
Yeah,
about.
Exactly. No, I mean, I think it's just building portables is fun. Building new projects. It's always fun to kind of start with an idea and then slowly work through it and then end up with something pretty at the end. I think that's what I like most about building portable Wiis is sometimes you can make one that looks really pretty. And that makes me happy. So, and it's also fun to just like do stuff with your hands. It's a little bit like other like, I don't know, woodworking or something. Where you get to make something
it's
be
the
like,
same-
yeah, it's like, oh, I built
Same
this.
argument can be made for painting or anything else. You know, why do you
Yeah,
paint,
yeah.
not sell them? So I just like painting. Yeah.
Yeah, similar thing. Except, granted, I feel like painting is probably cheaper than building portable Wiis. Although I'm sure there's all
Yeah.
sorts of crazy stuff you could do with painting that would make it really expensive. All right. On yellow WS.
Okay. Yeah, these will work. Cool.
Nice.
Like, I mean, if it was about the money at the end of the day as well, I would be so far behind, like so far in the negatives, that this would be a terrible, terrible business venture.
Yeah, how many portals do you have to make to pay for the scanner?
I mean, not even just the scanner. It's it's all the consumables, just
Oh,
the
yeah.
time of building the the open source projects. You don't do it in a way to make money or clout or anything. You just build it because it's fun and release it for everybody else to try.
Yeah.
And it seems that everybody else is the one that makes money from it.
That is how it goes sometimes.
Oh, I just realized I never actually sanded down the Wii board that I have, or the trim, for the G-Boy.
You can just send it. Sanding is optional.
Yeah.
If your German
Yeah,
is
you know
really
what, I
good,
can just
then-
check my
those
shorts.
resistances.
Let's see what my resistances are here. Alright, 3.3 to ground. We have. Oh wait, hold on. I guess I put it in resistance mode. Ah, well, you know what? That's actually, it's non-zero, but it's doesn't look right. It looks a little low. Now,
What projects have you done, Kite? What projects are you trying to get more recognition on?
Getting tired yet? I'm okay right now. What have we been live for? Like 7 hours? I don't feel nearly as tired as I usually do, like 7 hours into a stream. But I think that's partially because I started earlier than I usually do. And like, I know that the stream isn't ending anytime soon, so...
So
we'll
all of
see.
my resistances are higher than they should be.
Huh.
Which is interesting. I wonder how that works. That has to do with shorting to the internal layers. Send it! No.
You might not get tired, but you might start losing cognitive function. Yeah, and that's why we're eventually going to switch from building portable Wiis to testing portable Wiis.
That's why I
Yes.
went to Wawa today and bought a ton of energy drinks.
I guess that works too. Kitty, what's up? I think I can kind of see her. She's looking rather unhappy in the corner.
I think so. My favorite project so far has been a Game Boy emulator within a vanilla Minecraft. I think a lot of things with projects is selling them, and I don't mean selling them money wise. I mean selling them in a way that you entice people to look at it and make it look interesting. I find that for myself, the Ishida doing the video for that, which gained a lot of traction just because the video was interesting, helped it along. It's the same thing with what Ginger does. And if he was just to do like the Wii balance board without a video, well, it's a shit post at the end of the day. It's not.
No, it's a great.
Overly-
That's so mean. It's such a good project.
Yeah.
Can't believe I put you on my stream just to make fun of my projects.
Roasted.
But without the video, it wouldn't have been what it was. So
Yeah. But yeah, it's
trying to
definitely. I
find
feel
the right
like
way to sell it.
I am curious. Had other people done like GBA emulators in Minecraft before you? Because I've definitely seen projects like that before. But did someone like kind of take your idea and then turn it into like something more marketable, or is it a different situation? The Ishida video was good. Seeing the shells roll around made me laugh. I don't know why. It was a fun video.
Just wait for the next one.
Oh no.
Ooh.
You're gonna spin
Ooh.
even faster.
Sega Dreamcast next.
Ah, that's right. There are PCs in Minecraft and on a Game Boy Advance emulator to my knowledge. Okay. This board also works. What gauge of wire to use for wiring external boards to the Wii? So it depends on what the board is for. So like if it's like a data line, like GameCube or audio stuff, I use 34 gauge magnet wire for most of that. Because it's nice and thin, it fits into Wii vias really easily. It's just the right size for that job. If it's like power lines, but they're like for small things, like the MX chip or the Bluetooth module, then I use 30 gauge wire. But I think you can get away with 34 gauge a lot of the time. I just use 30 gauge. Okay, yeah. Then you can probably just use 34 gauge for that too. For like the main power lines on the Wii, so like ground, 3.3 volts, all that stuff, you want to use 22 gauge wire. That's the sweet spot for thickness. Oh yeah, I did hear about the Sonic Mania port for the Wii. That probably would be one way to play it. Although I'd imagine I'd probably have to own some other version of it to, like, get it to work on the Wii. But I think that's one of those games that goes on sale for like $5 every week. So
There's actually a lot of work going into that one at the moment. There's a guy called Luigi over in Extreme's Discord, the guy who makes Swiss, and he's doing a lot of work into getting it running far better because it's basically a software renderer on the Wii, so the 3D stages were running quite poorly, and he's managed to get them running between 40 to 60 FPS now.
Oh, okay. That's considerably better.
Yeah, better than the 5 that it was running at.
Oh, apparently my GameCube buttons have been delivered. So I might be building a Nishida after all.
Nice. Yours were like the cool, like red and black ones. Those are the ones you ordered, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Yeah, you'd have to grab the Steam version. Yeah, okay, that's not a big deal. For some reason, YouTube told me your stream ended. Hopefully that's a YouTube issue.
Sanding is the worst part of building a portable. That's what I think.
I don't love sanding Wii's, but usually I can just turn my brain off and watch something while I do it, so I don't hate it too badly.
Do you have an outdoor workshop area? Because if you do yourself a favor and get a belt sander.
See, I have a belt sander, but I don't have an outdoor area to use it.
Oh, that's what the bathtub is for.
It makes the shortest work of Wii trims ever.
I mean, Sparkle Bear did it with his Dremel tool and the little drum sander adapter, like bits, whatever you call them.
Like I can with my belt sander, after the dremeling, which takes a minute or two, you can sand it flat and basically not even have to do any hand sanding on it in about 20 seconds flat.
Dang.
Yeah, that sounds really nice.
That does sound really nice.
What is it? Oh, hang on. I need to go feed my cat. It's dinner time. She's mad. All right, come on. What you doing?
This is the real content we're here for. Cat feeding.
HDMI out on the Yoshida would be relatively easy.
Mm-hmm.
There is plenty of room on it. I did deliberately leave a bit of room at the top to put a HDMI port.
Yeah, I was talking to someone. They were actually working on that, but I don't know how far they've come with the model for it.
Yeah, I deliberately left a spot above the screen on the front side where there's enough gap to effectively fit a HDMI port with a little bit of room to spare.
I think that's exactly where they put it too.
Yeah, that was my intention.
Genius. Any specific Dremel? One that's, I mean, at least has variable speed. Other than that, as long as it rotates, you're pretty good to go. But when it comes to cutting wheels, you want a diamond cutting disc. Those are the best.
Yep.
It'll last forever.
I have like a set of like cheap diamond cutting wheels from, I don't know, some unreputable company or something. But they work great, and they're way cheaper than the official Dremel ones. So
I must admit, I also have the eBay specials.
Yeah, where it's like the blue pouch with like 20 of them.
Yup.
Yeah, those are great. But yeah, you don't need anything crazy on the Dremel. I think mine is like a 2-speed Dremel. It goes slow and it goes fast.
Yeah, I've also got a very cheap Chinesium Dremel, and just keeps going. Gets left out in the elements as well, and just keeps going.
You're wild for that, man.
This one is C and NC. Alright, let's test board number 3. Gotcha, I'm just trying to get what I need now, so if I'm the giveaway I can just solder and get it over with. I mean, I don't know if buying tools on the off chance of winning a giveaway is the right move, but if you're planning on building a portable Wii anyways, then yeah, that's a smart move. If it's not shorted, the sanding becomes optional. I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Yeah,
But-
no.
There's still like other things beyond the voltage lines that could be shorted to other things. The voltage lines are just kind of a good check to make sure you've done a good job of sanding. But yeah. Okay, board number 3 also outputs audio. I think I might just be wasting my time, but better to choose to waste my time than have my time wasted, you know?
Probably put on a dust mask right now. I think I'm gonna do that.
You'll build some strong lungs.
Is always a good reminder of that.
Yeah, I start with the really fine dust. That way I can build my way up to breathing in rocks.
Yeah.
For those in chat, Shank was bedridden for about a week after inhaling PCB dust. So make sure you use a proper mask if you're doing any of this stuff.
Oh, yeah. He was doing like, was that when he was sanding down like the layers of the board for like pictures and stuff?
Yes. For the,
Oh,
for
yeah,
the
that's-
scans, yeah.
Doing that without a mask is suicide. Yeah. You want a mask, and you also want eye protection. Because Dremels send stuff flying pretty often. And I've definitely had bits of Wii hit my face before. Never bad enough to cut, but if it had hit my eye instead of like elsewhere on my face, it would have been pretty bad. And also, if you're gonna trim a Wii, wear a shirt while you do it.
Oh my!
Which you know, it's shocking
Please.
that needs to be said, but you know what? Someone hurt themselves when they were trimming a Wii without wearing a shirt. So some of you need to know, I guess. Nah, I'm gonna go full Florida summer bod to cut the Wii. I'm sure Cheese has trimmed a Wii in flip-flops before, so
Birthday
You can wear the
suit or
flip-flops.
nothing.
okay. What are PCBs made of? Fiberglass? Maybe? I'm not super knowledgeable on what they're actually made up of, but bad stuff to breathe in.
Most PCBs, yeah. FR4 is fiberglass.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, if you're lucky, it also might have some lead in it, but
Facts.
pretty
Only
sure
problem
Wii
if you lick your
motherboards
fingers
are...
afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I always, like, gotta eat right after using your leaded solder. Build strong bones.
Now here's something crazy for you. The G-Boy and the Ashita that I'm building are both gonna have PMS2s in them.
Wow. You still got enough saved up, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm a hoarder.
I think I've still got like 3 PMS2s left. I'm gonna put one in the Ashita, because that one's gonna, in my personal Ashita, because that one's gonna be all souped up. Got a direct drive board for it and everything.
Oh,
I don't know.
I've
that's
still
one
got
thing I want.
three spare direct drives,
Oh, alright. Who's down to raid
and I'm not
West's
using them
house?
on anything.
See, I
Well,
need
of
a
course
direct
not.
drive so bad. Because I wanted to put mine in my Ashita, because I also wanted to be like the ultimate quote-unquote Ashita for my personal use. That's the one thing I don't have.
Ah.
Well, look, I have to say that the original direct drive is a finicky beast, and
I've heard.
hopefully the new one, which should be out soonish, will resolve a lot of the issues.
You're leaking some inside stuff, man.
Well, no, I'm not. It has been
I think
validated,
Aurelio has teased it a little bit.
Ah.
and Gunnar has already basically said that yes.
I see. Well, I just gotta give it a little time. I'll pop it back open when the time comes.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
I'm currently. It's still early days, but we're doing some slight design adjustments to the Ashita mounts to work with the new direct drive stuff. Aurelio may be designing a flex for it.
Yeah, I remember asking Gunnar about that. Because
It would
It would be
benefit
smart.
greatly from having the flex.
absolutely. Now, when you say modifying the mounts, is that literally just the 3D printable mounts, or is
Yes,
that
just
the
a 3D printable mount, so you can still reuse the original case.
perfect?
Yeah. So direct drive is basically when we build a portable Wii, like with the ones I'm using right now, the Wii converts the digital audio signals to the AVE, which then sends those signals to a screen, which then converts the signals into like pixels that show up on the screen. And so the direct drive cuts out everything and it just goes, okay, GPU signals to screen. And so it looks essentially immaculate. Like it is as quality video as is possible to get. So that's why they are very cool and very sought after. But the reason why they're so rare right now is because of the chip shortage. Because Aurelia designed them onto a certain FPGA, which no longer exists, or maybe exists now, or he redesigned it for something else. So hopefully those are making a comeback.
There are other benefits to it as well, like being able to control things like screen brightness and
Yeah.
other things without having to have additional boards.
Yeah. It's essentially the ultimate screen setup for a portable Wii. Okay.
It also provides things like line doubling, so that you could run 240p, 480i, and 480p to whatever screen you've got without any compatibility issues. Whereas running through VGA, you'll have limitations depending on the screen driver board, whether you can run 480i or 240p content.
Oh.
I think Shockslayer always complained about like Mega Man X collections not like line doubling properly over anything. So I think that would solve that in theory. Okay. Will a Wii boot if you short 3.3 volts to ground? Because I think I was just doing that and it was booting.
How do you guys, as entrepreneurs, find the price point for your work and for your product?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what we're talking about. Like for my portables, I just don't build very many. So I essentially go, I have this for sale, and I charge $1,500 because I know somebody will pay that, And that's about as much as I can charge without feeling bad about it. So that's how I decide the prices there. But for smaller stuff, it's all over the place. Depends on everything that goes into it.
Pretty much the same boat for me. A lot of it is pretty much just how much time do I estimate putting into this, and what do I value my time at?
Yeah.
And then, of course, cost of parts, because what a lot of people don't tend to not realize is just how much the parts cost for portables.
Yeah.
So, when I sell a G-Boy or an Ashita for $1,000, you have to figure that probably somewhere around at least $300 of that is just plain old parts. And that's not
Yep.
even accounting for consumables, wire, Dremel bits, sandpaper, solder, flux. So it all comes down because I feel like there's a lot of portabilizers, especially who try to sell their stuff, get bad reps for being like, wow, that costs so much money. They're money hungry because I can buy one for $400, $600 on Etsy or AliExpress. But unfortunately, to the untrained eye, they look the same, but on the inside, they are two completely different beasts.
Yeah.
And people
Another part
find
of
that
the.
out very quickly when they purchase the AliExpress or Etsy ones.
And
Yeah.
Not to say that all of them are bad,
yeah, not all of them are
but
bad.
there's a
No.
large quantity of them that are.
Like there are, or were, one of them still exists, one of them is gone. There were two main guys that sold their portables on Etsy, and they were pretty much the only people that you could publicly buy from without, knowing, oh, Ginger of Mods sells portables through his website or whatever. It was like if you search portable GameCube, you get a Google ad for this guy's Etsy shop. But for both of these people, I have actually had people send me portables that they bought from those Etsy sellers because they broke. So it's a matter of, you can get it, but you feel in the hand, and a lot of them aren't high quality to look at, to actually play the actual what do you call it? Usability of each one. And then the reliability is a big thing when you use cheap components on the inside, especially cheap power regulators, cheap battery management, cheap screens, cheap this and that. It all adds up into something that has a much higher failure rate than when you use something good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. And they're two completely different markets as well. You know, those guys will make something to sell, something that they can make quickly, cheaply, and just get it out the door. Where a lot of the stuff that we're making, we're not making to make a buck off of it. We're making it to make it good,
Exactly.
to improve upon everything that's come before, and you know, just iterative design, which a lot of those sellers don't have.
Yeah, another like part of the price comes from like I am probably the only person, or there's a handful of people who can like service a portable Wii. Like the ones I sell, I'm the one who is best equipped to like fix them if something goes wrong in the future. And like I have portables from like about 4 years ago at this point that people have had issues with, and they'll send it back to me and I'll fix them because they spent so much. So I'm fine to like honor my commitment to keep them up. And sometimes the issues they have is their own fault. Sometimes it's mine, but it's a lot of work because now that I have like 60 portable Wiis out there in the wild floating around being used, at any point someone can reach out and be like, hey, it's broken, and I have to fix it. There's no one else that'll do it. So,
Exactly. And I mean, I do the same thing. I know Gunner does the same thing. Gunner, it's amazing. Within my time at BitBill, I saw at least one person come and be like, I bought this portable from Gunner, 6 or 8 years ago or whatever. And
yeah.
it just started having this issue where it's like, oh, I remember Gunner actually told a story. He's like, a guy had to send a super, super old GameCube portable back because he used it so much that I think it was like the L button wore out.
Yeah, or like joysticks or something. It was something
Yeah,
that's like, oh yeah, okay, that'll wear out eventually, but like,
exactly. It's one of those like, okay, this thing has stood the test of time. We are literally at the lifespan of, manufacturer components. It's not even in
Yeah.
build quality. It's just in you can press this button this many times before it stops working. And it made it
Uh,
there.
I hope mine can hold up to that. Although I think I would estimate that like 90% of the portables I've sold are just sitting on a shelf somewhere. Like I feel like most of the
Yeah.
people I sell to don't actually use them, which is fine. But
Here's a question for you. Um, have you had any repeat offenders? People who have bought one portable and loved it so much that they wanted to buy another.
I've had a couple people like that. Like I've got this one lady named Jenny. Jenny's great. Like she DMs me like every 3 months and is like, "Yo, you have anything I can buy?" And so I'll be like,
Wow.
I mean, I'm building something, one of these. You don't have one of those yet. Do you want it?" And so I think she's got like 4 portables from me at this point.
Wow.
So I've got another guy who wanted. I sold him a Wee Boy Color, and he wants a couple other things. Um, so I might do stuff for him in the future because I know he's a chill customer, and that's part of
Yeah.
it. So, but so yeah, a couple repeat offenders. Most people are one and done though.
Yeah. It's funny that the first portable that I ever sold, it was the red G-Boy that I built on stream with Crash Bash. I sold that one on eBay, and the guy the guy messaged me and was like, "My wife won't stop taking this from me. Can you build me another one that's even better?" So I built him one with like the 480p screen and everything, and he's like, "This is perfect. Thank you."
Nice. I think the lady who kept buying them from me, I think she had like a son that wanted one. Although it sounded like her son was a kid, so I hope it held up. Because I'll be honest, my portables are pretty good. I'm not childproofing them.
Yeah, I think that's just the nature of these kinds of builds.
Yeah.
You
Although
need to
future
have internal
project,
cushioning.
childproof portable Wii,
That would be
just like
funny.
built into like one of those like giant like cube tablet things.
Oh, do you remember? I don't know if you ever saw or had these the Nerf cases that you could get for your DS or whatever, and they were made out of like the Nerf football material.
Oh, those sound
They were
familiar.
super thick. I had that for my DS Lite, and it's reminding me of that.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in the perfect position to build that.
Oh, true. That's right. You got a kid who's surely they're gonna be wanting to play GameCube games soon, right?
He already loves playing the NES,
Ah.
so I don't think a portable would survive him for very long. But I did buy him one of those very cheap Chinese 350 games in one handhelds, the NES
Oh, yep.
handhelds.
Yeah, I've seen
It
those.
has taken two swims in the pool, and after drying it out, it still works.
That's
So I don't
impressive.
know what they've made it out of, but he hasn't managed to destroy it yet.
Indestructium.
Yeah. So apparently, to be childproof, you just have to build it as cheap as possible.
Oh, that's the real secret. Dang.
Actually, going back to the AliExpress portables, I have one of them in my possession right now, and I'm thinking about bringing it to MGC.
Oh, is it like one of the ones that's built into like the PS like 2 portable shells? Like the same thing?
Uh, I
Or
I don't know exactly. I know how many there are. I don't know which exact one you're referring to. It's the one that looks like the Game Boy Advance. I think that he does also. It's not the huge one. I think it has a
oh,
5-inch
okay.
screen.
Okay.
I can get it in a little bit after I'm done sanding.
Yeah, I'm curious which one it is.
I think the only problem with it is like there's some residue of some sort around the screen where I think someone tried to repair it because the screen fell out. And then I think the buttons just feel like hot garbage because that's just how it was designed and built.
Yeah.
I remember I took a teardown video, real quick one, and sent it to the BitBuilt Discord. The regs on the inside are very interesting. I think it uses PTH regs, but wired to this custom board that solders to the top of the Wii motherboard. It's interesting, but it's very jank. It uses that I forget what kind of glue it's called, that white epoxy-ish glue that's in every Chinese product ever.
I could visualize it in my mind. I have no clue what it's
Yeah.
called.
but it's everything is held together with that stuff. Oh yeah, the big problem, the batteries were held in with that, but it did not actually hold, so the batteries were just rattling around in the case.
Oh, maracas.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, this is cool, but I got it cheap-ish from what I remember.
It was the Donkey Konga edition.
Yeah. Oh, I should also bring the porta packet, the white shell that I turned into a GameCube controller. I'm bringing that to MGC, that's for sure.
Nice.
The 3D printed rectangle.
Yeah, man.
Piece of art, that is.
It is actually. I even I taped the blown out BQ chip from the other one of his portables that I got off of another forum member. It's taped to the GameCube controller inside of that portable. So it's just
Blowing
it
out
is
a
a
blowing out a BQ chip after it's like shipped is impressive.
but you know what? No, I cannot say that that was his fault because the guy who had it before me, he was a forum member, or is. He tried fixing it because I think it was just like a no charge issue, no charge, no boot. Um, I believe that he tried fixing it, but uh, I think that he wasn't experienced enough to know exactly what he needed to do. You know, to no fault of his own, it was just a little more than he could chew. Um, so I don't know if it happened during that process, but yeah, I also agree that it's got to be hard to blow a BQ chip once it's all said and done.
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. If someone opened it and tried to do repairs, I mean, you just
Hmm.
flip the battery and the ground wires and you'll blow one of those right up.
Yeah, exactly. But luckily, originally I had ordered some from AliExpress, but Gunnar was like, "Whoa, whoa, I got a couple on hand." So he sent me one, and I redid it, and then it was one of the original PMS ones that still had the transistors for the LEDs. Um,
Oh, yeah.
so it
I
was
mean,
running what was that?
oh, I still, the Wii Boy color boards still have those transistors because it's based on the original design still.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with it. It's just it was running the old school firmware. And I was like, oh, I
Ah,
want the new PMS firmware. So I had to do a couple slight mods that Gunnar told me. He's like, hey, yeah, just replace this with that and put this here and there and then flash and you're good to go. And I did it and it worked. So that portable, actually, I got it all done. And I was like, what am I going to do with this? And I ended up selling it on eBay.
fair enough.
Hey, it works. It's jank, but I've playtested it. Like, it was jank, but not jank to the point where, it could break on someone easily after I sold it. I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I was confident with the actual hardware and how it was put together because I rebuilt it from the ground up. I have a thread on it, or a thread about it on the BitBuilt forums. So that should be it. Should be done sanding.
Nice. What are you
So here's a
making?
question for you, Ginger.
Yeah.
Where do you think Wii portabilizing is going to go from here?
Oh, I guess I am the veteran in the call, aren't I? Um, I don't know, because Wii portabilizing has been in a pretty stagnant. Probably isn't the right word, but it's been in a very samey spot since like I started. Like you have the standard trim, OMG WTF hasn't changed a bit. You have the harder trims, which have gotten easier with like flex boards and uh, better designed stuff. I think surely within the next year, someone's gonna take the time and they're gonna make like a all-in-one portable Wii board. Because I
It's
know
close, man.
there's a couple people working on it. It's not just Aurelio anymore, so I think that's gonna be a thing.
Well, Yvettel has
Um,
made his own.
oh yeah, yeah, that's right. It's him. I think there was one other guy like Red Energy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing that one. I don't know what the
Yes.
status on that one is, though.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen an update in a while, but
I think they're both in a similar spot where it's like they have it assembled, but they were getting shorts, but I think they know why they were getting said shorts at this point. I don't know exactly what it is,
yeah,
but
yeah. But the PS2 guy got his working, which is hype.
dude,
So
that thing is awesome.
yeah, that thing is like crazy tiny.
Well, to elaborate more on the question, where do you think it needs to be?
What do I think it needs to be? I don't know. It's tough to say because like Wii portabilizing is like it's constantly like getting better and better, like easier and easier. So like, what does it need? Because like when I first started, we needed an audio amp, we needed a good regulator board, and like all of the needs I had when I first got into portabilizing have been met. So I guess what are my next needs, or what do new people need? Um. Yeah, it's I don't know.
There's still areas that haven't been touched on yet, and some of that stuff we would be able to pull from like the work that's being done on the GameCube, for example. What Extrems has done with Swiss by effectively getting uh, quote unquote high resolution or high definition signals out of the console,
Gotcha.
which should be possible to do on the Wii as well. I know that AVE performs differently, but it should still be possible to pull things like a 960i image using something like a direct drive as a deinterlacer, which would effectively give us higher resolution portables. We also don't have a the be all and end all screen.
That is true, but I feel like
An
that's
OLED or something would be fantastic.
yeah.
I
But I
feel
feel like
like
that's going to be a situation where like either a company just makes one and we're like, oh, cool, perfect, that's for us, or I don't know like what we would do to like make it happen beyond Shank taking the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship or whatever. But
now, I mean, we have the 5-inch 16:9 IPS. That's beautiful. We have the 4x3 uh 480p IPS, or sorry, the 3.5-inch one. That's beautiful. But what we're lacking right now is an IPS 5-inch 4x3
that is true.
panel.
Well, I
But
mean,
that,
if we could skip that and go straight to OLED, would be fantastic.
oh yeah,
Because well, you can trim OLED panels far easier than you can with IPS or any other LCD. So, with a lot of Aurelio magic, could be possible.
pizza time.
What are you making now? So right now I'm running the last test on an audio board to make sure they're all working. And I believe Crazy Gadget is sanding a Wii that he's going to put inside of a G-Boy. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
all done
people are
sanding
doing.
at this point. But
Oh, okay, yeah, you're doing the test fit
yeah,
now.
I mean, it fits.
Okay, let's see if we can go 6 for 6, and if I truly did just waste my time. Oh, I wasn't holding the reset button.
Every time I see your arms on stream, Crazy Gadget, I just have to think, what genus of primate are you from?
Oh yeah, right.
Finally,
You love
the
them. You love to
missing
see it.
link.
Now that I'm done with this, I'm gonna grab the AliExpress portable, show it off, and then I'm gonna eat dinner real quick.
Sounds good. You should look into DS consoleizing. Yeah, I've seen some cool stuff about that. There's a guy that went to MGC the last time I went, and he had a really cool, I think it was like an FPGA setup. He was getting really clean video out of it. It was super cool. Oh, wait, maybe I didn't waste my time. It doesn't look like this one works.
All right, got it in hand.
Oh,
G-Boy off to the side. So it came with this laptop power supply as a charger, which is cool.
I think it's 12 volts.
Oh, okay, it's
Old
one of
barrel jack.
those.
Yeah, but it's gonna be hard to pick this up on camera between the reflection and then the quality of the camera and then Discord, but it has this like residue around both sides of the screen, which is
Yeah.
shoddy. Oh yeah, that's right. The R button it gets like stuck because the hinge mechanism in this is really bad. I don't know if you can see the amount of play back and forth.
I am seeing a lot of wiggle.
It's bad. Let's see. The face buttons, they just feel like hot garbage because it's clearance things. Like the holes are way too big. So they just don't feel good.
A lot of form over function with that one for sure.
Yeah,
I
and just the
feel like
case
it
is not
looks-
super high quality, but I think this is the power.
Oh, and it's got the classic like screws on the side rather than through
Yeah.
the whole thing for no reason at all.
It does. This is gonna be annoying to pick up. Oh, there's me. So
boots.
I don't have any games on here, but it is a 480p screen. It is VGA. It does boot. The fan sounds awful. I don't exactly feel like disassembling this on stream right now just because it's a resin case and I don't know how much life these threads have left in them.
Yeah, I won't fault you for that.
But let's see. I think I made the link for that video private or unlisted because I don't remember exactly what I say in that video. But yeah, I'll bring it to MGC with me. We can play around with everything.
Sounds like a plan.
Hoping I can bring a bunch of portables. I'll have a G-Boy and a Sheeta, hopefully, a Wii Vision, a Nintendo Micro, a GC Micro, maybe even a G-Wii, maybe,
Wow.
because I got a set of Pickles's compact boards or like the organization boards that he made for the G-Wii. So between that and some of the stuff that Y2K has done for the buttons and all the 4-layer tech stuff, I think that it should make for a really nice portable.
Yeah, I've got a GWii that has been like 95% completed for like 2 years at this point, and I've just never finished it off. It just sits on the shelf behind me.
Oh
I think it
man,
was
what's
having
the hold up?
it was having screen issues. Like I think when you turn it on, it just has a white screen, and I got no clue what caused that. And I
Huh.
don't want to feed it another screen.
Yeah, I hear that.
So
Hey, but
it's
you
just
know
one of
what?
those.
What were you saying?
It's just one of those. It'll just sit there for a while.
Yeah, nah, I hear that.
It'll sit there forever.
It will sit there
Oh.
forever. I think I'm more likely to just build a new GUI from scratch than I am to finish that one out. Because I spent so long like perfectly routing wires and stuff too. Like the internals on that are like one of my best ever. But
Gunner level
Ah.
wiring.
now I have to undo all of that to like take the screen out, and it's tough. It's hard to say goodbye.
Looks like there's a bit of a traffic jam of people trying to move into the stream chat. I might actually bounce out for now. I might jump back in a bit later when you're on your last legs, Ginger.
Sounds
And,
good.
I move some of these people in, or shall we
Oh,
shuffle someone in?
who's waiting? I haven't checked.
Got MP3, Cyframe, Vilmo, Y2K, Aiden. I don't know some of these people.
I know
Oh,
3
yeah,
of
I
these
don't-
people.
I know 3 of them as well. Okay, yeah, I'll move some of them in. Thanks for hanging out for a bit, Wes. See you later.
No worries. I'll catch you guys later.
Have a good one.
All right. Here, I'll bring in MP3, and I'll bring in Y2K for now. I don't know if I want more than 4 at a time, but
Oh,
Hello.
no cyber.
hello.
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 Howdy.
Hey,
Welcome to the call.
glad to be here.
All right,
Yeah.
is my audio quality decent?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Hey,
All right, cool.
hey, you sound good to me too.
I'm gonna mute for a little bit. I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'll be back in 20 or something.
All
Sounds
right,
good.
have fun.
Yep.
So yeah, how's it going? I haven't had the stream pulled up in a few minutes.
Oh, it's been going good. I just tested the last audio board, but it doesn't look like it works. So it
That
looks
is
like we
not
might be
ideal.
5 for 6. Which is good enough for now. I'll just put the 2 broken ones to the side and fix them later. But alright, so I think we're good to get back into actually assembling Wee Boy colors. Thanks for sitting through the rather boring testing stuff, but thankfully we had Crazy Gadget to do something interesting.